let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Ooh, let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤 미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain 미 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난 이 노래는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 알바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴 어서 저렇게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 차고 넘치니 박하겠어 네 몫을 내 못다 짜증나면 질러 I don't like being cool 앨리스 night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss be or shiro 뭐든지 다 내게 close 말했잖아 내가 뱉는다는 내가 다시 look nice told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들은 한 곳으로 모여 잠위 drive 머리 위로 투 그래서 이건 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 곳 올려놔 bus 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느끼 like demons 자식 날고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 너의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 I'm that 소리 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we to go
told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
I don't know where you've been sold, but I'd be insane not to play my role. Yeah, I know I can break a fall, the stakes are low. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. So greater than one, move five is best. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. So greater than one, move five is better. Oh, you think you tough, huh? I think that's unlikely. You can keep on looking, but can't find nobody like me. Eldorado pushing, while I'm pressing in a white tee.
like a butterfly. I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Get in your lane, stay in your lane. Wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same. Put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it. Look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That winner's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. You step in the room like this, we breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in the few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops, I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the top, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. You step in the room like this, we breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Double pump and bring it back like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Oh, don't write, back again. You don't know me, go and ask a friend. Hitting these shows, gotta pack 'em in. I spin it, I'll make it back again. Shawty, go and bring your baddest friend. We can take it to the back of Benz. Do it like you would for TV. Camera on you like a bag of lens. Shaking it for me, I'm loving the move. Friends say you bad and yeah, I'm cool. Walking up to it, not thinking it through. Like, shawty, tell me what's good with you. Coming with me and she got, ayy, 24 on a watch. You don't know, that's a lot. What she want is what I bought, yeah. If I want it, I'ma get it, yeah. I just talk the way I live it, yeah. I got many, plenty women, they all wanna ride, even in the city, yeah. But now I pull up in the Aston. For money, I'm made off the back end. High end with the fashion, now broke, so me in the past tense, yeah. Throwing money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey. Double pump and bring it back, like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey.
Wallet in the bank, I'ma check. Whoa, VVS all on my neck. Whoa, we talking power, respect. I be blowing on gas and I'm high as a jet. Like, whoa, shorty can't breathe no air. Yeah, red bone body, long hair. Yeah, everything I do real rare. Yeah, can't buy one, need pairs. Yeah. loud. Hate my grind down, lame and shine, I'm one of a kind, no stopping mine. I'm certified, can't copy me. Got the bank like Monopoly. My tie fly, that's all design. I'm dripping shorty, know it's hard to see, but best believe live.
Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Yo, pump and bring it back like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my
Hey!
Hi, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
I was told this would be a light read. The file is the size of a major patch.
Dude, this is classic Leo. Bigger, bolder, better. I'm half expecting to get quadruple elimination at this point. Okay, so like when Plat Chat covers this, what's the dream headline?
Everything is a tournament.
That's pretty bold.
Exactly.
Told you.
I mean, think about it. Kickoff, Masters, Champions, they're all high-stake moments where every match counts. And what do they have in common? They're all tournaments. So we do more of that?
So what's changing?
Well, no more leagues, no more regular seasons, no more low-stake matches, no more several weeks-long journey to trophy lift. Instead, new tournaments. We'll call them cups. Short, high-stake competitions that replace the regular season, and each cup ends with a sick finals weekend event.
So everything is
a tournament.
Okay, and look, that all sounds awesome, but I told you to fix Tier 2.
No more Tier 2.
Leo, you can't just delete a tier.
Well, we're not deleting it. We're bringing all teams together into one single tier with open qualifiers in every region. Anyone can fight their way in, and they don't need to wait a year to do it.
Okay, so when you say regions, you mean Americas, APAC, EMEA?
Nope. Brazil qualifies out of Brazil, Japan qualifies out of Japan, Turkey qualifies out of Turkey, so on and so forth. A team win their regional qualifier, they're at a cup. A few weeks after that, they're on the biggest stages at Masters and Champions.
Wait. So theoretically, you're telling me a random 5-stack could just...
They're good enough, yes. And the further they go, the bigger the stage and the bigger they pay out. Everything matters now, and every match builds.
But like, partner teams still exist, right?
Yes, but they fight their way in like everyone else. And if they help us grow the sport with community, events, content, we support them.
Support like?
Team capsules, financial incentives, all the things. But Most of the support is attached to winning games and qualifying to tournaments. So a non-partner team doing really well can make just as much, if not more.
Okay, but what about the fans?
We go to them. We go where fans are. Cups mean more events mean more cities means the VCT closer to you.
Did you practice that?
I did.
Wait, so let's make sure we got this. You want every stage to be high stakes?
Yes.
You want anyone to be able to qualify.
Yes.
You want more events in more cities?
Yes.
This could either be chaos
Or the best version of the VCT we've ever had.
Exactly.
Okay.
You're gonna have this ready by next year?
Yes.
I need to keep you around with my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day, again.
Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22 to a 4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Sorta with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why. I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I wanted more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. Not a second to waste.
You guys are tuning into VCT EMEA. We have a whole nother week of action and some brand new fun. And whilst I might be a new face for you guys watching, trust me, we still have reliable Kukuka joining me right there, as well as trustworthy Mini 2 on my left here. So we're going to be taking you guys. We can do it now. Okay, we're going to be taking you guys through what is going to be the action of day number 1 here for week number 2. And if you guys weren't tuning in for what happened in week 1, maybe you'll be surprised with some of the results. Maybe not so much, but luckily I do have those 2 trustworthy people on my desk here, so I can ask them just that. Were we surprised with what the results of week 1 were?
I mean, I could say we are, right? We started off the week with Fnatic versus EF, and it was already very, very close. Surprising wins that we had last week, for example, Foot. The first win in groups or in the longest time. Navi also against Heretics was an absolute banger. But I would say that I really like the fact that in Group Alpha, it feels like anything could happen.
Yeah, I think overall, I think a lot of the matches went the way we expected, with a couple of differences, but all the maps felt really close to me. It felt very competitive overall.
That's true, because it's like, yeah, we did have a couple of series go to map 3, but we also saw a lot of comebacks happen where it feels like, you know, there's a shutout.
That's EMEA, you get used to it.
Good. I'm literally sitting there for week 1 and I'm like, is this normal? And you're like, kind of. And I'm like, whoa, you guys are going to have some good weeks ahead of you just in groups itself. And we can look at what day 1 is going to be in store for us for week number 2 here, because it is a lot of those teams that weren't really able to get themselves over the line to get the win, to really look super sharp or clean by any means. And I am, of course, going to be talking about starting off with Pacific, coming up against Giant X, just how close they almost had it over the line for themselves in a couple of maps.
Yeah, I think that we can be excited for Pacific, and especially what they did against BBL. Also, still trying to see with the changes that we're going to see, what route is Giant X going to be taking in all of these changes?
Yeah, I think it's a do or die kind of game already, because if you look at that group, it's like top 3 are kind of Vitality, Fnatic, BBL is going to be really difficult. So I think this is like the battle for 4th place, maybe.
Oh, okay, I like it. It's not always just, is it going to be a clear-cut number 1? Sometimes there's a mixing in the middle. And I feel like when we talk about our meta, what's going to be changing up here, it's a similar topic, because our map choices right now, Kukuka, what is going on? The fact that Pearl, Lotus, no Fracture?
I know I was complaining last week, but seriously, then I looked back, right? Because on week 1, we're focusing on way too many things. And I went back, and 4 out of the 6 matches that we had last week, 1 team instantly banned Fracture. So there is a possibility that there is 8 teams, as far as we know, with not that map in their pool. And it scares me, because historically, Fracture has been good for EMEA. We've been innovative, we've set the meta, especially this man here.
Nice. I think one of the reasons for that, though, is that in this meta, there's much less utility than there was back in the day. And Fracture's a very push on defense type of map. I think it's very gambly. So I feel like a lot of teams aren't getting the scrim results maybe they want. It's like maybe you win a scrim 20-4, and then you get 4-20 the next time. What? So it's like maybe just a bit of a gamble map right now, but we need to see it quickly, otherwise global events down the line, like that's going to be a problem.
I reckon they're waiting for Americas to start. That's why we're doing all the Pearl.
Oh, that's it. They're just waiting. They're like, okay, what are other people going to be picking in different regions? We don't want to roll the dice, but there's been a lot of change up between how teams are thinking about these agents. I mean, the biggest one, actually, I don't even know which one you want to really start with. It feels like all of them have been so impactful in different ways.
We can start anywhere. Let's start actually by saying these numbers that you see here in the bottom are the comparison on the pick rate from kickoff into this stage 1. We know that it is just 1 week, but we wanted to take a look at how the meta shaping in the region. As you can see, clearly a lot more Neon coming into this stage.
Yeah, with the Euro nerf, Neon becomes like the de facto agent. You can see it's almost mirrored, like 55%, now with 45% on the Neon, and that has huge implications. I think the thing for me really though is the Sentinel role. That's what I want to talk about, is that with the Euro nerf in particular, Chamber becomes that go-to op agent, and we're seeing it a little bit more. Not as much as I'd hope, but like a little bit more, so that's exciting. But I think the elephant in the room really comes down to Vice, in my opinion. because Vice is a natural counter to Neon with the Thorns, but we're seeing her on like a 7% play rate right now.
So if this was stock, we want this stock to go up.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah,
I was gonna say,
like,
this one is, like,
seeing
good
that,
up.
and I'm like, okay, I'll give that to that. To me, it's also very big surprises to see more Harbor with the new changes coming into the region. The Cove is basically a brim smoke, so it's very nice, and it's, you know, solidified so they can shoot. Also a lot of Phoenix, but we need to talk about the fact that we are going to be playing in patch 1206. That means something for Waylay that Mini is going to explain to us, but you will see different regions, different patches. For us, it starts this week.
Okay, so it starts this week. Are we going to be seeing that Vice stock go up then? Because you're like, that's the number we want to go up. No. Then he's shaking his head very aggressively towards me.
Like, this is a take that's like going to take time to brew, and hopefully at the end of the stage we might see it more popular. But right now, teams aren't there yet. But I will complain about it anyway.
I like it. That's a full investment that's going to happen in that agent. But we could be seeing some things that take impact now, or at least shape for themselves. And it all starts with our first matchup, or more importantly, Westside and how his team is shaping up here in this matchup. I've got the wonderful Westside joining me here, and there's been a lot of talk exactly where the meta lands, what teams might sort of lean towards coming forward, but where do you think a lot of the agents stand right now in the meta?
I mean, I think there is one specific meta that you play right now, you know? Like, it's most likely double duelist. There is some teams that they just don't like it, so they play still the old stuff. But now I think that double duelist is just the meta right now.
And which two duelists do you think are, like, the top duelists right now that everyone's wanting to play, that feels like you could play it across most maps?
I mean, because of the patches, it changed a little bit now. Before it was Yoru and second duelist, whatever someone feel comfortable on. But I think now it's gonna be more kind of Phoenix, Neon, Waylay Neon, or Raze even Neon, something like this, because of the Waylay nerfs as well. It's not that good anymore to play.
Okay, well then, now you've made me want to ask two different questions. First of all, the Phoenix, we saw you playing it last week. Where did that come from, right? We're not really seeing you play that in competitive at all.
Okay, so this is kind of funny story, yeah? Because whenever I was like playing Prax with my beautiful teammates, I was always saying, put me onto a list, I will farm everyone, you know? I was joking, of course, I was joking. But then they said, wait, the meta shifted, you know? We need to adapt somehow. And that's how I ended up trying to be on Phoenix, and it worked, and it was nice. I felt comfortable, and that's how we stayed with it.
I love it. So it was originally a joke, and then you actually were doing pretty well with it, and you got it there. The other question being Waylay. You're saying there are going to be some changes. Is this now like a agent that is really going to be played on one or two maps, or you still think there's a lot of legs to the agent to be played across a lot?
I mean, for Waylay, I think it's gonna be just few maps for every team, you know? It's not gonna be like every map. This is gonna be just some specific maps, like, I don't know, probably like Bind, something like this with like smaller space, you know? And not, for example, Fracture and stuff like this. That's what I think.
Have you been trying to convince your team to let you play Waylay as well? You're like, please, guys, the Phoenix worked out.
We'll see. I don't know. Like, I don't know. We'll see today, maybe.
Okay.
But I don't want to say anything.
You're like, there's chances, but I don't want to promise and under-deliver there. Last question before I let you guys go. You did play well last week, but unfortunately you didn't get the win. How have you spent the previous week in adapting and taking some of those learnings into hopefully getting a win today?
To be honest, I believe that yesterday we played good. I mean, not yesterday, last week.
Yeah.
That we played good. We just missed on some stuff. We just didn't play on our 100%. And I think that day they were just better, you know, as a team. And I believe that today it's gonna be our day, because we felt how is it again, and we don't want to go through this again and again, you know? And that's why we just want to win.
I love it. You want to win. Today is showing up for you guys. Well, good luck today, Westside. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Well, we'll see if the win is truly there for. I have no doubts that the hunger is there, but he's talking about it, Mini. This funny story of how he fell into being able to pick up Phoenix last week. I'm like, we want to see more of it. Like the fact that he's just freeballing it in Prac. Now they're actually willing to test it out on the stage.
Yeah, I mean, last week they had a tough matchup against Vitality, but with that being said, Phoenix was the shining light on the server for them. Like I wasn't impressed by too much, but the Phoenix was really good from Westside. But I think it poses a little bit of a problem in the sense that Westside is a Cypher Phoenix player now, and Flickless is now a Fade Cypher player.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see this week where that direction takes.
Where Cypher goes.
Where Cypher goes and how those roles, because it's really difficult to play multiple roles upon multiple different maps, and that's what I'm worried about a little bit.
Yeah, I think it could be worrying in that sense. To me, what I picked up from that interview that is most important, because I do agree, I think that the Phoenix was kind of a highlight, is not falling back into old patterns. And we're not only talking about the Giant X that needs to reinvent themselves time and time again, but it's more so the Giant X that throws a 5v3, you know, those kind of situations. I think that's what he's referring to. We don't want to go back to just being bottom of the board. We know that we have it in us because we've done it in the past. We just need to reach that level again.
Yeah, that is one thing that is so nice when he slipped up a little bit and he's like, oh, yesterday. That means it's still fresh in his mind. It feels like it really only happened yesterday. And then you're like, it is going to be improvement for them there. But the same side is going to happen for Pacific, right?
Well, for Pacific, it was actually yesterday because they played the last day of last week.
That one definitely genuinely felt like yesterday. They've only had a couple of days there, but they feel almost the inverse. They're not pulling out these things where we're sitting here and going, oh my goodness, this player's on something new.
Yeah, we asked them last week to be a bit wacky, and they decided to go pretty standard overall. And
Not
I
too
think
wacky.
what's happening though is that like Cupid's able to get some of that creativity within the boundary that the coach is probably setting with the compositions. Like the compositions are pretty standard. We're seeing a lot of comfort. CNED looked right on the waylay, to be fair. But like, yeah, overall, for their performance last week, I don't expect them to go wacky. Like I quite enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's a good overall. I like the fact that they also did something that some teams do, and it's like, oh, we have some maps where we do think that the double duelist is going to be a mainstay, so we go under that route, but in some of the cases that will not be it. I think that they're making good use of the pieces that they have.
Well, we are talking about the pieces, what exactly they're going to be able to make for themselves, and I went ahead and I asked Cena just about that. CNED here joining me. Now I get to pick your brain exactly. I want to start with last week. You guys didn't have the showing that I think you would have loved to have. Whilst it was a very close map one, you guys weren't able to get anything for yourselves. What's now changed between week one and week two Pacific?
First of all, I think we were having a good first week. Like we just couldn't good individual. Like we were good, but no one was doing like some extra movements. So I think one of like that was missing for us, like in the first week. And now we are more prepared. I think we are more hungry to win. We want to win, and yeah, I think we are ready to win.
With that hunger, does it come with the idea of maybe playing a little bit of a different comp for you guys, or are you really strong in being, we want to have a stable, we want to have like a very standard comp when it comes to playing Valorant at the moment?
Like, it's come from just we want to win. It's nothing special behind it. Like we want to show ourselves, we want to prove ourselves. I think we are not like everyone is considering us like first team in EMEA, but I don't think we are, because I think we have a lot of potential. We are just, I think, a little bit, not me, but like our players are a little bit inexperienced in the stage. So I think, for example, like last week we lost 1 versus 3 with using ults. It shouldn't be happen. But it happens, you know, so this will come with experience, but we are really confident ourselves, and yeah, that's it.
I love that so much. You're really confident in what you're doing, your players as well. What needs to go right in this series, like right at the beginning, for you guys to feel like, you know, you're going to prove everyone wrong about being the worst team at EMEA?
Wait, what was the beginning of the question?
That's all good. It was a bad question. Don't worry about it. I guess I'm just wondering, like, what do you want to see from Pacific to show that you're not that worst team people might be thinking?
Like, I think we have a good macro, first of all. Like, I don't think we are playing bad in macro decisions, but I think we are struggling in micro decisions, which like it comes with time. So we are really putting effort on it, and I think it will come with the time. Like in the first week, I mean, I can say unlucky because we played in the best team in EMEA. Like they won the last kickoff, so it's normal to lose. But it was really close. Like it could go either way. And now, like I think even like we proved ourselves in BBL match. I think with this like wins, I think it will be better.
Awesome. I love it there. And yeah, you guys are definitely going to have that time to prove yourself, probably starting today. Sina, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
I was trying every agent on skirmish, so I know which one is the best, because it's super slim, you know?
Fight!
Well, you pick me with no gun.
Yes!
I'm going, bro.
Do it! That's under the belt, to be honest, punch.
I had to take out the opponent.
I'm shaking my head because last time I saw you, Cupid, you said, the skirmish doesn't matter. We give them that win. We give them that mental buff. But this time around, you really went for it. You're like, we need the win.
Yeah, this time it mattered for the veto, so I had to try. Last time the veto didn't matter. This time we wanted to pick Team B, so I needed to get a win out. So when it was 3-3, I picked up the op. I knew it was going to be 5-3 instantly.
I like it, the full confidence there. He knew what was going to happen. Let's see if he's still as confident when he gets out on that stage.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Stress in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past were made. All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling. 7 esports. Keep falling. Take a risk even though my hurt me. The fire in my chest keeps burning. I'ma prove I deserve it.
X.
It feels like there is a outstanding color here. Everyone liking the blue.
Yeah.
One of these teams might be blue by the end of this with a loss.
We need Awakens. That's what we need in Valorant.
We do. Awaken. I was thinking that exact thing. No joke. So it's like when football teams play, if they're playing in their home turf, they'll play their own colors. But if they're similar colors, then they need an inverse color scheme, essentially.
Yeah, but technically they're both home.
Well, one of them's going to have to be more away than the other. Maybe playing on some fresh new turf.
Again. Oh my god. Do you remember what I was saying about we do not even know how many teams are going to perma-fracture? Last week it was Vitality banning it onto them, but now Giant X has decided no fracture either, so that means 5 out of 12 so far.
And the pro pick here from Pacific. Last week Giant X picked this map, and now Pacific watched it and thought, yeah, they're not very good at it. Let's pick against them. And I was hoping Giant X were going to pick this map this week.
How wacky would you like Pacific to be then on that pro?
On that pro, they don't need to be that wacky, I think, like we said. Like, they just need to play within the constraints of fairly comfortable agents.
Yeah.
And let the creativity follow.
Following the route that they've been having, where it's like, or do you want them to think outside of the box a little bit? It's Pearl. Would you be happy with a Vice, for example?
Of course I'd be happy with advice.
Okay, that's lovely to hear. Also, speaking about the first map, that Haven, last week I remember bumping into Pipson and I asked him about the maps that they were going to play. And when he said Haven, I was like, Pipson, now we're going to have another stage of Giant X playing Lotus and Haven time and time again.
Now it's Haven Pearl.
Yeah, exactly. Apparently now it's Haven and Pearl. But it was about the 3 sides. They were like very, very obsessed with them.
I think the one thing I really want to point out we didn't really talk about much is Giant X have changed their style, I would say. They're playing a lot faster on those attack sides, and I think that works really well on Haven with the comp they have, the double Duelist Phoenix, and I don't expect we'll see any changes to that. And it works on Haven too. But they're applying that style to like multiple different maps. So when we get to that pro later on, I'm going to be watching that with a magnifying glass, because you can't just play the same style on every single map.
Oh, definitely not, right? Like the rinse and repeat only works for so long, but it feels like we're getting closer to figuring out what sort of agents they're going to pick up for themselves in their first map, because now players sitting on stage, sitting in their Razor chairs as well, they're there, right? They're one step away from being able to give us the answers. And I do want to quickly circle back, Minnie, to something you were saying about the teams working within the constraints. You mostly said this around Pacific, the constraints that their coaches have set. I mean, you've been there for yourself. What are these constraints? What do they look like? How hard are the
What was your favorite constraint?
The constraint specifically was Boaster. No, we're not playing Raze on Breeze. You know what I mean? It's just about
You wanted to be Boaster on Raze?
No, he wanted to play Raze on Breeze, and I was saying, no, we're not doing that. We're just
what do you mean? Have you seen his operator?
He's Raze on Breeze. So yeah, let's get back to picking nothing too.
No, Kiphead. No.
The chamber, seen a chamber though. That's fire, to be honest with you. I've not
See,
seen
the
a
chamber is
chamber.
fire. I do remember how it was in 2022. I really hope that this time around he remembers how to put his setup before the round starts. For the Cooper, you were so close. You had already won the skirmish, and you were going to give us the first mix. Why not pray? But yeah, also seeing 7 on that Neon.
I love this variation from Pacific of this Gen G composition. Dropping the Killjoy, which is pretty useless against a Neon that can run through all your stuff. Having the chamber instead, being able to get those picks and then play for an advantage retake.
Can you run across Cena? That's the thing. Like it's not that easy, especially if he's feeling himself. We're seeing him smiling, and I think he's having a good day. So I wouldn't be too happy about GIANT. But at the end of the day, especially if GIANT wants to be running this Yoru and thinking about this, sorry for Yoru, Phoenix, going into this week, Haven is a map where Westside I think should be on the most comfortable side.
Anything extra for yourself, Minnie, when you see this one to round it out?
I think GIANT should still be the favorite team, but Pacific's comp I'm really loving. And I'm launching Chamber specifically this matchup.
Okay, I like it. There's some things for us to look out to there as we're looking at those players getting ready for themselves. Jumping into map 1 with our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Oh, we've seen how high GIANT can ride, but now it's time for them to try to reach those levels yet again. Last week, so-so, but now a chance for them to thrive against what many talk about as the worst team in EMEA, but at the same time, Pacific, you heard it in the interview, they want to prove everybody wrong.
Yeah, I think this is the game where, well, for either side, it's kind of the battle of the bottom, to be a little bit harsh. Like, if these teams make it to playoffs with how they played last week, I think they'll be quite happy and they can look to grow from there. But if you lose this game, I think we're counting that team out. Like, with how tough this group is, like you're talking about the likes of BBL, Fnatic, Vitality, even Eternal Fire look pretty damn good. So I'm looking at these two teams going, I almost need one of you to win this convincingly to make me believe that you're going to compete in that group.
So strange to think about that, the fact that GX were at Champions last year, at the end of last year, and now we're talking about them hopefully making it to playoffs. It is a change, but there's been lots of changes, and as you heard on the analyst desk, a change in patch as well. Perhaps we'll see that Waylay fade out, as indeed no Waylay here, but the West Side Phoenix, this was definitely drawing our eye when it came to the game last week, and no surprise he's locked it in here, already locking in the first headshot as well. Something West Side thrives at. GX finding themselves a man to the good as the spike's going down on C.
Yeah, they've really struggled on the defensive side of this map, but their attack was sublime. So this first half is going to be interesting to see if they're able to fix their issues. VALORANT, well, he had a bit of a troublesome week last week. It doesn't look like it's getting any better. Cooper under pressure. But he will be able to fall back to his teammate. That ex-duo of Liquid Academy looking to try and hold the line. It's all onto Ninja. He will not be able to do so. A solid first round from the side of GX, and well, already doing okay on their defensive side because they are halfway to what they managed when they played Vitality.
Yeah, it was a bit shaky, and I think there's a conversation to be had there when it comes to Ara. Last year, we talked about him as being inconsistent, up and down, and this year, it does kind of feel like we're seeing the same, but I do think the changes might favor him. His Waylay looked really rough. I found it hard to get any value off of it, and now with it maybe moving out of the pool, moving towards Neon, which historically has been more of a strength from him in some of the bigger games they had last year, I like that. And I do think for him, the important thing is to try to stop that bounce up and down. He's so solid when it comes to his ceiling, but we too often see him play at his floor.
Yeah, for sure. As you saw on the lower third, it is going to be the first time we've seen Pacific play this map at all. And while it's not the cleanest start, already Ara down and Flickless incredibly low. Paranoia will be sent through, and they've not actually managed to put the pressure on to Flickless. The danger, of course, is still VALORANT lurking around the edge of that smoke. And the gun that they've picked up, obviously a lot better if somebody pushes there. Unless, of course, you're on Neon, but unfortunately for them, 7 is already down.
Yeah, taken down for that space trade, and as you said, the judge, great if they go walking in the garage, but we would have some serious questions about GX's shot calling if that was to be the case. Instead, they'll have to close the distance the old-fashioned way, and there is a camera watching the walk out. The judge well and truly spotted there. Although with 34 HP, range isn't going to be too much of a problem. If that judge can find a few shots onto Flickless, he's going to wait for backup, play this on back site. But this explosion from Pacific, if they go through that smoke, they have got a chance of making this a favorable fight even. Checking the right way, they'll at least get one. The question of damage answered with 3 players alive for GX.
Yeah, not too bad in the end, especially with how things started out, and for them to get those initial defensive rounds. Although it is worth mentioning that with having that chamber as a more aggressive Sentinel on the defense, you could argue that maybe this composition is a little bit more defensive from Pacific. So maybe both teams are looking for that second half. I am excited to see more of the 7 duelist though. I want to see how he's going to be able to be that little bit more aggressive, while CNED can maybe play a bit like Filu did, like having that operator on attack when they can afford it.
An important win for GX on this map as well, with Pearl up next. Got 13-3 last week. Have to change their comp most likely, with it being Ara on the Waylay. He was 1-8 first kills. Had a really tough game. Nice opening here from 7. Again, him on the duelist, opening up a lot of space. And the B-side plant already coming through. Got to be cautious of the flank, but that's exactly what Ninja's doing, locking that down with a deeper play from VALORANT. Losing CNED, not ideal, but of course, 7 is here to pull back every advantage that they'll give them. This is a stellar round already, sticking around for more, and 7 with 4 on the tally. Only Ara left to fall, a judge in hand. And not too many examples of where that judge could be used favorably. 7's low, so maybe that's your prime target, but the ace just 1 kill away. And Ara's almost teasing them with it. Oh, it's so close. The shots don't land yet, but in the end, it seemed inevitable.
God, nice round from 7. It's one of those things where you want to get that confidence brewing, especially on the Neon. But this was all him. I think there was hesitation at the end because you go, well, I don't want to give a rifle away.
Yeah,
like, I don't want to turn this into 2 guns being dropped versus a bonus. But that's superb. Just great at taking those isolated fights. And also the confidence clearly there. 1 away from his ultimate. But this is where things should get a little bit more difficult. You can see Westside already having that run it back online, and in a fairly aggressive position. There you go. Straight down mid he goes, and well, it's actually Ara to take the initial fight and lose. Got run out.
Yeah, aggression on A. Lose a player. Ult used to aggress down Garage, nothing found either, and now GX, having played their hand early, they're way behind. The recovery, there's no easy answer to this, especially with how Pacific are playing. Look how patient they are. They've got to pick a minute 10 into the round, and they're still spread in a default, still covering their bases for any extra pushes that might have come down or might come down from then on. And it looks like we're going to at least indeed get the drone coming out on mid. A little bit of posturing in that direction while GX group up and walk through on A. How many did VALORANT just see? I think it was only 2, but it's enough to send them to C.
Yeah, it's very open C site. You do have the cam available, which will give a little bit of additional information. If you watched any of the Vitality game, this was how they sort of adapted to GX. When playing that attack, was you just slow down. You let them come to you. And I'm hoping that GX have worked on having a little bit more in the tank. This retake setup seems to be the goal, but they are losing those fights again, though. Westside springing to life. He's given a small chance to Cloud. Well, maybe a chance of the 1v1, but he's not looking the right way.
Big danger from VALORANT as well. I mean, this guy sneaking his way around. If they were looking to full retake from spawn, if it took them a second or 2 longer, he would have had a massive hand to play in that round. And although, yes, a phenomenal attempt by Westside again, adding up that headshot tally, he's #1 in EMEA for a reason. But it's not enough this time for GX to keep that lead. Tied up 2-2, and now on an eco, it looks like we're gonna pass the baton over to Pacific.
Yeah, I do wonder if this is a map that Pacific are gonna be happy to play going forward, or if it was just, we watched GX play Haven, and we're not worried. Because this isn't a map that they played. They've not been particularly keen to play this. I think they banned it last week, but when you watch the way that GX played the defensive side, it was just keep pushing, keep pushing, keep pushing. So if you have faith in your own default, which I imagine Cooper will do, I think they're going to be fairly comfortable playing this attack, and I want to see if GX do have a more passive look. Now, in this round, they do, but this is just trying to gamble the rotations correctly.
We've seen this before, used off of like a KO knife, even the early reveal, and then full stack the other side of the map with an advanced position. But 3 players sitting in spawn off of next to no info. Trips aren't particularly far. The drone went in, but we haven't seen, I don't think we even saw the reveal go up for quite a while. It was like a minute left on the clock. And now they've spread into a default. It's a strange looking round. But in the end, it will be a gamble once again. Cover their bases, make sure that the defensive line hasn't been broken, and now rotate to A, where they already find their opening pick. The problem being that the rest of Pacific are towards this C site, and Flickless has got the bandit. It's not like he's helpless in that fight, but he makes the wise choice to wait for backup.
Try and get back in as a squad, but it's only really Cloud that has anything to play with. The few pistols that can be put in as well. Shock darts might make things a little bit more difficult for Seven in the backline. In fact, nice. It's semi-bin check, but the trades have worked. Even still, though, Seven comes alive again already. Maybe on for his second ace of the game.
No way.
There's only been 4 rounds so far, a 5th in this one. It could be 2 aces in 5 rounds if he can manage to take it home. He's in the right place at the right time, and already! What is going on? We had Cloric, another import, managing to go a 1v5 into a 1v4. Now we've had in 5 rounds 2 aces.
Yeah, I mean, they're just one of the best players that we've got in the scene, honestly. Seven, when they joined here, again, I say this almost every time. Yes. Hey, eco kills or not, an ace is an ace, my man. An ace is an ace. Yeah. We said this, that like someone that came with a lot of hype to our region, but we've seen that before, and often that just leads to expectations being built higher than reality can ever meet. Seven has exceeded expectations, even though they were set very high. 10-3 right now, a solid start, and Pacific get the lead with that play. Now for GX to go back onto a full buy, to try to fight yet again on even footing. And these rounds have typically been overextensions on their part, getting punished. Pacific, as a result, happy to sit back and wait, at least for those first 30 seconds.
This time, though, GX have been a little bit more patient. I'd still like to see the operator come in. I think that will help quite a bit with this. Grabinho, he's not going to survive, but the trades are good.
Spike down, mid.
Leaves them in an advantage. A chance to equalize with Ninja and Valorant, the last 2. But the bigger problem is they don't have the spike or any space. And, well, Ninja has found information, but at the cost of, well, almost his life.
Yeah, now becoming an impossible task with the last man dropped. And for Pacific, the way that they approach this round, I think, is just expecting that GX will stop pushing, that they will sit back and wait. And the hope is that the B side is where the weakness sits. But evidently, that's not the case. As soon as Seven loses that fight, maybe that's where they need a call for the pullback. But again, they hope that's the only guy. We can isolate that fight, we can trade, and then the full hand revealed with Westside there as well.
Well, there you go. 0 aces to 2 aces. It's not bad. It's been, so far. It's been good so far. The one thing I will say is I do wonder if GX are passive continuously, how difficult this is going to become for Seven. Because he is sort of the tip of the spear. It's not a double duelist.
Yeah.
Like, you can't have CNED doing exactly the same thing. The answer, though, is they're not going to be doing it at all. That is a full mid-push already with space taken in towards the window. The rest of the team, though, are patiently waiting, but it leaves some pretty hefty gaps, only really covered by a trip.
Gamble worth taking for the trap that they're looking to spring. 2 flashes waiting in the garage. There's contact, paranoia, and the flash. Good, the curveball sent through, but it gets nothing. An immediate stun sends them back. Good work for Pacific to keep that control, but the rotation will be heard. A very close Ara knows now that they're moving to the A site, but Cloud has to either hold his ground or get out alive, and he at least manages the latter.
This is where you look at that retake setup. Having the ultimate gives a little bit more of an opportunity to get back into the site, but it's also where CNED's operator can become that little bit more deadly. Just watching that flank, patiently waiting for anybody to attempt around that corner. It needs to be a pacey swing from Ara if he's going to get past. And well, he does, but there's a second layer to it. 7. Keeping them in an advantageous position. Now Westside goes through with the ult, but he's not able to connect the shots. He needs someone to attempt to trade, and it's a little bit further behind. Even still, they're making this work. Time ticking. Ninja, the only one remaining. He gets back into the smoke, but it fades. And Cloud with 3 will now give GX back the lead.
Yeah, needed an extra second on that smoke, and he would have been fine, but caught with his pants down there. That's going to be 4 for GX. Very well done. Again, coming into the next round with Hunter's Fury, thanks to that from Cloud. They are set up to fight their way right back into a convincing lead. And you know, you look at some of these rounds from GX, I did think back to 2 ago where they went for that B control. They went without the initiator. It seemed like a little bit of a blip as they pushed the extremities on C and on A short, then send 3 players to dive in blindly for the B take. That's a symbol of confidence on their side that they thought 7 could just decimate that opening fight. But you really can't put it all on one guy to do that. 4-3. And I think this is where Pacific, well, I would have thought, group up, play more direct, get in towards that site. But it's slow. Again, pressure towards A, getting some util out, the push-up from Ara as well, the AWP avoided, and now they'll group for this B hit, this time with their initiator to back them up. And I think that's what was missing, like a little reveal through that smoke. Set 7 up for success. Although the drone's going into garage, this is all a ruse to take late C.
Counter paranoia. 3 players were already here, and it leaves it onto Flickless. He's been good so far. Hunter's Fury through once again. Flickless holding his ground, but it's more on Westside. Joined a little bit later, still fighting on the site, and this Phoenix ever so fierce. It leaves CNET alone. No operator in hand anymore, and of course the defense, they'll be waiting for Ara.
Oh, there's his get out of jail free card now. He's gonna sustain those fights. The stun is perfect, and he nearly gets away with it.
Nice try.
CNET, one hell of a try, but the round falls again into the hands of GX. That would have been a big one to reset this fight and keep us neck and neck, but again, you look at Westside, how much value this guy is able to get in positions where often you call them one and dones. Not for him. Just keeps on going.
Really good Hunter's Fury as well from Cloud. I think that connected on multiple players, gave not only the positioning away, but also did some additional damage, completely disrupts the take. But I also just like much better the way that GX are playing this defensive side. Like, you go back to how they played it last week, and it was incredibly rough. And now instead, they're slowing it down. They're happy to play passive. They're happy to play retake. Those are all things that was just like, we need to keep running at them. A man, though, who has put 2 of the 3 rounds on the board so far for Pacific. And well, the man coming from Mexico, the one guy in our region, that one of the imports. He's been a bright spark of this team, but let's be real, Mitch, there needs to be more.
Well, that's the thing. We've been wondering, because it was the case from the debut of 7 that they looked like a fantastic player. Putting up numbers, big rounds as well. Never really any doubt in that department. But we have on the team players like CNET, who have been at a time the best player in the world, without a doubt.
A while ago.
A long time ago. We're going back to the ancient scrolls, but
it was crazy time. It's back when we had open qualifiers.
Yeah, imagine that.
Imagine that.
Imagine that. The good old days. Well, you never know when the good old days will come back. And for CNET, he's looking to capture that spark yet again. And indeed, new heroes. VALORANT, we know, has a crazy high ceiling as well on that Senzi. A 5-3. GX building up some steam, pushing the economy of Pacific to the limits. They have another full buy here, but it's expensive. And the ultimates they have to fall back on really just come down to that Viper's Pit. This time, presence on C. The mid pushes the adaptation from GX, but left all alone is Cloud, and now he's surrounded, not so easy to get out. Scot-free, a price to be paid, and the paranoia should lock that in. Pacific trade out the early fight, and we'll get a plant now.
And they'll run it back this time, but they do have the overdrive.
Nice.
Pit makes sense. Gonna make it tougher to get out. What's saying that? Ara's just gone. Rifle retrieved. One's been killed out by the flames as well, so that's at least gonna make things a little bit easier. Almost a frag. A swing around from Grabinho, but that was the low player. They still are yet to find the Viper of VALORANT lurking in the darkness. But the problem is, is that spike positioning. They now need to swing out of the pit. They need to go looking to try and deny. And the second they are, they're just waiting on the other side. It was an idea to stop them getting back into the site, but the second they did, that post plant fell apart.
Yeah, it's the fact the cage from Flickless, he had a safe space to jump into, so Cooper couldn't punish him. And once, as you said, once they break out of that, you're kind of done at that point.
It's like, that's why Arrow, while the pit was still going up, was like, I'm sending it over the top. Like, the worst thing is, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Let's have a look. He did not use overdrive.
No.
He went out with an op in hand, thinking, I will pick up a gun, which is insane.
It is a little bit
when
mental.
you have an ult that's not like what you need to keep for a rainy day, really.
Yeah. A bold play from Ara, but the confidence showing, and yeah, he didn't find the result, but drawing the eyes of the attackers was all he needed to do. 6-3 as we go to a pretty hefty advantage for GX. And again, this is a map that they want to be winning. Knowing the Pearl is up next, big adjustments to be made there, and a very tough loss for them. Last week, the walk up here from CNED's being watched. He's going to go straight into that crosshair, but he fires a shot into Ara. Returning to the site, this time with a 5 versus 3, and no pit, but it looks like it's already a guaranteed win.
Yeah, no, the Hunter's Fury in the back pocket as well. Like, sure, you have Westside's ult, but he would need to get more than his money's worth to be able to break back into this site.
I'd take those odds.
What I will say, though, is that if you were going to ask me for a benchmark coming into this half, how many rounds GX needed, I would have gone with 5. So I think they're already past the benchmark on the defensive side. Like, they managed to get 6 rounds in the attack versus Vitality. No offense to Pacific, even if people are putting them at the bottom, which I am included. But we'd put Vitality much higher on the marker. Like, they are a team that we expect to be at the top. So I think the GX can be fairly happy with this half already. Of course, you don't want to teeter out at the end. You don't want to have the chance to go in with a lead and then lose a few rounds in a row. That means a pistol could throw this into the mix. But I think GX right now are in a very good spot. And I'm waiting to see, okay, what more do Pacific have if they're going to challenge more on this map?
Well, a 2-round gap with 2 left to play for. We could end up neck and neck, and a big investment from Pacific. The op in hands for CNET, cash to buy up in the next if needed, thanks to that victory being pretty damn clean. So they've got the ability to fight for both of these, but as you said, expectations. We're about 5 for GX. They've already exceeded, which now puts the pressure on for Pacific to deliver. Flickless revealed in the corner. Hunter's Fury on its way. It won't find its mark, but they're spamming the cross back out. He's on 11 HP, but somehow survives. And that what should have been an opening pick for Pacific. Pressure applied to this side of the map instead results in the rotate going in with deep control for Ara. Early rotation through the spawn, but it's all on Ara. How much can he get here? A favored situation. It looks to get even better, but hold on. Valorant in 7. They pulled this back. Pacific somehow are now in the lead. Flickless on 11's walking into Valorant and winning the fight. Okay, neck and neck again.
Well, the way we've got here isn't pretty. I don't like it, but we are in a 3v3. The man they're walking into is Westside. Oh, not really going to play a part here. It's all going to be about those headshots. So the first one's clean, but doesn't manage anything more. His 2 teammates on the other side of the map, and well, even after the last fight, Flickless is still on 11 HP.
Well, Ninja's not looking any healthier. I mean, we've got about as even a fight as you can imagine. Early info for GX, cleared out Garrett's window, look towards sight now where both players sit. The headshot delivered, and the man with 11 HP. Somehow, he was in that first fight. They sent everything his way. Reveals, Hunter's Furies, the entire team spamming him as he exits the corner. And in the end of the round, he's still drawing breath. He's the one carrying them across the finish line. Fair play, Flickless. My goodness.
I don't think Valorant is going to sleep tonight. Like, that is one of those rounds where you just go like, you needed to connect the bullet.
11 HP.
He should have been, like, the fact that he's re-swinging mid, like, even the way you set it up, you're like, well, he's dead.
He's a madman.
He's dead. Like, he's got to be dead. He's currently 12 and 6. We talked about the sort of swap of roles, him taking over from Westside, and maybe it being a little bit of a downgrade, if anything, but he has looked very good in this map. And a round that can, yeah, pretty much single-handedly put down to him. And
now,
whiffs.
GX lose their trip early on towards B. Got to fill in that space. That almost works as an early rotate, though. Cloud's much closer by, but with an op. Oh, he's going to want to get there before the push comes in. Buying time doesn't seem to work out, but then Flickless steps up to the plate. Cage to play around, finds another! And eventually, he will fall, but he's done more than his fair share. Still some slack to be picked up. And a 2 versus 2! Nice work by Ara, coming in from heaven just in time, and Cloud's following up. Now they'll double swing. 7 manages to isolate one, dodges the shots, and slides in for a little action. Neon on Neon, wide goes Ara, and puts 7 in the dirt.
It's an 8-4 half, but it could have been one of a million different scorelines with the way that the last few rounds have gone. I don't know how we can explain anything that's just been going on. Do you know what I've heard, though, Mitch?
What's that?
I've heard on the grapevine that we don't need to explain things that have been going on.
Oh.
Because there is a man who is maybe slightly smarter than us, and that man is called Mini, who's going to show us how to do Viper Walls.
There was a lot of yapping this week about Viper Walls on Haven from a bunch of coaches. And as the most storied coach in Valorant with all the trophies, that means my opinion is 100% fact. And so I want to show you guys what my favorite Viper Wall is on Haven. If we bring that up. Okay, I don't see it at all, guys. Okay, my favorite Viper Wall is this one, which is a variation on Loud's Viper Wall. And then the reason why I like it, first reason is because it allows you to push middle as a duelist. You don't get seen by the turrets or the defaulters. Second reason, it helps you to defend garage space. You have to run through the Viper Wall there. Third reason is because it helps you on the backside holds here. This is actually Vitality's variation here. It has a little slither to allow the Viper to get a kill. Underrated reason here is because it facilitates retakes, allowing you to cut off the sightlines from the front and the back of the site. And lastly, it gives you access to the best Viper orb on the map, on the A side of the map, allowing you to defend. So that is all the reasons why I love this wall. Let's see if Pacific go for that too.
Very well put, Mini. I think at this stage, I'm just a bit disappointed, to be honest. It might be because you ran out of time there. But I imagine if there wasn't the technical blip, we would have seen the next wall, which was, of course, just straight up mid from window. Asserting dominance is really what it's all about. I don't know if you've seen that, but Angel, big fan of it. And yeah, I really hope to see it. It's more of an attack side wall, you know, just one like that. It's a little crooked, but you get the vibe. Cut the door in half, cause confusion, assert dominance, easy rounds. The Q, don't you disrespect my boy, all right? That's my rivals duo.
He used an op in the skirmish. We're allowed to disrespect
Only
him.
for 2 rounds. Only for 2 rounds. It's fine.
The 2 that closed it. Wow. This pistol's going to be really important for Pacific. They left this map open. I guess they watched how GX would dismantle on this map last week. And as of right now, they have not been able to recreate that. Already the C site completely under enemy control. They're hunting for the lurker. The lurker is chilling with his friends. That is Flickless. He's on site. And they aren't getting in on that flank, but the second this trip is broken, yeah, you're immediately going to see players start to look the other way, start to realize that they're being encroached on. And the worry as well for Pacific is this has been quite a slow look at the retake. That time has been ticking.
Keep on ticking it. Shall Paranoia sent through. Now it's time for Pacific to close the distance, but they haven't accounted for Flickless up close. Already taking one, leaving another on a sliver of health, and it looks like nothing but a sea of success for GX. CNED, 10 health and a dream, but a dream soon to come to an end. Great work by GX, and with this pistol, victory seems assured.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I came into this thinking, okay, if this is even an 8-4 in the other direction, GX's attack side was good enough that I would still be fairly confident they could turn it around. Them being 9-4 up and just about heading into their attack side, yeah, I'm very confident. I think that clearly Pacific saw what happened when we can recreate that, and GX have obviously gone back to the drawing board. As I said, their defense was a lot more dynamic, a lot more playing into those retakes, which is what you can do when you have an aggressive comp, and now they get to play on the side that was pretty decent versus Vitality. and where Westside was an absolute monster.
Which in this half was the first half as well.
Yes.
So pretty good signs that will
This
continue.
is his better half. I don't know if he'll get more kills because he might run out of rounds.
Yes, that is the concern. But for Pacific,
Maybe get 2 aces.
maybe they can help him out by closing the gap a little, giving him a few 3K round losses. This feels unlikely with how things have gone so far. And remember, next map up, not so favorable for GX, but if they're playing like this, if they're looking this dominant, who knows?
He's done the Houdini magic trick wrong. You're not supposed to die at the end.
Take the gun away at least.
That would be a way more terrifying magic trick.
It would. You ever seen The Prestige? It's a phenomenal movie. I won't explain how that plays into
story
it.
as well.
I must have missed that title card. I must have missed that one come up.
Well, they're just going to die to the spike, aren't they?
Yeah.
There's not really anything else you could do here. Do you want to give Westside more orbs?
No.
No. Does he only need 1? So is he going to run at you? Yes. Does he have anything to lose? No.
He's getting his orb one way or another here. As soon as you hear that flash, you know you messed up by being anywhere close to this angle. Oh, no. Oh, no. He's got 2 out of that. I mean, they've only got classics, but, you know, they say strength in numbers, but he's picked the herd apart. Phenomenal job. And again, not just the ult, it's the confidence builder. He could have walked in there and got shut down. He'd be happy enough. But to take 2 with you, you just feel like you're so much better. And right now, it looks like he is.
Hey, where are you going?
Oh, he's having a good time. Pipson's having a good time. Waylander's having... it seemed like he was having an okay time. But right now, yeah, we've got to look at this as a must-win round for Pacific. Rifles on the board for GX, and they have an ultimate to play with. Mitch, I'm going to be honest with you. They might just be able to take this bonus.
Yeah, I have no reason to doubt it. No reason whatsoever. I'd like to see how things are working inside GX. That's what I've been wondering all game, but you know what? It's time to take a listen.
I'm stand 140. Hey, walk, come. Walk garage.
They left mid, I think.
You're gonna walk garage. Omen was garage, Cloud. You can do...
Of course. This trap was behind the box now. Fuck. Omen, backside.
Go towards side, go towards side, you.
They're giving up C, by the way.
Yeah, he's city. He's top city.
It's just like me, for real.
Can't believe he was behind the box. Nice job by Cupert. There's Flickless down, and Grabinho, last man standing. If he makes this happen, we end the game, end the series here and now. Nice paranoia, but he'll be put to bed. Okay, a nice round for Pacific, a little flawless on the board, but they have quite the climb back to rise back into this series.
Yeah, and this is one of those moments, so you get an in-zone flawless off the back of what has been a bit of a rougher time. You get that economy booming, you get yourself into a position where maybe you could build something back into this half. We are looking at it though as
nice, let's go guys, good job. Nice.
As the players other than Seven, because Seven's had like, well, let's put it up. He had won 50% of their rounds up until that point, which it's not a great sign. But he's 18 and 11 as a duelist Neon who's diving into sites. He's doing his job. You now have to look at the rest of the team. CNED, I want to see more. You are that defensive side aggressor. You've got the ability to steal TP out. I'm expecting damage from him here.
Yeah, 7 duelist Neon after the attack side, after losing 8-4. Phenomenal work from him. But how deep does the bench go on Pacific? And right now, well, the bench narrowing out a little bit. Only room for 4 left, but in comes 7, now on site ready to defend this Ninja. Has timing to walk through that smoke, but Westside was watching it. It all falls into the hands of 7 yet again. This time, only 2. More than their share, certainly. So much more to be done. Damage onto Westside, but a wall's going to give him a little bit more health to play with. And the flash might mean it just doesn't matter.
Cover going out. Oh, they know where they are as well. So he's going to actually wrap back through Heaven.
Nasty.
Still has a flash available as well, so jumping out might be a bit of a risk, but never mind. Westside with his 3rd of the round, and Flickless there to close once again. This said how devastating this Phoenix on attack can be, especially in his hands, or more so in his hands than many others.
Yeah.
But it's exactly what I'm talking about. you have your duelist on the site who's able to come out with 2 kills while everybody else has fallen. You have to kind of look at other people and go, okay.
You cannot kill in the back? What's happening? Where is this ace that you did?
Oh. Well, I mean, he did get 2 there. I don't think 7 did anything particularly bad. Fair enough. They're giving it to him.
He's the guy standing up. You got to give it to the guy standing up. You don't give it to the guy sitting down.
11-5. Pacific feels like, although we talked about GX as the sleeping giants, it's Pacific who haven't woken up today, but 7 wide awake, taking the first. It's West Side down, the big danger, but now more threats pop up. A shot missed. Oh no! Oh, the man that we've come to look at as one of the best. The prince that was promised long ago, and my goodness, that's not what we were looking to see here today. How far they've fallen, 12-5, and I'm begging you, EVS team, I'm on my knees begging you, don't give us that in slow-mo. At full speed, fair enough, but just let's not see the hero that once was there for EMEA, our champion. Let's not see him at his lowest. I don't want to. I don't think I can take it.
I'm surprised we're not already looking at it, I'll be honest.
Mid-round replay.
I'm surprised the second you said it, we are just going to go to that. But it's hard, but it really does feel like we're in a scenario where there's only one player on the server for Pacific. And the second that we see 7 go down, it's round over. I think we've had pretty much every single other player just whiff massively at some point. Like this one I can forgive because it's a neon sliding across. Oh, it's getting slower as well.
Oh, he hit him in the end though, didn't he? Almost
yeah, he did.
had him.
55.
That was the op shot missed right before it as well.
They were so busy slowing it down, they forgot to bleep the swear word. And now we've just cut to Pips and laughing at him. Brilliant, brilliant. Yeah, let's not be mean to our previous champion. Oh no, let's just bully him as much as possible. Dear Lord.
Oh my God, Ara, I didn't know you had it in you. Fair play, man.
It's actually nuts that he's got 21 kills and the next highest has 9. Like, I don't want to be a scoreboard Steven, but in this case, it's actually accurate. Like, I have seen CNED whiff. I've definitely seen Valorant whiff, and that's the thing. You go back to kickoff. The reason I'm being so critical is he was one of their best players. Like, he was a highlight when they came close in some of those games. He wasn't last week. He struggled in the first game. He's struggling here now, and that's a real worry because you can't have a 1-2 punch of like, okay, 7 plus him or 7 plus Ninja if these players are not showing up.
And on the other side, no shortage of players standing tall.
That's going in the end of day highlights, isn't it?
Oh, 100%. 100%. Get the hour quote in there. Oh, I wasn't expecting that. Well, 12-5. 7 in a row needed for Pacific, more than double their current stance, far more than double their current
7
streak.
In a row. 7 aces, you mean, right?
They've just been bullied. There's no need for you to join in.
Okay.
West Side and Ara, okay. Trade it out. CNED. He's heard the criticism. He saw the replay and he said, not again. Not like that. The Prince is back, baby. Where's his throne? Let's go, CNED. Get that one slow mode. Beautiful. Oh, thank God.
Can we just run the Arako again? It works here as well. It works here.
Woo-wee! Couldn't hit a barn door last round, but now look at him go.
Wow, it feels that long ago, does
Last game too, as well, to be fair, but let's move past that.
Okay, 6 more of those needed.
See, it wasn't an ace.
Yeah.
It wasn't an ace. It was a 4K. That's half the rounds have come from 4 or 5Ks.
Now we only
let's
need
move
6, 7.
You know, chat's going wild now. You know what you've done. You know what you've done.
He's truly back. He's back. It's 2021 again. Oh, no, it's not. We're back in 2026. Cupid has managed to trade things back into an advantage. Hunter's Fury through. They're kind of boxed in, but I felt like he was closer to hitting his teammates there than hitting anyone else, but maybe a missed call, maybe a little bit of a worry that somebody has managed to slip the net. Ninja still has the drone. going to be broken. Paranoia immediately in, and Cloud tries to cover. This should be a clearance. Grabinho does well. And now left to, well, the man of the moment, but not this time. Okay, the streak continues. Pacific have found their footing. They still need 5 in a row.
The worst part about that is they, just on the way out, they saw that Grabinho had TP. Let's play a game. Where could he possibly have TP'd to if not that corner? It's like the only place he'd go, and no one checked it. They gave him a chance to wipe the whole team.
If he jumped, he could have got behind the...
But they saw in the reveal he was not jumping. They saw feet on the floor. So it wasn't logs. Maybe he went onto Plat in the open. Yeah, it's loud, which affects their vision, of course. A bit of an oversight, but they adjusted quick enough. Grabinho didn't get a 3K spray down and end the game, thank God. And Pacific, they get another bite of the cherry. It's 7 down early. Great flash. But this is something we've seen so many times, even last week from GX. The Phoenix flash in the same position being used.
That's the first time
Pacific
they've done that.
completely caught off guard by it. That's not a good sign.
I think we have cut, I think our observers done a great job of cutting to that flash almost every time he's done it. So even if they watch the VOD, they will have seen that flash.
Genuinely, yeah.
Grabinho got tagged. Silver linings. 7 is dead again, though. But, you know, last 2 rounds, they haven't needed him at all, so it's not a problem. Ninja, great position. Should be at least 1 and 2. And Grabinho's low. You know, if anything, it's an advantage. VALORANT, at least he's traded evenly.
Yeah, it was clean as well, Tom. It was so clean. That's the important part.
Yeah, really clean.
So, just precision off the charts. And now, backside, CNED isolated from Cupid. Looks like Cupid's going to make his way through Garage to meet up, but CNED's already backed up, given the space, great awareness, and a good play in the 2v2. Pacific, another round on the board, now 12-8. This loss stops being the story that we were selling of, oh, look, I'm worried even about Pearl if Pacific can't show up. Now individuals are activated. CNED had possibly the worst whiff of his life, and then popped off ever since. And this is what we wanted to see. Back on the horse.
Nice! Bro, the off-angle god is there, bro.
I don't know what he said.
The off-angle god is there, bro.
Oh, got you. Okay.
Don't worry, I'm...
Thank you. Thank you for that.
I'm a good translator from English to English.
Just, none of those words landed for me. I don't know what happened there.
If anyone needs a translator from English to English, I got you. Don't worry. I'm here to help.
Oh, here we go. Deep play by 7, and Cloud just clarts him. Unbelievable. Cupid stuck inside the window will be slid on by Ara. This is chaos. I've seen death matches with more of a defensive and offensive line, more structure than what I'm witnessing here, and don't slow it down. For God's sake.
He hit the shot.
What
is going on?
What is he doing?
No, they forgot about Westside's ult. He went back into the corner, and there was nobody covering the ult anymore.
He didn't move.
Oh, no.
Wasn't he out of ult for like a second there and just staring at a wall?
I guess either he assumed he was dead or it was still delayed. Nonetheless, somehow CNED now has a chance. Ara is looking the other way, but his teammates a little bit further away. There's still a chance to fight this. CNED's going to get the kill through the smoke. Somehow this is a 1v1. If I had hair, it would be falling out, but you never know. Greatest clutch of all time. Grabinho on the other side. Time has been ticking. CNED needs to move, He spotted him, but Grabinho's going to close it. Oh, the round is over. So is the game. GX are a map up.
A clean and clinical map from both sides. You could brush over this with a fine-tooth comb and you'd be struggling to find even an error. With that said, it's time to go down to the sideline interview with Flickless.
Well, he's not with me just yet because we know how difficult it is. And, you know, he's putting his shoes on to how difficult it is to get number 13. You can come down, join me here. Are you guys struggling to close it out? Sure. But I have to say in the earlier part, your Cypher was insane. What's changed to have such a showing on an agent like that?
I don't know. I just watch Westy and I just do what he does, you know? That's all I do.
Okay, and of course, the you know, elephant in the room, the fact that it did struggle a little bit for you guys in map 1. What happened? You just wanted to let them feel themselves so the final blow was tougher?
I mean, he was popping off a bit on the neon, you know, so we just let him have his time.
next map will be a bit different, I think.
Okay, I like that. Already alluding to what's going to happen next map. Ollie, go back, join the team there. And while that's happening, we can head to a break on the other side. We'll see if it is going to be any different for GX.
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
틱틱 문을 차고 있죠. 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아. I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당. 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁. 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not. 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot.
Tough guy 더 혀꼬여서 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade They forgot to shave That just a wall 맛보게 fade 끝이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 judge you can't change 내게 나서 plan B 요즘 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne Broken and bruised What's left to lose Here on the edge of forever If I never win I'll never fly Win I'll sacrifice Fight until the final hour Pain is my superpower Keep my head up high Ride through rain or shine Can't have sleep without the sun Pain is my superpower
This world never saw me coming. I kick down every door they lock. No rules, only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me.
If I never win, I'll never fly. Win, I'll sacrifice. Fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high. Ride through rain or shine. Can't have sleep without the sun. Pain is my superpower. Fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower.
This is the first time you played Haven this year. Were you prepared for it? I mean, yeah, of course. Otherwise, we wouldn't leave it open. I mean, I don't think we played honestly that bad. I think many rounds were close. We were prepared for them. We didn't execute some things properly, or at least the way the coaching staff would have loved to. But yeah, apart from that, yeah, of course we were prepared for it.
Yeah, I think that we
we misunderstood a couple of things on the game plan, but I think in terms of micro, the map looks good. We were doing what we expect from them. It's all about the micro, and I think a little mistake that can happen first time on the map when you play an official. But yeah, we were ready for it.
Welcome back, everybody, to VCT EMEA. That is a lovely first map that goes the way of GIANTX. Mini, we were just hearing the coaches from Pacific saying that the micro wasn't really there, that they have already seen where the mistakes were and how the planning was wrong. Were you that quick when you were a coach?
Sometimes if I really hated stuff, I guess. I think it's obvious with a game plan. If you have a game plan coming into a game and then you realize that Alfie has forgotten everything, then you're going to be like, okay, we can see the problem.
You know who didn't forget? Westside. I don't think so. When we take a look here at the numbers, I think that if we take a look at the bottom, we see GIANTX, you know, they win both pistols. Also in that first half, we have that incredible performance coming in from the side of 7.
Yeah, I think there's some copium here for Pacific that, yeah, they lost both pistols. They made it kind of close. But I think the reality of the situation is that they need wins. Like, they can't look better than kickoff. They need to actually win because, again, this matchup pretty much determines who goes through the group or not, in my opinion.
Yeah, anything could happen. Still, it's open. But yeah, I see your concerns. But at the end of the day, it was the first haven for Pacific this year, and they still have a lot of things to explore as a team. Losses being one of them. But let's take a look at the winners, because I was mentioning Westside. We also heard from Flickless there in the interview. What a performance these two had on Haven.
Yeah, it's interesting. I kind of pointed out that two of them are having to flex around, and that can hurt your performance. Like, ideally, you want to be playing the same kind of role over and over again. And then they decided to, you know, prove me wrong, and Westside is once again amazing on Phoenix. And this time, Flickless was actually popping on the Cypher too. I liked what he was saying before with Nat, who said, you know, how did you learn how to do this? And he was like, oh, I just watched Westy, which is a really good dynamic to have in a team, where you have someone who's really good at an agent, and to just be like, well, could you just teach them how to do it? And I don't have to, Pipson's like, I don't really have to do the work here. You could do it for me.
I think that next time that we go and kiss to victory for GIANTX is everybody play like you're Westside on Cypher. But yeah, it's very good to see that they are finding some comfort. We speak about the struggles that they can have, but also we need to highlight when that goes into comfort.
Yeah, I think one thing is that we didn't really know where they stood this week. Like I said, that I wasn't impressed too much by what happened last week, but I think that was just Vitality maybe putting them in their place. Like, it's a kind of good thing that having Vitality look that good, and then GIANTX still looking decent against opposition that they should realistically be beating.
We speak about these changes, and you speak about Vitality putting them in their place. Let's see what Pipson had to say from his new spot.
For your team? I don't think so, because I think when we played Pearl, we didn't play Phoenix as well, so it's you cannot say that it's like a replacement for Yoru, because it's like still a completely different agent. It's more about that it's probably working good with Neon, in terms of that you can have your Neon balls and you can flash through them, and at the same time it's also opponents playing Neon almost every time, and Phoenix is really good against these things. Like you can have ideas with your own Neon wall, you can have you can still counterplay, like, or do certain things against an enemy Neon, like using her wall into your advantage, similar that a lot of teams also play Viper. So like it comes that there are too many walls when Phoenix is just good, but I don't think it even can be possible for a replacement for Yoru, just because the main idea of Yoru was I have fast TP and rotation.
For attack, it is a replacement. For a defense, it's not.
That's true.
And our next map is going to be Pearl. A lot of thoughts there from the coach confession room, Mini.
Yeah, I once bumped into Pipson with his wife once, and his poor wife was sat there for like 3 hours whilst me and him were just yapping away.
Were you standing?
We were standing on the stairs, yeah. So that's
even on the stairs, and she was just there?
Poor girl. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Pearl.
And at no point during the 3 hours you felt like you...
It wasn't 3 hours, but let's be right. Eventually I was like, I feel sorry for you. I bet it's like this all the time. And she was like, yeah, he just likes to talk about Valorant all the time, which is a good thing to be.
You feel sorry, but do you feel as sorry for her as you felt for GIANTX and what they had to undergo here on Pearl last week against Vitality? Because a 13-3...
No, they put it on themselves.
Why?
Because they, like I said before, they play very aggressive on Haven, which is really good. But what they were doing last week with this tail fade was they weren't exploring the map enough, I don't think. They were all inning a lot of strats on the attack side. And I feel like that's a problem with this comp. You want to explore the extremities and kind of...
So speaking about extremities, I love what you're saying, but in the extreme of my screen, I see VALORANT and Vito. Thoughts?
Thoughts? Interesting.
Interesting. You're seeing it with the double duelist, the solo controller, which is not something that we see a lot.
We've seen Pacific run this before on buying the Vito, and it looks pretty decent. They had a lot of micro ideas. I'd like to see him kind of set up people to get into forward positions and see if Giant X can actually use their initiator utility this week to actually take the map. Because last week they won.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we're speaking about Pacific that, yes, they might have struggled. They're still, you know, looking for those wins. But at the end of the day, they chose this map. They chose Pearl for this encounter. And I cannot wait to see what our casters have to say about this. Give it up to you, Tom and Mitch.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's time to get into map number 2. Pacific, they've taken a bit of a fall, and now they've got to prove that that hasn't finished them. Bouncing back towards the end, though, Tom, I do come into this map more confident than I would have before we started to see players wake up on their side. With that said, you also have GX, who had a terrible showing on this map last week. Ara, who's still playing the Waylay, and he went 1-8 on first kills last time. Now this is a much harder Waylay to entry on. I'm very curious how this one's going to look from GX in terms of their attack side, which we'll see in the second half.
Yeah, for sure. I can only assume that this means that their goal with the agent is more about him being able to take space rather than set up somebody else, which when you look at what comp they're running, they don't actually have like a Neon or something secondary that if he dives in, uses the stun as he could in the past, someone else is there. No, they won't be there. So clearly they had another goal overall, so I don't necessarily hate it. I did hate watching how it happened last time, though. So I want to see if, again, though, they managed to fix a lot of their issues from when they played Vitality. We've now got to see if they've been able to do that in fairly quick fashion.
Well, aggression from GX. We saw this as a downside on the previous map, something Pacific were ready for, but this time Valorant lurking out on that Vito, gets caught off guard. West side delivering headshots! And now a 4 versus 2 thanks to his efforts. The flank coming through, connects every shot, and 4v1, the IGL of Pacific. A kill under his belt already, but 20 HP left. D is done for, and Flickless makes sure of it.
Yeah, solid pistol, and a solid pistol for Ara, more importantly. What did you say? He was 1-8? He's already 1-0.
First
so
kills,
the one is there. Yeah, he was 4-14 overall in that map, so it was definitely a rough day out. Again, like, I'm going to caveat it. They were up against Vitality. We have very high expectations of Vitality. And also just like some of the rounds they lost were like Chronicle winning a 1v3 and like things where you go like, how that happens. That happens to everyone who's ever played against Chronicle. Even still, this is where the expectation is going to be higher on Pacific. It's their map choice. A map which haven't been massively successful on when they played it before, but
2-0.
Yeah, there you go. It's already almost guaranteed to be better than last time, unless he dies first for like the rest of the rounds of the game.
Yeah, even then, 2 openings set your team up for success. It might balance out. Nicely done. Pressure on Grubby, but he's still alive. They're really trying to finish him up, but they can't land the last shot. Grubby's got so much backup there. Everybody chipping in. In my rank game, I'm dead 4 times already, but fair enough, man. That's a good team. GX 2-0, and a strong start as well. This hasn't been scrappy so far.
Yeah, been a little bit more confident. Happy to get aggressive, but it's kind of in the next round where we'll see if things get a little bit tougher for them. Obviously, this is where the buy comes up for the side of Pacific. This is where they can look to set that pace a little bit more without having that same level of disadvantages. But I just want to see how Seven and CNED are going to work off of each other. It's, again, quite an explosive, quite an aggressive attack side comp. And we haven't been seeing too much of that raise recently.
Well, a slow approach. 3 players towards B long, but no intention of fully pushing down, just robbing some info with the smoke, and they'll back off. See how they handle this one. Let's jump in with the comms again.
Can we pick here together?
Yes, wait.
1, 2.
We poke B-Link, we go
I
can poke B-Link with my Roomba, okay? Yeah. I need to smoke, smoke? Yeah, I can smoke close. Yeah, smoke and then I Roomba. Roaming now.
I'm ready to pressure, tell me.
Walk art.
I
walk two. Keep walking art and you pressure two.
Yeah, tell me when.
Okay, go pressure A. We
now.
activate here. One. I'm in con. Two. Swing. They're anchoring side, guys. Do you have raise nade? Raise nade backside, like secret. We just need to raise in secret. I'm coming. I only have smoke for flower. Go speed up.
Main.
Stop side.
1, 2. Nading. Close main. Hold the main player.
Low HP Astra.
Speed up already. Go.
I see side.
Oh, now full site control landing into their hands as we saw and heard, but now GX have got players at the gates ready to rally back through on the retake, and the spike still hasn't gone down. Utility making a bit of an issue, and a wide swing from Cloud. He's got one from miles away. West side chimes in. Grubby's there too, and Cupert, the last man standing. He tries to find the final player, but the final player finds him. He knew about Cloud, but Grubby landing the death blow, puts 3-0 up for GX. A strong start if ever we've seen one, especially with how Pacific moved towards that site. They're aware someone's going to be sitting there, but Cloud still manages to get away with 2.
Yeah, I think as well, you just see the value that we always spoke about.
Nice ground.
When they play those double initiators. Like, it was the first usage of the drone from Cloud, takes away all the abilities, also reveals players at the back of the site we saw from Flickless. It's one of those things where, like, okay, sure, you can't really get into your post plants, but also it just means they can take all of those risks of swinging everybody in early because you already know where everybody's going to be.
Well, this is now still a decent buy for Pacific. They've come in with the light shields on most players, still got the rifles to work around. The money potentially getting out of control on GX with a clean round here. It makes sense that they still want to commit to this and not take it a little bit slower. You can see Salvo's lined up. The attempt. He obviously can't see the player icons as we can. He's attempting to box them into this fight if they do overextend, allowing his teammates to have a favorable fight, but they're getting the idea on the side of GX that this play will come towards Art instead. Players shifting back and forth, waiting for Pacific to strike, but as time ticks on, no move being made, which is fine for GX with all the space that they've got towards the enemy spawn.
Looked like there was an opportunity, but not too much damage done. 40 seconds left on the clock as Pacific now need to, well, I say need to get a move on. They need to make a decision. They're now coming back out towards the B side, which is a decent read. Even still, though, Aras managed to get in behind them. The man advantage claimed by GX, but a post plant on that B side looking pretty likely.
Yeah, we saw him posturing for that fight, and Ara catches him off guard, finds another. The push up from 7, spotted as well, but the punish is still there. A 3 versus 2, Pacific having again to climb up. The squad that was bottom of the table last stage now falling behind in this series already. One series behind them that didn't go all too well, and the end of stage 1 could be just around the corner for them. Cupert manages to land one, CNET on another, and there he is! We saw glimpses towards the end of the last map, and a big play might just reignite that flame for CNET.
He finally gets to have his neon revenge. Use that slide to his own advantage. I was definitely worried from the point where they didn't know Flickless was that far in.
Yes, baby! Come on, come on.
Bien, vamos.
It's about the most energetic I've seen CNET in years.
I don't know. You remember when he elbowed that table?
That is true.
That was energetic.
That.
It wasn't positive energy.
No.
But it was energetic.
As bubbly as I've
never
seen
forget that. That was one of my favorite moments ever.
Especially because the old meme was like, CNET when he wins, CNET when he loses.
Yeah,
it's just him staring at the screen.
He's like, elbow table.
Back here. Bye.
Nice little bit of info for Ara. Maybe clicked that earlier than he wanted to. But he finds them all here, and so the rotate already underway. Decent buy for Pacific, of course, yet again, with a rocket launcher. It only finds one, and it's a trade. Ara's been doing so well. Another opening duel under his belt. Being on fire, but hold on! He might have opened the round, but the door shut in their face on the way through that cosmic divide. Cloud all alone, 3 to take down, and chances looking slim to none. A high, low, lower setup in play, and that's going to get another round for Pacific.
Yeah, a great round from VALORANT, especially. Mentioned that he's had a pretty quiet start to not only week 1, but the previous map as well. And I was just going to say, it's unlucky with how many sort of like light shields and weaker purchases into that round. The one player Ara shoots, it takes a bullet. Like, that's enough for him to go down with it. But then it was the attempt to get in before. We heard last week when talking about Pearl, Mini was saying that the post plant on that B site's really hard to break through. So they tried to go early. They tried to get through the Cosmic Divide, and well, that was their demise.
Well, round 6, and again, presence towards B, but CNED waiting outside of A is going to be at least destroying the Prowler, keeping boots on the ground on that side of the map as West side falls, but a push through mid. We've seen it before, and Ara, he's just got in range, I believe, to hear that trap. Doesn't want to give them the information and sits back waiting. VALORANT, though, suspicious of a flanker, thinking that with no presence on B and a man down, they'd already take info elsewhere, and he spots him. Doesn't take the kill or the fight, but this is almost better for him. Not avoid, you know, he goes out for it eventually, scares me a little bit. You don't really want to give them opportunities to pick up those better weapons, to take fights back into their hands, and CNED does well to shut down that mid-aggression. Now the world is Pacific's oyster.
Yeah, they needed to clear out that player, because otherwise they might be walking into a B stack. And instead, it actually sells the opposite idea. We've cleared one player out. Grabinho spots the Prowler, but they are now going back in the other direction, leaving that timer maybe a little bit lower than I'd like. The one real danger from my perspective here is the salvo. And actually the C's.
Yeah.
Like, there's a few pieces of utility here that the lower that clock gets, the scarier things are. And if they think they've sold a full fake out here, that could be a little bit more of a problem. Here goes the potential of that C's. There goes the salvos. Cupid's not going to survive, but 7 is waiting. The second player close enough that it isn't too dangerous. Spams would need to kill him, and it doesn't. Now it shouldn't be too dangerous.
Oh, well, already getting an ult out of Ninja in this round. It's
not too bad.
He's chipping away at the ult economy. See if that, pardon me, damage can be done. I like the Pacific just took that safe space towards Art. Goal! Let's see how safe it is.
He's got
2 left, both towards this angle, but time is going to be a big factor. 7 pushes forward. The Cosmic Divide shrouding his steps as he gets up close, but a player behind. It's Grubby, who's ended up taking the kills. CNED shot in the back, and the round falls into the hands of GX once again. But this time, it's gonna have so much more of a sting to it. A round that never should have been.
Yeah, it just seemed like they had 2 completely different ideas of how to play that post plant. 2 players fairly aggressive in their stance, swinging in, and then 2 players sat back. And the second you give Cloud his ult, that puts the entire round in doubt.
It was our eco.
Yeah. Yes, 2 slightly different outlooks.
Some strong words.
No, he was actually saying, guys, that was really unlucky.
Yes.
Anyone could have lost that.
Excellent lip reading there, Tom. I need a little bit of work, but
also
it's a good
translation,
baseline.
because I imagine you said it in Spanish.
Quite possibly, yes. Well, that round really hopeful. I mean, on Pacific's camp, they'll hope it's a blip in the radar, but that's a really big blow to be dealt early on.
There's been a fair few blips.
On a map where GX have looked so poor previously, now coming in with Ara playing the nerfed Waylay, and well, it looks like he's gotten a buff individually. And this, I love this play. Super passive from GX. So many of the rounds have had them pushing up mid, taking space, taking fights. Pacific gear up for that, look for early mid fight, take the free space. And all the while, the strength here is the control in A main, the Cypher setup on B, and the fact that they will sit back for the most part and just wait. The only real risk is Grubby, and they are about to pressure him.
Well, I think as well, VALORANT's just used Evolution, so he's going to be able to avoid a lot of this utility. That's a surprise factor that I still feel like some might not necessarily be used to. But he's dead. He's not immune to a bullet to the face. Nightfall hits onto 7, so he's down to just 1 health, and that time is ticking with their players slowly being diminished. They haven't even destroyed any of the trips. It's going to make things even harder to get through this utility unscathed. Well, nice shots from Ninja. He's given them an opportunity again. The salvo's still online. The jump across is risky. But that was the danger, and now the spike on the deck. Round over, unless they overface. which they shouldn't.
No, it would be a crazy round to throw.
It would be a crime.
Genuinely, yeah, they would be investigated. But for GX, really nice, man. The fact that late round aggression still comes into play, but they avoid it early on. They don't pressure the predictable play around mid that we've seen from them so often. Instead, it's the super late walk up through A after they confirm the hits coming in there. Didn't even notice that very well played by Cloud to be wary and ready for that scrap. And 5-2. This is a strong lead for GX and a timeout coming in from Pacific now as they see that this series is spiraling out of control. And not just that, think about how much more is on the horizon for them. This squad would be 2-0 down. You see it, you've seen it throughout the game on our scoreboard up top. 0 wins, 1 loss. Now in a group of 5, you go 0-2 and your life becomes a living hell.
Well, yeah, also bear in mind that Pacific would still have to play Fnatic and Vitality as 2 of those teams. And they'd almost definitely need to win one of those games. So it's a pretty brutal run through from here on out. The easier game would be Eternal Fire, and we saw them take a run at Fnatic last week. So it's definitely a bleak scenario to be in. And as I said, the team that loses this is the team I expect to finish at the bottom of the barrel, because it's going to be so difficult to come back from. The other side of things as well is that we're still seeing those sort of like those errors. Like, there's no doubt that there's some brilliance. Like, Seven has showed it, the double aces. I think Ninja in that last round, that 2K was really clean. It's just we haven't seen enough of it all at the same time. But then when you lose like a 2v4 versus a team that's playing an eco, you kind of then go, yeah, those are the bits I want to see ironed out.
Yeah, some work to be done. In terms of time for stage 1, and
CNET Bucky
very much running out. And next week you face a Fnatic hot off the back of the battle against Vitality. And if they lose that one, you're going to face a wounded Fnatic, and that's the worst Fnatic to face.
It's either way is bad. If they beat Vitality, you go, oh, they're strong as hell. It might be the best team in the group. If they lose, you go, oh, they're going back to the drawing board.
Yeah.
So wait, you can't even take it to the maps they would lose, because you know that they're probably the team most likely to fix those mistakes. So yeah, it's a really bad time to face them. So it'd be nice to go in with a win.
It would. Things looking unlikely here. What should be a strength for Pacific, and more importantly, a weakness for GX. It's played out in an unexpected manner.
Okay, so CNED with the Bucky. There we go. I was about to say, CNED with the Bucky made a little bit of sense. Cooper with the Bucky makes absolutely no sense. So
just pop a load of smokes and run through them.
He has this. I am sure with his Team Liquid Academy days, he was very used to just playing awful weapons and giving the guns to young, crazy, talented players.
30 seconds left.
You're in the tier 1 now, bud. You could take the gun sometimes.
No wall to break through, but nobody watching that cross. If it's a blitz towards elbow, there's danger for Grubby, but he will be slowed for now. Great timing from Ara, going out for the fight, finding one, and now the dash out. Made it up into heaven. Wonderful work from Ara. And again, success for GX in dominant fashion with an in-zone flawless on the board. Pacific are being left in the dust.
Yeah, I actually I don't know if this will manifest itself as much on the attack side, but I almost quite like it for Ara's sake that that combo of utility has died. Because then it's like, oh, can you dive in and do this? Doesn't work anymore,
no,
sorry. I'm just going to
sorry.
have to use my utility for me and maybe sit on an angle with an operator, the thing I'm good at. So it might remove some of the players just having to like literally die all the time. I think that was the case even when we saw some of the changes to Jet, where it's just like, yeah, I'm not just going to dash into a smoke anymore every round.
Definitely from what we're seeing, it's benefiting. I think, though, here on the defense, it separates it out into being more individual pieces of utility for individual moments, right? When you go to the attack, I'm curious to see how he's going to make use of this agent. Because, yeah, again, you maybe do want to be diving in, but just for info this time, making that recall much quicker, just one operation instead of two. But I'm not super sold on it, but I also haven't seen it in this patch just yet. And with how Ara's playing right now, you might not even need to go to that old style. The op trained in on an angle. It's now being smoked off. The jump up would be risky, and you'd maybe even have to burn your recall for it, just as a safety. But instead, they lose any information there. And now Pacific can walk up to A, where There's still quite a lot waiting for them.
Yeah, Pacific have been trying these fakes a lot, but they're up against a double initiator, and so that hasn't really worked. Like against double controller, maybe you can try and pull that off. This time though, they have managed to catch Westside. And they did rotate in towards middle.
30 seconds left.
The players that they saw were caught.
Spike planted.
Now Ara still does have his ultimate available. One piece of utility that is still powerful over on that Waylay. But with how widespread some of these players are and the fact they've caught Groovy, see whether or not they invest it here.
Going for this at this point, near impossible. An uphill battle, although they'll catch Cooper. It's still double the numbers on the other side. An op in hand, just not worth the risk. And they won't throw those credits away. Instead, a save call, and Pacific find their third. And you can see from Pacific, although they weren't forced into a fight late, Cooper was the only one taking the risk. Everybody else was playing further back. You had waves of utility ready to be thrown in. I think Seven was just holding the grenade. You had the C's for Ninja as well. This gets them around. How repeatable is it? I mean, realistically, this comes off them walking into the site where the Sentinel's set up and doming him, which is a good outcome. But when you're against Westside, it's not often a repeatable outcome.
Yeah, it's one as well where they because of their initial push towards B didn't really sell anything, but their pressure in mid did. Like it pulled in this more aggressive stance from GX, and so it was only Westside on that side of the map. And yeah, if you do win the 1v1 fight, which most people normally don't, that can help you out. Early space taken again. Ninja one-off ultimate, so potential maybe to get that online from the orb or go towards that showstopper, depending. Either way, they're getting close to a lot of ults.
Important to note that they've spotted two players here, but neither of them are Westside. That could almost sell as a ruse, but now cages go up. They know, and already traps are going to be destroyed. Utility sent through for that, and over the top. Oh, it's a risky play up against Westside, and Seven pays for it with their life. A 4v5, but the post plant at least secured for Pacific. A safe ground, or so they think. They move towards actually fighting the site. Ult goes in from Ara, perfectly timed. He's wrapped around. Shot lands, leaves him low, and Grubby cleans up the kill. Numbers keep on ticking in favor of GX as the defuse gets its way to half, and 3 kills in the blink of an eye. Flickless, not even involved in the final fight. He was just sat there diffusing away, and 7 on the board for GX. Very nicely done. And again, comes back to what we said. How often are you going to be able to dive on Westside like that and take him out? And not very often is the answer.
No, especially if he's seen you and knows that you're there. I think that sort of retake was really, really well played, though, by GX, because I looked at that initially and I was like, okay.
That I don't even know what they do.
All right, then.
Oh, they're so lost, he doesn't even know what they're doing. I was going to give them
credit for their retake, but I guess it's irrelevant because he thinks they're bad.
He thinks they're awful. Wow.
Well, especially with the Nightfall thrown in as well, that's got to be a painful loss. Showstopper picked up. Still some weaponry missing. Cooper, again, going to be that sacrificial lamb. And Ara waiting on the corner. And has Grabinho for support. That showstopper on entry last time managed to eliminate him very quickly, but it was the 2-shot sniper. It wasn't quite quick enough. The operator might just be a different story. And while they've definitely got a decent idea, they're even going to use a salvo to force them out of the corner and give Ara the fight.
The fight won.
That's the ult.
And he's out.
He killed Showstopper. He killed 7. That was the one ult they had. Of all the players to hit, that's the worst.
Have one more chance to use it. I mean, you know, Rocket's coming your way next round at least.
Gotta go.
Might make the next round even more telegraphed. One player down.
Go, go, go.
No response to take a fight towards this laneway. In through the double doors, but Cloud in the corner. CNET expected him, but can't
30 seconds left.
Deliver the kill. And now, yeah, sure, they'll probably walk into A for free. The position of Westside, super passive. But he still has his cam, still has his trips, and all he'll do is hold the space. They're in a, well, I say that, he is still inching forward, and it's making me a bit nervous. If it was anyone but Westside, it'd make me terrified. But now the cavalry is here.
10 seconds left.
And they're watching and waiting for Ninja to walk through. He's gonna go right into the scope of Ara, and it's nothing but success again for GX. The Giants are stirring, and One hell of a lead built up already. It's fair to say Pearl's looking a lot better than last week.
Yeah, and that's, again, that sort of seems to be the worry. It looks like Pacific have tried to take this series to a place of, okay, we got to watch you play that last week, and we're going to repeat what Vitality did, and also then maybe add a few bits in ourselves. Well, you haven't really managed to do that. I will say where GX lost the majority of their rounds were on the attack side, but we're looking at a scenario where potentially they're only going to need to get themselves 4 rounds in the attack, and with how some of their players seem to be performing individually, Ara's had a massive turnaround.
4-0 opening duels right now.
Yeah. It's not looking like a good scenario, and it isn't looking like a strong pick for Pacific, which is what I'd much rather see than trying to lean into opponents' weaknesses.
You have to commend GX for patching up the gaps. We'll see how the next half goes, of course, but for now, at least big success. That trap has slowed him down. 7. He's not going to make it quite as far, quite as fast, and that's going to make a big difference to that showstopper doing what it needed to here. At least it claims them space. A bit of crowd control, but they end up walking right into the op of Ara. Another opening duel to tally on up 5-0 in this half. And again, it just goes to show this guy has got such a high ceiling, and this time he's operating on it. But Ninja's pulled this back. Now a doable round till Ara sings in, and Cupert left alone. The shot lands to start. The man of the hour. He's faked it to start, and Cupert's not falling for it. He was waiting for the second tap. Swings in and misses the shot, but buying time is all he needs to do. Ara gets ahead of the problem. And plenty of time for the defuse. The golden child down on that stage. What a return to form for Ara.
Yeah, it has been an incredible half for one side and the other side with a lot still to do. We will hear, though, from Pacific in the feature.
Kickoff was like a little bit tough for us. I mean, we didn't have a big expectations, but at least we want to show some like more problems for the team, I will say. But I think we did, but it wasn't that how we expected to be end. Like we didn't put the system like good, I think, in the team. Like we didn't had a good comms like right now. I think we improved a lot back then. Like right now we are, I think, completely different team, and we are still practicing. So yeah, like kickoff didn't went how we expected, but we are really believe right now to stage 1, and we know we can do so much better. Yeah, we had the time to reset ourselves. Like we give a break, went back to countries. We spent time there, but after the breaks, we worked a lot, and now we are here and we're ready to win. Like I don't want to give too much insight, but I think the biggest change it was for us like communication thing. Like we decide to communication-wise how we should call and how we react and which players call what basically. So I think this was the biggest change for me, and I think for the team. BBL is a strong team. Of course, they come from Premier, and they like did a really momentum like to Premier, then win the Ascension, win Turkish League, etc., and then win Kickoff, and then they went to Masters with that. They have a good like team building. They understand each other. They're a strong team, but like we had a good matchup in the Kickoff. Like we almost win against them. I hope it's gonna be this time the different score. I think communication. Like communication is the biggest thing. I think it should be the perfect almost in every team. I think it should be communication, like the best thing to when you build a team. You should just care about communication first.
Well, a lot of talk about hope there in our interview with CNED, but a lot of that hope seems to be waning at the moment. 9-3 as they come into the second half. And I'm already a map down. This is quite the climb back needed for Pacific. And with GX on this form, with Ara showing up the way that he is, this may be a quick conclusion. We did say, though, what we're waiting to see is Ara on that attack side. How are they going to make use of that waylay with the nerfs in play? And we are shortly going to get an answer.
Yeah, wow. Last pistol. He was able to dome a couple of heads.
There.
With a Sheriff in hand, I'm guessing the utility might not be at the forefront of what he's planning to do. I have a feeling he's just going to try and shooty his way out of this one. They've all bought Sheriffs bar one player.
Yeah, they have. I was wondering about that one. You know, I've heard the stats.
Do you maybe think that they think they're better?
It's possible. I saw the stat, though, about it. I think 2 or more sheriffs does increase your win rate in pistol rounds by quite a bit. 4 is actually more than 2.
Okay.
So I would say
there's no fall off.
That it might, well, yeah, maybe there's a minimum amount of ghosts, of frenzies, of classics, who knows? Shields and utility, perhaps.
Where did you see this stat?
It was told to me by some friends. So I said I saw it, I heard it, actually. I've been informed.
Were they a reliable friend?
Yes, they work on teams. I trust them. I trust them. I'll name them if I find out it's wrong. But for now, 9-3. If it's right, it's my idea.
Okay.
9-3 for GX.
30 seconds
And a chance to really hammer home this victory. They're going aggressive with the sheriffs. And it's going to be 2 wallbang headshots, missed shots on the other side. The spams and the smoke for CNED not lucky today. And even though 2 players are clinging on for dear life, GX still have a 2-man advantage.
Well, they've lost.
1 enemy remaining.
One of their sheriffs.
You can stop there. They've lost. They've lost. Ara's on the scene.
Why is he dropped this sheriff and got more kills without it? So, you know.
The damage done from the sheriffs, you see?
He shot the both of the head. I don't think it made a difference. I think he was fine anyway.
Confidence, because he thought his teammates might have done the damage.
Yeah,
that's what it's all about.
It's just decimation. Like, I want to see if they ever do that pistol again with 4 sheriffs, or at this point they're just going, we're just
yeah, I think they're 9-3 up, and they said let's just out-aim them at this point. And
it
look,
did work.
It worked. It worked beautifully.
Ara is already, so he got, he's already had 3 kills in the attack. He got 4 kills in the whole map last time, so
yeah,
I think it's going slightly better.
His opening duels, I think they're 5-0 at this point. I mean, he's just been looking fantastic across the board. 6-0, pardon me. Sorry to undersell you there, Ara. And yeah, considering last time, 4 kills total, 1-8 in openings. You can say this is quite the improvement. Again, though, they were against some pretty steep competition for GX. Waiting for a move on that defensive side, trying to avoid the stack. They have, although they've pushed quite far down here on B long, you take a look at the map and see that there's no real concerns. They've got trips covering their back. Watching mid, watching a long push. And they are now gravitating towards this B position. That makes me worried, because this is where all of the defense is. The best chance for Pacific, they're going to go through, aren't they?
Okay. Cage gets him out. Do they know there's a second player here? Well, they do now. And it might not matter too much. There you go. There's the slow. I don't even... Oh, it did hit. Just about. He got an assist.
I didn't even notice it, the pulse on the top of the head, but okay.
Or he just shot him a little bit.
Maybe he did damage, yeah. I think that actually is more likely.
I think it might be more likely, because it didn't look like it was fun.
Of course, we have the new HUD now that shows you,
there you go.
The assist. So it was just damage. And in-zone flawless. Yes, yeah, we're perfectly synced on that one. That was beautiful. 11-3 now, and yeah, look for Pacific. They had the right numbers in the right place, and then they pushed through a smoke thinking, well, they might leave after seeing a few of us. We need the information. It's been so long since they actually pushed, since they took a fight, and when they walked through the smoke, the round was lost immediately. You're fighting rifles on range just as the reinforcements come in. 11-3, from bad to worse, but at least for Pacific, they now have rifles. But the downside is they can't really lose a round with these rifles.
Well, you know,
from here on out.
Last week, GX got 13-3'd.
Yes.
After they lost a map, I think, 13-8.
Yeah, actually, I think you're right.
Yeah. Are you getting deja vu?
It was 13-8, yeah.
There you go.
Exactly.
I got a good memory.
The worst part is, CNED said in the interview, you know, I hope to have a different score.
Yeah, I think he was talking about the BBL game.
Yes. Yes. 2-0's 2-0, sadly.
That was a better score. They're being forced all the way back. Gravwell, salvos, a lot of utility being used by GX, and now they're going to run down into what is a stack-up of players. Although only one's managed to find the kill. Seven's been quiet. The 2 aces of the last map not really having the same impact, and a nice shot from Flickless, but that might be all she wrote. Spike down in a horrible position. They are pushing it to west side, though, and you have to be careful doing that. And Ara, I think he's going to be figured out now. It's been too long where he hasn't reacted off anything his teammates done, so they are expecting
30 seconds
a flank.
left.
If he gets one, that ult could be so dangerous, but he needs the first, and it's Cupid
he can get the spike.
Stepping back into Art. Now the spike is theirs. He doesn't know it, though. He doesn't know they've given it up and wrapped all the way around. He's trying to bait them on the jump out.
He's going to run out
buying time, but the thing is, 12 seconds left. He's got to go. Dashes up and over. Sees nobody here. 10 seconds left. I don't think he's got time to make it back. No, he doesn't. He's miles away. He'd have to win both duels, and they will not offer those up today. A rifle carried forward, but a round lost. And Pacific, well, the start of the win streak has to be here and now.
Push him here. This is such a gamble. Yeah, it looked like they were going to try and push towards this position, but that is not worth the risk. Like, GX have credits to buy into the next round. The other side done.
Enemy remaining.
Well, it won't be a complete duplicate of GX's score last week. There's at least that. One better for Pacific. They did pick the map, though. And again, I think all props to GX for coming in and rethinking how the approach is to this one. We had that aggression, but it felt much more tempered. I loved what they did with mixing up the mid control that they were constantly going for. Literally waited till the moment the Pacific said, all right, let's deal with that mid control. And they left mid. They left water. They left everything wide open and played the extremities and then pushed up in the extremities super late round. It really feels like they are stepping up a level from what we saw last week, while Pacific kind of remain in the same spot.
I think that's the thing. Credit has to be given to Pips and Waylander. They're always good at sort of learning from their mistakes, adapting, getting better as the season goes on. VALORANT in a good position. Again, it has not been a week to remember for him. Can he have that standout moment? It's going to be one, but he's definitely facilitated CNET to make that three. The third one, well, a little bit of luck that goes a long way. And this round's going to be far more important. The credits waning on the GX side. Another chance for a late comeback. They attempted it in the last map, and, well, it didn't go great. CNET now a little bit low. You don't just want to throw credits into the win, but you'd also like to remove this weapon from Grooby's hands.
Yeah, 2 players low in the next. Even an outlaw could go a long way. 20 seconds on the clock, 4 players to drop, and I think the word save might be circulating in their comms right now. But he wants to make this a bit more costly if he can. Bleed out those credits from Pacific. And he won't even get close. CNET on another 4K. And this is the thing, like the conversation today, Pacific, we know they've got 1 player here to play. We know that for sure, but how deep does the bench go? And I guess now that, again, we look at consistency as the issue, because they have rounds like this where CNET's popping off. We saw it at the end of Haven as well. We saw big rounds from Ninja. VALORANT had some great flanks. It's just not there every time.
Yeah.
And also not at the same time either.
It seems like, yeah, very difficult for them to get all their stars firing, but also one player's comfort becomes another player's discomfort. Like the swap of roles onto Raze for 7, it just hasn't looked good. Like he is 7 and 14, and 2 of those kills came versus the bonus. This round though, much more of an opportunity. 7 playing anti-flash, 2 on a stack up. Clearly expecting there to be a consistent amount of pressure put onto Art, because they're very happy to give up the other side of the map. Stun through, it's a little bit shaky, but Ara, yeah, he's going to have to just fall back. The rest of his team hoping to make their way through the smoke, and Ara has come up with a big double. However, the last 2 players sat with pistols, now a rifle found. While the information might just get them into the post plant.
Here.
If they can find the spike, it is hidden. Very difficult to spot. No, of course, they're just waiting.
Yeah, the suspicion, you saw the ping go through from West Side, expecting that there will be a player a little bit deeper. And he's got the right read. 3 coming in just as he moves. Cupert steps into the angle, rips his head off, and leaves Grubby all alone. The timing, oh, it was almost perfect, but they've rounded the corner just as he got there. Ships in the night, but VALORANT, the one to open the broadside. 6 now for Pacific. And again, I think back to Haven where they were 3-2 up. And then the game fell apart completely. A streak from GX. And it feels like the same thing here. A close enough start. 3-2 down, but within punching distance. And then they go quiet. And GX run away with it. They build up such a lead, and eventually Pacific get back online, but it's that low point in the middle that just gives too much. It asks for too much to be met on their side for that success to be found.
Yeah. You're talking for a point of needed a significant amount of rounds in a row. And they are still at that point. 5 rounds needed to get themselves level. A little bit more if they're going to take it in regulation, but I'm yet to have that level of belief. A buy round now back in, and while Westside versus VALORANT has been a very one-sided story so far in this match, and with the B site now completely open for business, it really comes down to, can they kill Arrow cleanly? And they can. That at least gives them a way back into this round, because a 5v4 retake on B, I don't believe at all. 4v4, there's potential, but it is still tough.
Well, they certainly know the flank is coming. And the man that's watching it is Westside. He can have support quite quickly. Indeed, the flank is almost all that's coming. CNET sitting back in spawn with the up, hoping for an overextension, but there is none. Instead, looking to meet them head on the flank, finding a double. In goes a Nightfall though. This is going to catch the majority. Does it reach all the way to the back? No, it doesn't. It leaves a bit of a gap, and in fact, that gap is the only place that they've got anyone standing. Flickless, the final one to fall. And Pacific with a sensational retake with how it started. They're going to keep themselves alive, 11-7. I'm starting to believe the gap it's looking doable, crossable at least.
They're halfway to being level. It would be a streak of 8 rounds in a row if they are to get there, but...
Yes! Come on!
I'll be one to get the blood pumping, that's for sure. Especially into that late round, I wasn't convinced that they were going to get back in. It seemed like even CNED wasn't until they get that Nightfall online, and then he starts moving, then he pops an ult of his own. Still going to be a purchase for GX, and their ults are building up. They have a lot of very high impact ultimates to potentially just get over the line. And now CNED with that operator, showstopper available, a chance for VALORANT to evolve. They haven't had to use everything to get through these rounds.
Yeah, credits built up favorably as well for Pacific. They have a safety net to fall back on. Showstopper ready and available for this round, and Pacific already putting out a feeler on mid. Second Prowler's being sent in, saw nothing. And now the 4 players that are occupying that space on the defensive side, they have to decide where they go. Unfortunately, they go towards A. The rotation now slower, and CNED left on his own. Gets one, and even decides to stick around in a risky enough position, but that might get them the info when the smoke falls. We've seen GX flee towards mid, where now there is a fight brewing with Ninja. It's a bit of a risk being in this spot, especially when there's a trip right beside him to hold down that push, but it has worked out. The double, an advantage is built on from here.
What was he saying? The off-angle king? That's what he was calling himself earlier.
Last player standing.
And clearly it worked.
Spike
It's
down,
playing
B.
a slight, as you said, unorthodox position because of where they were placing that trap. But it's worked out. A big round for Ninja, and that climb back definitely going to be continuing at least a little longer. 5 rounds in a row now for Pacific. And we start to look back to that attack side half versus Vitality for GX. That was where they really struggled. I think it was 2-10. It just didn't get anything going. So if that's going to be the case again, and what was there before was just the momentum of that previous half getting them through, 3 now the difference. Pacific are genuinely getting themselves into a spot where I'm starting to question what GX have got left.
Well, that's it. They're on course
enemy
to find that success. And in fact,
down,
perfectly timed from GX. A timeout. Their first of the map. They felt in control, and as rounds started to slip away, they said, okay, let's see if they can steady the ship. But finally, it's captain on deck. The coach gonna have a lot to say. This is a great opportunity for GX as well. We've talked a lot about them. I think last week, the whole narrative of, do they have the embers under the ash still, or have they completely teetered out? And we saw sparks of hope. We saw moments. But here, this is their chance to get right back into things, to decimate Pacific. And in fact, there were opportunities for both of these maps to close out dominantly in their favor, which would be for everybody a sign of, okay, GX might be back. They're on track to get back on form. But if Pacific do come back into this, if they bring us to map 3, if they were to best GX, well, the ash smothering the embers perhaps in that case. Again, both of these teams 0-1. You set the stakes at the start, Tom. Whoever loses this it's basically goodbye to playoffs. It's not guaranteed, but they will need a miracle run and certainly a complete change of face going into those last 3 weeks, especially with the teams they've yet to play.
But that's the thing, is like you're talking about Pacific, Vitality and Fnatic alongside Eternal Fire. GX, pretty much the same, but they've already played Vitality. You swap them out for BBL. It's not better, is it? It's I'd say about the same in terms of where we put the teams at that top end. Many will have them on their way to London at the end of these next couple of months. And a pacey take being attempted. It's going to be the early trade, not too bad. 7 though, Showstopper over the top, but Cloud's doing well. That Sheriff doing damage means he has his ultimate online, but did they expect Cupid? A snake in the grass, sneaking his way through, clears 1, clears 2, leaves just 1 man standing, and in fact, he'll take the lot. A clean sweep from Cupid as a solo retake. Well, the plant never even came in.
No, he interrupted it, got ahead of the curve, and now, well, we talked about the others having their big rounds. El Capitan stepped up to the plate too. Pacific looking online from top to bottom, while GX hot off a timeout. They find nothing. They get nothing. And I think that shows you everything you need to see.
See, do you know what? Do you know what's always good though? They say that like men sometimes suppress their emotions. Pipson never does.
I ain't never seen Pipson suppress a
There's no suppression there. He lets it all out so that he can get back into the game.
He was shaking.
Same as Alex. Alex don't suppress no emotion. He lets it out and then he gets himself back into the right mindset.
Bring back Barbar as a mental coach. That's what I want to see.
I do miss it.
Have you tried breaking the table?
The table is the enemy.
Pulls up some wrestling VODs for the guys to look at. Well, here we go. Deep play from Pacific. They're trying a bit of aggression, are going to be met by a trap.
They found my wire.
And that wire broken. Westside knows what's going on. Cam's going to spot one walking through, the others with a patient face. And now they'll group up. I like this. This could completely catch them off guard holding mid, but Westside not one to miss those kinds of shots. Oh, man. The right idea from Pacific, but GX, they were ready, and the fact that it wasn't just Westside, the Grabinho is there as well, is very unlucky for the defensive side, but those shots landed, there's no look about it. That's pure skill. Hold on, he's wrapping up behind Valorant. He's being launched, and the shots don't land. Cupid, great round last round. This one, yeah, would be a bit too much, and again, for GX, they pounce on him at the same time. Very nicely done.
Yeah, made sure that there was never going to be any shenanigans. And as you said, I don't mind the call. I don't mind the idea, but it is just the shots again from Westside. So clean with it. Moving himself ever closer to the top of that board. And that's the problem.
Nice!
You see these sort of streaks going in, but when you are this far behind, a single round can be enough to break it. Like that's the moment that all of the doubt creeps back in, all of the worry of, okay, this map is slipping away, and all that momentum can just dissipate. Pacific need 3 in a row just to stay in this series. And maybe, like, I know it's super early, but with what we expect, maybe even stay in the tournament.
Bring them down.
Well, Pacific have the info early. And they're in the right position to avoid that ultimate coming through. The C's not so much. Ara's already going to get side control for free in the spam. It takes down 7. A wild spray through the smoke. I don't think he could see him from there. The X is further back than where the body actually was. He was still on the steps. Oh, that's devastating. A player down already. CNED on his way with an off. He spotted one close, but the stun doesn't catch him. There's a second man behind him. They are ready for this swing, waiting for it, and Ara doesn't need any help. But Valorant with a triple. They're still in this. They're still alive. Pacific have fought their way back, and the game far from over.
There he is. There he is. He's definitely been missing, and we've been waiting for those moments. We talked about like Westside and how he's known for that sort of headshot capability. But if you talk to anybody in the tier 2, the name that always came up was VALORANT.
Well, you know there was a lot of teams interested in taking him outside of Pacific as well. This man was a hot prospect, and
I need to walk it off.
That's what you're waiting to see.
I'm walking it off. I'm walking it off.
12 to 10. 2 chances to close this out, and the attack side historically not kind to GX. Ara 23 and 12 as well. I mean, again, what a phenomenal turnaround from this guy. But from what we've seen so far, it might not quite be enough.
Do you know what we've missed a trick on? We need a Pips and Pip, the Pip. We just have him in his live reaction the entirety of the round. It's like a watch party, but he's also in the coaching booth.
That's what I like about seeing when we tune into the comms. We can kind of see him in the corner and just...
He's beatboxing.
It looks like he's IGLing. It's like back in the day. What is this, a game of Fracture? 12-10, 2 rounds to go. And GX, they are on the verge of course correcting on that last week, setting themselves up to still be in contention. Maybe not for the top of the group, but to make it through. And all those players coming back in. Our timing is perfect! It looked like it was perfect, but Seven and Ninja dealt with by Flickless. Another huge round by him. CNET knows, and he'll catch one. He'll get out, but he is surrounded and has to fight his way out, brawl his way back to his buddies. And he spotted them. He's seen a player up close. That's the only man he needs to deal with. VALORANT's on his way, but CNET will be there waiting.
One coming through. Cloud stunned up, but no one able to react off it. A very low HP CNET, but with an operator, that might not be too bad. The players have been heard, making their way to the site, and that's CNET gone back into a 2 versus 2. No salvos to be had, not a lot of post-spawn this fight. It's everything, and Cooper wins it again. The position not good. Westside had to run.
Pips and Cam.
And this continues to climb back. 1 round now the difference for Pacific. Just moments ago, I believe they were, what, 8, 9 rounds behind?
Well, we talked about this, the climb up from the very bottom. The bottom of the pit. They were 12 out of 12 over in kickoff, coming into this, expectations low, and then GX start to bruise and batter them. But now, we haven't seen this kind of climb since Christian Bale. 12-11 Pacific. A team everybody counted out. They've won so many rounds, not quite in a row thanks to round 21, but it's good enough. One last hurdle to jump over. And what could be the final round of this map, of this series if GX are to take it. Let's listen in with GX for this pivotal round.
BBL, I'm pillar.
Backside. Can reveal. Dead. Tetris.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
And the final blow of regulation, it lands with Cupid, but this game is not over yet. If you told me you believed in OT, I would have called you a fool, Tom. But here we are, 12-12. Somebody get Pips in a new desk. This one is going the distance and then some.
It's giving me flashbacks to, do you remember the game they played versus Genomates where they lost 11 rounds in a row? They were dominantly in the lead on Bind, and they just lost. I think it was every single attack round they lost to Starzo's calling. It just seems like one of those games where at every single hurdle I'm going, okay, post-plan 5v4, oh, they lost that one. And just each step of the way, somebody brought back in from Pacific. Like, these players have stepped up, and we were joking about how it was the Seven show. It actually hasn't. It hasn't been him in this map. It's been anyone but, in fact. He's definitely still been there to liven them up, but this game is now firmly in their hands. And GX, they've got to feel dejected at this point.
That's the thing, right? Both teams have had the same performance to end up here. They both won 12 rounds, but in how we got here, in being so close to reaching their goals, to fall short like that,
I'm out of here.
No doubt. This is a tough pill to swallow for GX, but the battle is not over yet. Another map after this, if we even get there. They could close it here and now.
Hara was a shining star, but the operator this time doesn't land. I think they're even potentially waiting for his attempt on a reswing. 40 seconds left. Committed to this B site. A 4th player rotating in. And Ara taking some serious damage. VALORANT's gonna miss. They've almost forgotten about him. And he has sprung to life over the last couple of rounds, but another man they've forgotten about is Ara in the backlines. Somehow still standing, and now the only one left. He will fall as well. Valorant with another high-impact triple. And Pacific, from the depths of defeat, now have their first map point.
Map 3 on the horizon. What a play as well. The bait here was perfect from Pacific, and it starts long before our replay does. They're standing on long, they're putting utility out, the stun, the nade, then the wall goes up a while after, each time letting it settle. Pushing players out of position and not filling the space. That leaves your opponent sat there going, but they're going to come now. They're going to come any second now. Are they rotating back? What's happening? And as they're ready, as the neon wall goes up, Valorant strikes in the back. Oh, that is unbelievable. For Pacific, thinking back to Haven, there were rounds that didn't make sense. They pressured B without reveals, without anything, and now they have perfected the game. They've left Pipson rivaling Rap God's words per minute. 13 to 12, and we could see map 3. I cannot believe it.
Waylander's face is like, you know when there's someone complains to the waiter, but you're not actually that man. It's like, and he's not happy with his steak. And Waylander's like, yeah, I was actually fine with it.
It was a bit dry, but
you know, I asked for
seasoning was nice.
I asked for medium rare and it came medium. Like, it's really not that big of a deal.
Oh my goodness.
Like, it's the eyes. He keeps looking at him like, oh damn, like he's really going in here, isn't he? I hope they don't show this on cam. We always show it on cam.
One round
Wouldn't
for
miss it for the
Pacific to get this map. One that they chose, one that GX looked bad on last week, but I'll say, like, Ara couldn't get anything done. He was being shut down in early fights. Now he looks so much better.
Yeah.
GX have tidied up the game completely, and it doesn't appear to be enough. At least it wasn't in regulation. Now to fight their way back on the attack side, the one that they struggled to find rounds on. Already blitzing in and losing Ara on the entry. It seems unusual in this map to see him lose an opening duel.
It's a good seize, but they just don't manage to capitalize off it. A few players tagged up, but those tags don't really play a part. I like the re-aggression as well from Pacific. They're not just sitting pretty, they're feeling confident. They're looking for those fights, and they are going to find them. 2 players about to round the corner. One dead immediately, the second as well. Map 3 looking inevitable. With the spike dropped, it's now a retrieval mission. Utility having to be used just to try and claim that back. And Grabidio's space has been watched for. West side 1v4. Split just moments away. Unless he can have another hero play, which, I'll be honest, should never have been needed.
This is unbelievable for GX. It looked like they did everything right, fanning the cinders of last week into flames and shining so bright for so long in that second half. They held the lead. But now, at the final hour, the final minute, at the bloody finish line, Pacific have come back through. For all intents and purposes, they have snuffed out that flame of GX. Map 2 lands for Pacific. They're going all the way to split. A comeback for the ages. And for Pacific, 1 map away from really dealing what seems to be a death blow to GX. Let's go down to the stage where Nat is standing by with the star himself. It's 7.
I'm gonna do the best I can here to get the information out of it, but 7, I know your emotions right now probably going everywhere, but what on earth happened in that second half for you guys to come back like that?
Honestly, it's just trusting our game plan, trusting our game. When you're down in rounds, you have to just do the stuff that you know that works, and that's what we did.
Okay, then my other question is, are we gonna see that from the get-go in map number 3, or do you think you're gonna have to be down by 7 rounds again to pull out that magic?
I mean, I think map 1 was a warm-up for us. I mean, so was a little bit of map 2, but I think all of us right now, we're primed up, we're all firing, we're all calming, things are looking good for us.
All right, I like it. The fact that we're going to be seeing this Pacific showing up for map number 3. It's only a short moment before we get to it. Stay with us, because on the other side of this break, we'll break it down a bit more and be excited for that map 3.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Great comment. How do you make sure players are coming and focusing on into the next one? I don't know. To be fair, I think that they were even more calm than us. I think we just trust over game plan. Both attack and defense, we trust a lot this map. I really think that we had some unlucky things on attack, also the pressure after losing the first map is always there. But yeah, as soon as we won a couple of rounds, we knew exactly what we had to do because the gameplay was there. We have been breaking the map in the same way for 3 last weeks.
Yeah,
basically.
more or less.
So as soon as you win some rounds, you get momentum. You just need to let them do the job. And the overtime, perfect.
Yeah, simple as that. Like there's nothing else to say really. We've been breaking the map. We trusted the game plan, and that's it. Like just do what you do every day. Simple as that.
There's the ability to be able to keep calm in a situation like that, make sure your game plan is executed to a T, and momentum, sure, that's an element of it. But to be 11-3 and have enough momentum to force overtime and then win it cleanly, Mini. Like, what
How
on
does it,
earth?
how do people do that?
How do people?
Seriously. Can you imagine?
I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Like, I know what you're doing, but yeah,
Oh, do you?
I have no idea.
God,
I think
it's
it's
so
just about you start believing again, the momentum. I think that Giant X specifically on that attack side, I highlighted before the game, they weren't defaulting that map again. They were just running it down, and Pacific had a good game plan going into it, being able to absorb the fact that, you know, if Giant X are going to go one direction only, then we can rotate really quickly. We can do anything we want to.
I like the way that Giant X was playing on the first half, like the way that Cloud was working with Tejo. I think that there was a lot of very good individual moments as well, but then things turned around. I think it's crazy. We also saw in the graphic that we just showed, a lot of those first engagements also going into the side of Giant X, but then this comeback happened. Seen it having this moment here with the Neon. Is he now going to be proficient in so many agents? Cupid in the 1v3? Like, hello, that did happen. Very, very exciting to see this kind of Pacific. And we heard the coaches speak about momentum. Think about how Seen was screaming top of his lungs by the end of this map.
Yeah, one thing I was worried about coming into the game is that, like, obviously 11-3 down, I'm starting to think, did we kind of overhype how good Pacific were playing? Like, we were saying that they could win this series, but they hadn't won a map yet, and then it was going down to 11-3. I was like, okay, maybe we overrated this team. And then coming
just
back
crumbling
here,
type thing.
not crumbling, I think they just made series close. But then this map, I was like, maybe they're just gonna prove us that, like, they can't just win. But here we go, first map win of stage 1, and looking good going into the third map.
I like it that they're also using it as, oh, it was just a little bit of a warm-up. Map 1 for us was, and now we've had that momentum. Map number 2 looks good, and now we're like, okay, where is map 3 gonna go for them? Because I'm also wondering, you know, is Pipson gonna need a new heart after that one?
He does.
was a little bit, you know, cagey at the end there, a bit aggressive there, but he did also give us a little bit of time to some of his words about Whaley and why they went the direction they did for this map 2.
Whaley has been nerfed. Are you still running it because it is a comfort for Ara? No, to be honest, like, I don't think that, like, Whaley has been nerfed only as a initiator part of doing things for Neon, to being able to play a really, really strong of double dual combo that she just dash in the sky, slow from the sky, and TP back while Neon runs you down. But we never ever played Whaley like this, so I don't think it has anything for us. It changes anything. So we see certain strengths of Whaley in other things. Just because of her abilities, which is similar to, for example, like Jet Dash with, but at the same time potentially like on defense, like and in attack you can take the space with Refraction, which allows you to play it like partly as a Yoru chamber on attack, disrespecting the things, but at the same time executing as Jet. So.
He would talk for days. Tell us everything. It's like, hey, Whaley's been nerfed. It's like, yeah, but have you thought about how you can do anything that Whaley does with other agents? I'm like, oh yeah, tell me everything about it.
He was still pretty set in stone, and of course it wasn't the Whaley that felt like the thing that was undoing their comp here. The Whaley did phenomenally in that first half that you liked, Kukuga.
Yeah, and I think that Ara is one of the players that we always highlight as he has to be having a good thing for them to succeed. But that is not what we saw on the first map. Also, in bringing back the Whaley conversation, Pacific, now we're going to jump into Split, right? They did play the Whaley last week. Cassina was on it, and he's moved away completely from it. And now it's Westside's turn. Let's go!
Westside on the Whaley. Yeah, I mean, playing Phoenix is one thing, but playing a Whaley that's also just been nerfed is going to be extremely interesting. I'll be honest, I wouldn't be playing Whaley right now at all. But the fact that they're making, again, a player who's a Sentinel playing such a high-skill ceiling agent is something.
So normally when I interview players before series starts, I ask them about agents that they would like to play, and they're normally KG. I will say Westside said for himself, not on record, so I'm gonna, you know, leak the off record. He said, I really want to play Whaley today, and I think there's a chance we will. So he wasn't willing to say it, but I'm gonna add him now. I personally am not surprised because this is apparently something that he's been wanting to pull out today.
You're telling me he knew we were going map 3?
He knew at least that he was gonna have Whaley. He knew. So I'm not as surprised as maybe you guys are.
I just like he self-reported that they weren't winning 2-0, to be honest. That's kind of crazy.
He kind of did it, you know, indirectly. He did
Well,
report
he
that,
saw
didn't
that
he?
it's Giant at some point they're going to struggle, but at some point they will also bounce back.
When we talk about comps, the matchup, it's very double duelist heavy. We're looking at split. They're going to be sending it. The style from Giant X has been extremely all-in, and on this map I love it, and with this composition I love it. So I think their attack side is going to look a lot better this time around.
Nice.
Also towards the end of that previous map, we saw Pacific being a little bit more aggressive on the defense. I would like them to carry it for this one. I would like to for them to keep that momentum that even made them come into this place.
Do you think there's a way that Pacific might overexert themselves a little bit, though? That if they're carrying on momentum from map 2, they overextend and they kind of outplay themselves?
I think this team needs that confidence and bravado to win. I don't want them to be calm. I want them to be hyped up and sending it and giving it.
Exactly. I agree with him.
All right, I like it. Take that energy from map 2, bring it into map 3. I know two people who are very good at that, and that's our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Nat. Yes, we are pumped up for Split. Not as pumped up as Hypok was backstage. I actually saw him do a little well, I can't say it.
He did a little what? What was he doing? What? Giddy?
I was going to say giddy jiggle, but I couldn't get the first word out. So
he was doing a little gigi, is what you said out loud.
That's
Anyway,
exactly
we're
what I
going to move
meant.
very swiftly on from that.
Yeah, there he is again, gigging.
Mitch saying weird things on broadcast. Who could ever imagine?
Oh, man.
This one's going to be quick and brief. We'll have to wait and see.
Don't.
It is our third and final map. It could have been a 2-0 in the favor of GX, but an astronomical comeback have made those Pacific fans feel giddy, and we'll have to wait and see if they're going to be able to take this one over the line.
Feeling gee is what you meant, but
yes.
that's okay. I'll catch you on that one. I mean, to be honest, I'm surprised Pipson could still speak after his voice should be gone from the screaming as he watched.
Sorry, he's not allowed to talk into a pause now, so he can chill.
But that doesn't stop him. We've seen it. He's speaking to himself.
Waylander just sat there like,
it's one way to handle it. For GX.
Do you reckon he has him on mute?
I don't think it would make a difference being that close to him, man. He gets loud.
That's how we test our headphones.
Just get him up here. Well, we'll be slow play towards A. This Viper wall, something you're going to see a lot on the attack side, just robbing information, making Pacific overextend to try to grab that info back. But already they've spotted players towards the top of ramp, and pressure about to come through the bottom. CNET dodges the flash. Beautiful shot onto Ara as well, starting with a first kill for CNET. So much damage done! But GX, they battle back 45 or less on every single player. But a 4v2. Anyone's game, and it's GX with the time on their side.
It comes down to mistakes. Is anybody going to give them an opportunity?
One enemy remaining.
Doesn't look like it. Westside's fighting. Ninja does at least get a couple for his trouble. A couple of orbs to go with it, but it is going to be the pistol round heading in the direction of GX. And something that is worth talking about is Westside going onto that Waylay. Because obviously we've seen him play Yoru before the nerf a little bit over in Clash. Phoenix has looked pretty good.
Phoenix has, yeah.
The Waylay,
nice! Come on!
It's a very different role. It's you going in first, a lot of the time you dying first. So I want to see if that synergy has been built up between him and Ara. And if they are going to be able to make that one work as a duo.
It is a strange time to be moving to the Waylay for him after the nerfs, but we did talk about this before we started the show today of like, you could have your Waylay is going to have to pick different dive spots if you still want to use the stun, but that can set up the Neon to be the one closing the gap off the back of it. And I can see some success on the attack side coming from a well-executed comp like that, especially with Sky there to blind them up.
Yeah,
too.
Pipson in the coach confession as well sort of almost doubled down on what I said in the last map, which is that they didn't want to do that dive and throw slow. That was never their goal. So if you're not trying to do that and you're just using it as a better jet,
exactly,
that actually makes a lot of sense. So clearly, it didn't go fantastically on their last attack side, but hopefully on split alongside that secondary duelist, which is what I feel was missing, it might help them out a little bit.
But I do just think Waylay Neon Sky is so damn strong. I mean, you're playing with a Viper and you've got an Astra. The amount of opportunities you have to pop and burst out of smokes, out of walls, is sky high. Speaking of which, Tiger sent through to pave the way, already finding one up close, and that's a decent amount of defenders backing up this site now. They've all flooded in. A sea of blue, of cyan, and, well, Westside's turning it red, but They've lost 2 battles. Pacific fighting their way right back into this. They didn't even invest. This is not a force, but they are a force to be reckoned with. Cloud, 21 HP.
Look at the health.
They've got 50 between them on the other side, but 3 weapons pointed right back. 10 seconds and no chance? Surely. He doesn't have time to plant it. Only one of them needs to play. A mistake needed for him to have any chance here. And well, planting is definitely not how you're going to win this round. Cloud done for. In the end, it's Ninja's triple that brings us 1-1. A beautiful round, and you have to think for GX, they just took a little bit too long.
Yeah, ended up walking into the stack. Gave enough time for Pacific to pull off that rotation, and I don't think Pipson's going to be any...
I'm the GOAT, I think. No, I actually, I'm the GOAT.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Ninja got 3 kills in that round.
Yeah, I think probably it was a good stun he's talking about there. Got a lot of assists for him, but, you know, maybe slightly overselling your impact on the round there.
He's won champions, you know? It's fine.
True. He is a champion. And he was the GOAT. 1-1. At GX, well, if they were feeling happy about winning that pistol, that's only amplified the loss right afterwards. Flickless down towards A main, and Pacific with an adjustment of fighting ahead of that wall coming down from ramp is really the weakness of it when you don't have players to back you up. Snakebite denies heaven control, and GX, it's a good round to learn from, to see all the utility that Pacific are going to be throwing at you, to see where they're playing. Maybe that ramp walk is going to be a weakness to exploit in the next. For now, though, it should be very, very difficult for them to find any impact in this round.
Yeah, I like, again, just the positions we're seeing from the Pacific players. Like, no real aggressive spots, all playing passive. I can't imagine this setup will be played much during the actual buy rounds, because you know that it's going to be so much harder for them to get those picked with the weaker weapons. And it is so flawless in round number 3. A huge boost of economy. Obviously not too much saved from the prior round, but it's mainly just winning when you were full ecoing, winning when you have all the guns. And now going into that first buy round with pretty much everything you could desire on the defense.
Yeah, it really is the best way to start a map, is losing the pistol and then following it up with a 2-round win. Your economy sky high.
Without buying as well.
Exactly.
You can pull that off regularly.
If you force buy round 2 and win, that's still a fantastic scenario. But yeah, coming in, eco and winning, it's really a slap in the face for your opposition. 2-1. Buy up for both squads. Seekers online for the attackers. Not much else to report on. Certainly not in the defense. Nothing to answer back with. Deep aggression on A. Yeah, I said this could be something to exploit for GX, but oh my goodness! I didn't expect them to go running into the spawn, and that is going to be their choice of grave. GX really dominating those early fights, and I respect the attempt, but the shots hit on the other side are impressive.
Yeah, I also wonder, like, a lot of the time you're going to see teams playing either a 4-1 or maybe like a 2-2-1, with the 1 always being outside of the A site. I wonder if that was just them expecting that to be 1. Because the second there are 2 players, it does become a little bit more difficult to try and clear everybody out. Even still, though, Grabinho doing a stellar job, and hey, if anything, keeping 5 players alive on your side, straight back into a 2-2 scoreline. It's going to be important for GX just from the mental side of things, because that last map is going to take a toll. Like, you were in such a commanding lead, your opponents needed 9 rounds to basically get themselves back into the game and even take it to overtime, and you let that happen.
And you had clutches and big kill rounds from almost everybody on the side of Pacific as well. So many opportunities thrown to the wind by GX. That's why they're here. But yeah, like you said, I do think that's the exact adjustment from Pacific, is we're going to full push towards A main. You have your C's, you have your nade. I think it was CNED that was there as well. So you've got the stun that can come out and a lot of aggression. So if there's numbers there, you catch them in the choke point. And if there's not, it's probably Flickless again, just holding that control by himself, and you overrun him. He has backup, and that's really where the plan falls apart. The blind spot used to the attacker's advantage. Now it is just Flickless sitting outside A, but predictably, Pacific don't go for the push that lost them the last round.
Oh, now operator in hand, mid-shot. Getting out of here. CNED's trying to time it for when they stop spraying, and he has managed to do so. In fact, doesn't even take a lick of damage. Supportive utility in the Snakebite to make sure they can't quite chase him down, and He kind of has a player locked into the angle, but a smoke utilized just to get them out of there. That's not bad, though, for Pacific. It means they've been able to hold on to that mid control. And actually, without spotting too much, you can already see the temptation from Cena to potentially gamble back towards A. He's been thinking about it.
Cosmic Divide lined up, and it will be to Heaven. They're going to full push ramp, leaving Ninja to take a fight through a smoke or just spam his way to success. The reveal caught them for a moment, but no kill off the back of it. GX gets a sight, and a plant soon to be found. Ninja almost losing his life to the return spam from Flickless. And it will be the retake to be played for. And for one pick there, if Ninja just found it on the way out, that could be huge. They'd have Nightfall to fight their way back into the site, but failing that, and both Prowlers used, this now becomes a very difficult retake for the defense. Still without first blood to be drawn.
Oh, decent stun. Gives them the angle back, but the trades are immediate. A singular kill for 3 on the other side. And yeah, for the Pacific, it comes down to holding on to the weaponry. Yeah, you can rebuy most of what you have, but the operator will be that little bit too expensive. Again, I think another round where you look at GX when they have a high-impact ultimate, in this case the Cosmic Divide, and they look pretty good. Like, the take was very comfortable. The only real thing that could have gone wrong was if Ninja catches something off the reveal. I think that was the one piece that could have worked. And he does hit the reveal, it's just he doesn't hit the shot. That's all it came down to.
I think he put him half.
Yeah.
There's still a few shots landed. It's just hard to hit that Neon when she's sliding around like that.
Go, go, go.
Indeed, for GX to end up taking the cake there. We go back to sort of the observations towards that A site. The aggression had been there. They knew this round with Flickless's info that it wasn't. And that's the late play, is just pop down the Cosmic Divide, force the pressure onto Ninja, and take the site. Oh, he's continuing. Aaron's gone through the stun. The Waylay dive as well, but they're not accounting for another player. So close inside the smoke. 7 gets a second, but all his teammates have fallen. Ninja now last alive. Fires through the Nightfall, and I think caught them both as well. Good information to play with. No trail going back towards main. Catches Ara in the open. In goes the reveal, and Ninja won't lose this one. The ult, when he's all alone, is a risk taken, but there's your reward.
Considering the operator, but it's already there on site. Not going to be missed, but I feel like we've seen quite a few of these moments. A huge play from Ninja individually, but then you kind of look back to, like, the second that Nightfall hits in the Red Bull clutch, it almost just looks a little bit panicked. Like, too many angles to check. He could be running it down him from behind and giving him those 2 isolated fights. Like, after what was some impressive trades, it's just that. It's Ara in the open. I think he's a little bit worried that maybe somebody's coming from main.
Crazy.
But the fact that you saw where he used that Nightfall from probably should have given the game away.
Yeah, I mean, it was more towards stairs, right? So they are understandably suspicious of like a spawn walkout, but to be completely blindsided by the Heaven play is unfortunate, to say the least. New Viper positioning, thanks to the changes on the ult. It's going to still cover all of mid, given a lot of space, but it's abandoned immediately. The pit left open as they wrap into Heaven. Pacific reinforcing it with a snake bite down. Already reacting with a lot of utility, and this time CNET ahead of the curve. Ninja backing him up on site. In goes the showstopper as Flickless falls, and well, that push comes to a close very quick and cleanly for the side of Pacific. An in-zone flawless and a statement success as they get back into the lead.
Yeah, and an attempt at a much faster play from GX after kind of having the same success in the opening of the round. They go back to the same execution, and this time you just see that tunnel being created, and rather than cowering behind it, they get that little bit more aggressive. Wow, that's a very unhappy looking. That's maybe the first time that I've seen him look sad. Like, he normally looks annoyed. Someone give him a hug. Waylander, give him a hug.
Scout destroyed.
Pippi needs a hug.
It's actually what they're doing during this round.
They're just hugging.
Embracing each other. Waiting for the inevitable. Tries to turn from the flash, but that's so smart. The early peak. Westside's ahead of their own flash, and you can see they never expected that. It almost looks silly from CNED's position, or from his perspective. There. Just him with his back turned in the middle. But
let's never stop hugging.
4-3, but it looks like we might be equalizing very soon because the push-up from Pacific, they think that they're wrapping behind the play, behind the push, but there's no push. GX are waiting for this exact thing to happen, for Pacific to overextend and them to come in with the punish. And now finally, they'll make their way towards the site. Now that it's a 5 versus 2 and they know one's outside B, the thinking is correct, that B would just be wide open.
Spike planted.
Again, the decisions have to be made. You have some credits to burn, but how much is the damage worth versus the potential loss of those extra weapons? As I said, it won't affect them too much going into the next round, but it's the future of the economy going into a 5 versus 2 scenario. It seems like maybe just going to trap them on an exit or two. Start in place. Grabinho's going walkabouts. He's looking for the opponent on the other side. And actually, they do clear up those remaining weapons. From a flawless in the last to 4 standing in the next. It is a peculiar game, to say the least. But we do end even.
Well, it's also a consistent game in that sense. It's being peculiar from the get-go. Not much has changed. A timeout called now by GX. Still tight in the early game. And, well, Tom, you gave us it on Haven about the, double timeouts.
It's a wombo combo timeout. Both teams feeling the need for a timeout.
You don't see that every day.
Well, it's interesting, well, because if it was the other way around and Pacific had been first, I might believe that Pipson was like, actually, no, I need 2 minutes here. I need the full time frame to be able to talk as long as possible. But it is the other way around, it seems. I wonder if they know the other has called a pause.
Oh, they'll find out very soon when that timer hits 0 and goes right back up to 1.
He genuinely is rap god.
I don't think Pipson's going to run out of things to say either. No. He'll be like, I've got another minute? Okay. And go again.
I love watching Waylander. And he's literally like he's leaning as far away from Pipson as he can. Oh, it's my favorite thing to do in the pauses. But yeah, I think that back and forth, and especially the dominance of rounds in the back and forth, it's got to be a peculiar one to manage as a coach, because on one hand, you're looking at this and going, okay, we just absolutely dominated a round. But then with the way things have been going, you almost expect your opponent to come back at you in the next and make some sort of adaptation. And so they are both trying to react in that moment. But the fact is, normally, the team that calls the pulse, the other ones goes, okay, they're going to try and do something new, so we're going to either stick to what we do, because it worked, or we're going to try and adapt to them. Well, both teams have done that. So now you sit there and go, well, they're going to try and adapt to us adapting to them, so they then have to adapt to us adapting, so we should adapt to the fact that they adapted to us. Does that make sense?
You'd make a great coach.
Yeah.
For the halftime. I'd love to see some of the players.
They'll never expect it.
Do exactly what we did last round. Run it back. Well, look, for Pacific, I think either way this has been a success. Showing that they've got the resilience to fight back into the previous map when genuinely, I've come in today, I'm rooting for them. And, well...
Why is that?
You know why. You know why.
I know why.
I got my carry down there.
There's a few other people watching this game, so...
Oh, we don't need to talk about it. But for Pacific, they've come in and...
I knew you and Pipson were close, but that's news to me.
In map 2, I really thought that there's no chance for the bounce back. And for them to keep themselves in it. After the kickoff that they had, after last week, after map 1, after half 1 of Pearl, it's impressive. It really is. And it shows that we definitely have some of the right pieces there. There's more to be done. Deep Viper Orb being thrown through. It's active on both sides, and it will be the defense to drop theirs as they continue to walk down mid. GX waiting again, though. The patience there on the attack side. They find a huge reward! Arrow with the double, and Flickless follows up. Now, again, a 5v2 right off the timeout. GX have read that perfectly.
It turns out they tried to counter Pipson's rap god communication. It turns out he was just repeating himself, just do the same as last round. That's what he was saying over and over again.
Just wait, just wait. And if they do this, just wait. And if they do that, just wait.
The funny thing is, I could actually imagine him doing that. I could genuinely...
45 different... And in Flash A, just wait. You know what you do in Flash B? Don't answer. Just wait.
It's like Cloud. If they were to do it, and he goes, well, I would... No!
Shut up! Just wait!
Well,
except he would be shouting. We just use his speaking tone.
Guys, I know we all love each other, That's how he actually starts.
That's how
every
he starts.
sentence.
Yeah, he's actually a very wholesome guy to speak to. It's all love with Pips, and that's what everybody says. Well,
I think he wishes he had the pause now. Because after back-to-back rounds where you've immediately gone into a 2 versus 5, that's probably a time where you'd really like a pause. And also off basically the same thing. Like, you're trying to get aggressive, which is normally quite common practice when you're running a double duelist, especially one of those being a Neon. But when you get wrecked like that twice, basically your opponent's just holding for you. Again, that might have just been the sort of like meta game of like, okay, they're not going to expect us to do this again, so let's do it again. But when you get decimated like that, that's kind of where you'd like to have a pause. And they do still have the credits to buy. Like the way that both teams have been able to keep the rounds they have won clean, and in some cases bring a weapon through as well. I am intrigued to see if that buy is going to be kept by 7, though. Is he going to go with a shieldless rifle? And he has.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
Hey, if you hit the headshot and don't get headshotted or body shotted.
Or even if you do get headshotted, it is what it is.
That's true.
As long as you're up against the Vandal or nice and close to that Phantom.
He just knows he's up against Westside. He's like, well, he's going to headshot me anyway. I don't even need the shields.
Exactly. It's a valid strategy, actually. Just always go half armor, except when Ara has an outlaw. Then you're in trouble.
Or in this case, no armor. He's gone next step. He's evolved.
Well, let's see if this pays dividends. Already going to be avoiding the ultimate sent through by Westside now. The Heaven split. They force themselves into main. It's going to be 7 alongside Cupid, but it's only 7 that's needed to hold the line. Clean shots without the shields, and clearly he doesn't need them. Westside and Cloud, 2v5. The shoe on the other foot now as 7 storms the site. Pacific with an in-zone flawless in return. I don't know what's going on anymore.
See, no, I've got it. I've got it.
Okay.
So
here we go.
Pipson was actually planning for round 9. I think he was planning. He was a step ahead. Or behind. Don't know which way you look at it. Probably behind. He was a step behind.
He knew he could never beat Pipson right after the timeout, so he planned for the round after.
So he was like, guys, we're going to lose the next round.
Yes.
But we're going for round 10.
We're going to lose.
Round 10 has always been my favorite round, so if we win that one, they're going to get a full sense of security. Yeah, it's balmy. The fact that they're winning their rounds so dominantly, but we sit 5-5, it's genuinely so confusing.
Treat him like a buttercup. Build him up just to take him down. Love to see it. Generational plans from Thinky.
That's the guy who just killed everyone last round.
Yeah, he got 3 headshots last round, clean as can be, and now he's caught in the open, goofing around. That's a strange one. Pacific, they have managed to make a big mistake and then massively overcorrect into a 4v2. This is a strange game, folks. I don't know what we're witnessing, but I don't want it to stop. Pacific, 6-5 now, and after winning the round after the timeout and then losing 2, I crave one thing, and that's an end-of-day Pipson highlight package. He must be going through all the emotions.
I thought you were going to say a 6-6 so that we have a beautiful little pattern on the scoreboard. 1 round, 2 round, 2 round, 10 round, 2 round, 2 round, 1 round.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
Hey, Bobby. Let's go, man.
And the good thing is, as I am a broken record, they can very comfortably still buy. And they come into this round with 4 of their 5 ultimates. So a good opportunity here for GX to level the half. It's exactly where we should be with how things have been going. An operator for Ninja. The Fade operator is a nuance. It's not something you see very often and might be in trouble. Wesson, they're running through the utility, but hey, it's worked out for Pacific. That 6-6 not looking very likely. I think a combo breaker pattern ruiner is about to happen.
Oh, they always say a Viper wall, a snake bite, and an nade. Very weak combination. They pass each other on the ropes. They've passed each other on the ropes. Valorant, he's dodged the dog. What's going on? They have not seen this man. He is a specter, a shadow, and he is about to strike from the... He's made noise! What is this game? And now he's leaving the site where they are to track the guy he doesn't know is flanking. I don't know what I'm witnessing. Grabinho somehow comes out of this in the best position possible, strikes onto Cupid. Alorante's on the other side of the bloody map. And now Pacific, they've only got screens in sight to play with. They backed themselves into a corner.
But also that's where GX are going. They're walking into the one stack up on the side. And now Groovy's backstab almost seems meaningless. This has been a story of a round. One that I hope we never have to tell again. A 1 versus 3.
10
he's
seconds
dead. There's no way he comes out of this alive. A 7-5 Pacific will claim the lead going into the half. A peculiar half at that. And we'll see if GX are going to turn the tide just one more time.
Ten seconds left. You had it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, folks, don't forget to set your stopwatches for tomorrow at 5 p.m. CEST. You can get it to go that far. Where the big matchup between Fnatic and Vitality is going down. And you can see two former club mates head-to-head. It's going to be one to remember. But for now, we're getting one that we can't forget. A crazy game on the stage. Pacific and GX map 3. And if you had 3 words to summarize how we got here, you'd be about 45 words too short. And all of those words would just be, this has been madness. Pure madness.
I'm confused.
Yes, actually, very, very solid there, Tom. Very solid. That gives you the full picture. It has been a crazy game. Even that last round. You genuinely don't know. You know, normally you see these videos, it's like the 1 in 100 clip from Ranked or from an official where they pause it and say, what happens next? You could do that with any moment of this game on any map so far, and I guarantee you nobody would know unless they had seen
most of those are faking in custom service.
Yeah. A lot of people don't even sing over their clips live, and frankly, that's outrageous. Jack Igo mentioned, well, round 13, the pistol round. From what we've seen, it means nothing, because you can win with full classics against the buy in the next. That's what Pacific did. It's how they got here. For GX, on the defense, this is a bit of a challenge for them. But the success of the attack, a lot of it came from just waiting for their opponents to push into them. I do wonder if they'll have different energy here, though.
That normally seems to be the case. A slow attack, a fast defense, and VALORANT looking to claim that headshot machine title, but there is other contenders in the server. Ara maybe being one of them. A pistol switch in the middle of the fight. Cupid at least claiming one, but it's the advantage in the favor of GX. Meaning, if I'm going to metagame the story so far, Pacific are in the lead in this round.
Based on what we've seen, VALORANT, oh, he's got the position. He'll catch one, the other on the other side of the Viper wall, but Flickless comes through with the pick they needed. Ninja's giving away the fact that he's here.
30 seconds
and of
left.
course, they would have suspected it, but now they know for sure. 25 seconds, and it looks like they'll give him the space to stabilize, to get this plant down and flip the clock into his favor. He's very close to the elbow, but that gets him round. Well, okay, very close to the elbow and goes there with his knife out. Big mistake, and Westside's there to punish. Another pistol for GX. Now just behind by 1.
Maybe let's kill them before.
Yeah, I like the reaggression. Ara does incredibly well to sort of get back down mid, shut down any of that additional control.
Nice!
That's going to be their second pistol. Of course, they didn't manage to get the conversion last time around. I do think that on the attack, that should be a little bit more difficult. It's not so much getting all the players in the right place at the right time, but saying that, if they were to rush B right now, it is fairly dependent on a Grabinho judge. Now that sounds like it's a safe bet, but you never really know, especially if CNED goes sliding past the angle.
He's in the smoke. He's playing a crazy game, a risky one, that's for sure. They're about to come out at the back of a reveal that he can't break. His teammate needs to. The shots do not land. My God, it's atrocious. And they've killed Flickless in heaven. I don't know what I'm watching.
As DJ Khaled once said, another one. Or maybe not. A chance to try and respond.
Okay,
Ara has had enough. He wants to try and do it all, but he's died to the nade. Comes back down to a 2 versus 2. Still, only classics, he says, on the other side. But a gravity well, which could make things awkward. A chance, maybe, to do something here.
My time.
Already.
Got it half, though.
Got it to half, and that's definitely a problem. Somebody's going to have to swing this and hold in the angle. The wraparound not going to do anything. They manage to stabilize and convert the second round.
That's a
Good
really
job, GX.
Yeah, listen, awful round, top to bottom. Well, not quite the bottom. They got there in the
all
end.
I'm going to say is I called the judge. I said that, you know, if CNED comes sliding around that corner, sure, I'm really surprised by.
What's that?
We didn't get in slow-mo.
That's true.
They've turned a page.
Nice! Yeah, the replay's not over, Tom. I'm holding my breath. I'm waiting to see it. Okay.
Just cut away now.
All right. Just going to go right back to it. Whoops, forgot one.
We're going to miss the round, but we'll see it, though.
But the 7-7, the fact is GX get out with 2 weapons. That makes this round a lot weaker.
7-7, and 7 is on 11-11.
My head's already
Make
hurting,
a
Tom.
wish.
I don't. What? What? Okay, 7-7 is the score. And Pacific are feeling some pressure. Feeling the push towards B main, they're going to back out of there. The reality is, this is a round they don't want to take unfavorable fights, like when GX are, you know, looking for the battle. You evade that because they don't have a lot to work with on that defensive side. They have a lot of weaknesses, and now they've missed the timing.
Unlucky.
I think Grubby might even have been seen stepping up there. Team Pacific were more than ready. And now, if they get the plant down, they can keep all these fights to range, which is what I want to see with so many weaknesses on the other side. And it should be an easy closer.
Yeah.
But what we're going to see,
I don't know.
Probably something different.
They're going to keep 4 players alive. I have faith.
Sky's out.
See, good start.
Nicely done.
Gone. Clickless.
Let's not push right.
Gonna take a bit of it. 3 players alive. They're going to keep 3 players alive. That's 3 would be fine. 2 would be worrying. 2 would be worrying. And if anybody else was to get caught from here, it would be an absolute nightmare. How? Ow. How? How?
I'll give you an answer to that, Tom. They pushed ramp. They pushed. They said we've got the advantage. We've got the plan. We've got the time.
Take it away.
And they're gonna push in.
Oh, he's not ready.
They're gonna push into us, and we've got the range. So let's just take the fight to them. Let's just run at the pistols. That always works out well. Oh my goodness, this game. I've already lost years off my life.
At least you were right.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it feels really good to be right in a moment like this. That's just such an overplay of your hand. Everything went your way. You won the opening fights. You got the plant. Time's on your side. They've got to push into you. They've got to push into your angles. And sure, you want to get ahead of the utility. They've got a very good calm for bursting out. I understand that. But they also have pistols. And you pushed into the pistol range.
Now they have rifles.
Yep.
It is a repurchase. A judge for CNED. Judge has been unkind so far. Normally, well, when I watch the other Pacific, the region, it's normally pretty good. But we'll see.
I'll find you.
Over the top they go. This is a ruse. CNED is being sold to the wolves. He's being sent to his doom. But there's already an aggressive position from Ara. He only really needs to take one, and that's what he will do.
Yep.
Into the retake. Ninja's position is nice, though. They're going to pop some utility, but his flank is still in play. Timing here going to be everything, but he is making his move. Ninja by name, Ninja by nature. VALORANT is kind of slowing them down at least a little bit. And now that backstab becomes even more deadly. It's only going to come down to Flickless. If he can turn the tide, if he looks back in the other direction, but he is just waiting for his teammates to make that move. A troublesome position for one. Cooper in the corner, Ninja, that defender, but the trade has been made, and there Flickless pounces, his patience paying off. And GX will claim the round in the end. It's a nice try by Ninja, at least.
Yeah, I think really that doesn't come down to Ninja doing something wrong, right? It's just that they didn't push out the way he needed them to.
Yeah.
He needed them to flood so he could get them really quick. And because they took their time, Flickless can wrap up behind, and that closes the round. Otherwise, very different round we're looking at right there. Good attempt, but now the lead for GX and the money falling apart on the side of Pacific. It's nowhere to be found. There's a couple of credits. A few shots in the arcade machines, that's all they're going to get. And a timeout called here and now by Pacific, calling it out going into their low buy. Obviously, make the best of this. Find out what you can about the setup that they're running, although I think we already have a decent idea. But the main thing will be to speak about the next round, because GX are about to be 10-7 up if things go as they should, which they probably won't. And at that point, all of the battle, the resurgence into Pearl, it starts to feel like success is on a knife's edge, and you're on the sharp side.
Yeah, I also feel like this is going to be, again, a bit of a difficult one to sort of talk through, because the round where you've actually come in with the proper buy, the main question comes down to your post plants. Like it's just like being overly aggressive in silly circumstances. And like, yeah, I get it a little bit more here from VALORANT. You're trying to buy time for your teammate to wrap around. That's fine. But in the round prior, that was just silly. Like, it was just silly. And so you've had 4 plants. That's normally a very, very good sign that you're able to get into those post-plant scenarios. You get those few extra credits, get the orbs, and also get the timer ticking in your favor. But you've also lost all 4. And that is quite a damning statement for the first few rounds. And now you're coming in, well, you've got ults and a Bucky.
I'm looking for double digits. Not that much of a disadvantage in play for GX when it comes to the next buy round, even if they lose all their players. The start is good for Pacific, a trade, and now they'll focus in towards this A site. This is all we need. The control and GX to go pushing into you. This time they don't have the rifles, but they do have the ultimates. And if they can get the pit down, this game, that could be completely different. Turning their weaknesses into a strength. As those pistols play inside the pit, they could put it down, but we're not seeing it just yet.
Maybe going to rely on other ultimates. They're going to have to rely on other ultimates because VALORANT is already dead. And well, I guess they just weren't feeling it. A chance for Ninja, but again, a nice attempt. He's been having a good game, it's safe to say, but not this time. Another post plant. Seemingly another opportunity, but yeah, the thing is, I've seen teams, like, if it was the only ultimate they had, I could sit there and go like, okay, like maybe you want to save.
They have a plan in the next round.
You want to save it for your buy. When you have 4, I'm a bit surprised that you don't use 1.
Especially the pit, you've got pistols. You put their HP low. You can play off each other inside of it, and what do GX have to get back through? Now they've got ultis. They've got the Seekers, that's a big problem. They didn't have the Seekers at that point. They didn't have any ultimates to fall back on. And it also nullifies if they have an op in play, which you don't know at that point. It nullifies that. And it seems like a mistake, but this is what the timeout was for. This is the round we've been waiting for. The Pacific were waiting for. They saved over every ultimate that they've got here in the previous round, not committing it to the 4v4 post plant. And for what? Well, that answer, it's within reach. It's a few seconds away, and already Flickless is down. That's a huge spam kill from Ninja. He's been very good on those. In this series so far, the response to flash out and take down one. West side right out of there. Great response from the defenders.
Showstopper out as well. Pretty much every kill you get on the GX side removes one of the ults, and or what would have been a good plan of get in with a Showstopper, put down the Viper's Pit. That idea is now gone. Nightfall sent through. It's not connected up to anybody. Now gives some space. The reveal lets them know the West side is hit, but this is a ruse. And this is a ruse that, as of right now, has claimed 0 victims. Nobody has yet to move on the defensive side. They're sitting passive. Cosmic Divide goes in, and it's a solid ult to really make things awkward for Ara. But he's going to connect to the site. And now with 30 seconds, they go back into a B site, which again, as said, no one has moved.
Yeah, they heard the op on A. They think then that the rotate should be coming in. The pressure should be felt, but the headshot machine.
They're gonna
He's
go back.
had it again. And then the run. Oh my goodness. Ara's missed. That was a crucial shot, a much needed one. 12 seconds, okay. They
So
can
they know
win
Cloud
the
is here.
sprint to the site, and the first man doesn't have the spike. His job is to clear this out, to find this defender if they're on side. But Cloud
Stun.
catches them all. A double with time too far gone. It's 11 for GX. A close round, but not close enough for Pacific. The timeout. Burned. That was the last one as well. And now the home stretch for GX.
Oh yeah, it was something that I saw mentioned back on Pearl when they were playing the defensive side. Was
Yo,
that
you run back and forth, bro. You need to know what you do, brother. Okay? Let's go,
Yeah,
baby.
It's kind of yeah.
That's fair.
He said it perfectly. It's like they like to sell fakes on Pacific, but if GX don't move and you're not sending anybody into those sites, there's no real reason for them to, oh yeah, let's over-rotate, let's gamble, let's make all of these moves. It's not going to happen, and that is what lost the round for them, because the move back to B at the end, that wasn't the plan. That was panic.
Scout destroyed.
Didn't find the openings they were looking for. The adjustments on the fly not coming through after an incredible comeback on Pearl. It looks like one might be needed again. Not quite as daunting of a scoreline, but here on Split, the attack we've seen so far, there is much left. Oh, to be seen from Pacific. A good kill by Cloud! Flickless on the rope takes down Ninja. And now the numbers back to a 3v3, but this time the pit does come into play. But it's not on the site. They can completely avoid it, wrap around it. Grabinho has other ideas, sitting inside, waiting for aggression. They've caught CNET around the top now. Pacific want to push through. They want to get some information, perhaps. And if they do, that's the hope of Grabinho. He'll be there waiting, shorty in hand. But instead, they back off. Move towards the site. This creates a danger. If VALORANT goes down, Grabinho can easily join the troops, and in fact, the pit is going to fall. Now that whole defensive wing completely crumbles as Grubby lands both. And for GX, success against the odds, fighting back through that ult, through that utility against the clock. But for Pacific, it's just another head scratcher, man.
He didn't mean to let that pit drop, did he?
I don't think so.
No. Because like there was a moment where I was like, okay, they're giving up on the pit, so that maybe it reveals someone.
I'm gonna have a heart attack, bro. Oh my God, let's go.
Same, Cloud. Same.
We are right there with you, my brother.
I'll be
Don't
honest,
you
like
worry.
up until this half, you guys were partially to blame. Especially the last map, but you know.
But right now, this second half is a completely different story to the rest of the game, which is GX are punishing every mistake.
Yeah.
That's
Well, look
it's as
at the
simple as that.
retakes. Every round bar one has been them retaking and winning.
Yeah.
Like, we're going to set a new record for the worst post-plant in VCT history.
Certainly with the sample size. Ara, he didn't even hit the boombot. He's out of there. Giving up control. Damage done on to 7, down to 30. And this one of 5 attempts for GX to close it out. They go pushing into the defense that's shown on almost every retake. They have waited 30 seconds. They've let the clock run down. They've let Pacific make a mistake. And this time, it's an early mistake. The same punish there from GX. A big advantage. And look at them again. They are just waiting. I don't know if Pipson genuinely screamed just wait 30 times during the timeouts, but if he did, perfectly played. Hold on. There's still some life in Pacific. We've seen them bounce back in some big clutch moments before, and now it's only the Viper from the pit left standing. Flickless does well, but CNED, he buys Pacific at least one more fight.
Yeah, we finally seen him come alive. I think in that round alone, he's almost doubled his kills. Yeah. He was on 5, now on 9. This overdrive was everything. Again, we saw this in the last map. Like, all it takes is a little bit of a spark, but there doesn't seem to be a spark there. Look at the faces. Like, every time in the last map where they were coming back, they were screaming, they were shouting, they were 3, 4, 5 rounds down, and we see them almost off their seats. We even joked about how CNET's getting hyped up.
Yeah.
Solemn.
But that's the problem, though. The way that they've lost these rounds is getting a foothold, having an advantage, and then letting it slip.
Yeah.
And that's a completely different vibe to getting shut down in the entry. Okay, sure, we lost that fight. We played this wrong, but big mistakes were made. Pacific have a lot of course, correction to do. 4 rounds in a row needed from this point, and it will be a slow start. This time they adopt the just wait approach and the fake again, this time towards B. They put pressure in B heaven. They're waiting outside B main. In fact, their A main players rotated back. This was a B fake into an A fake into a B hit. That's the plan from Pacific. Last time these fakes didn't work. Cloud was screaming at them from across the stage. Let's see if they've got a better idea this time.
Slow, thrown in. He's trying to create disparity between the push, and I'll be honest, it worked for a moment. They need a little bit more. Grabinho, a nice attempt, but it's only the one. This time, it's not just a post pun, it's an advantage in one, but Cloud's trying to get a little bit cheeky. Grab well, I like it. It's going to deny that little bit of extra space. Ara, though, has found one on the back. It leaves them a little bit more segmented, a little bit more trapped. The reaction from Pacific should be to try and fight one of these players. They're completely isolated. They're sectioned off. But as of right now, they're yet to find that fight, and they're splitting up themselves. A chance still for Ara. A chance to maybe take this here and now, but it's Cooper. He will keep them in the map. Another fight back from Pacific needed. And 2 rounds that come down to 1.
Such a narrow margin, but they are holding on to a cliff's edge by the tips of their fingernails.
I think it's a pinky finger at this point.
It really is. I need Luffy to pull them all the way up. 3 in a row here.
You're losing against me, bro.
Well, they're winning.
Yeah, they are, but they lost the round. You know what he means. You know what he means. Thing is, GX come in, 3 ultis to play with. Big impact on them as well. Ara to close distance. West side to open them up. The retakes can be terrifying. And we're seeing the same thing. We've seen this before, even from GX, even in this series. Most players, or some players, sitting in spawn while others look for information, find where the push is coming in. But I will give commendations to Pacific. The last round was much better than what we saw before, where they decide to play a much faster set of fakes. They left too much time between the B hits and the A hits last time, but this time it's much more direct, it's much more convincing, and that's a great sign. With 3 left to go.
More synergized as well.
Yes, yeah, they're fixing their pacing.
Because I think you could see it from the utility thrown out from West side. The goal was to hit one set of players so the others couldn't pincer them at once. This time, though, it seems like read is a wrong one. Valorante's doing a great job to sell a fake with only a bandit. Oh, but the whole team's coming.
There's that.
They're going to go back, right? Oh, no, maybe not. But the thing is, if that's been sold as a fake, now they do actually get to walk into an open site. It's definitely a little bit more risky if they want to move, but yeah, it's worked perfectly.
I was very nervous, but it is, well, there it is. That's exactly what I want to see. Yeah, if the stack was still here, they'd know by now. Perfect. And I think the fact that they send in the pistol, perfect. It clearly sells it to fake. Here's the retake, though. We talked about this, how powerful it could be. The old pop by Ara, but he's going to be caught off by Ninja on the side. In goes the dash, but nothing found him. West side caught on the way back out. That was huge commitment. I mean, for West side to put his ult through it, it almost means Ara has to do the same to try to get in there quick, have some impact even on the slide, but being shot from an off angle completely decimated that play. And now those are some big pieces of the GX puzzle that will be missing for the rest of at least regulation here.
Yeah. Oh, clearly felt like there was a gap to exploit. Wasn't the case.
He looks very surprised that he hit that shot. Not what you want to see, but you know what, Cupid, you got a 3K the other round, so we'll let it slide.
2 rounds, 3 in a row. It seems like Pacific only start the party once they're basically out of the map. It felt like this was a done deal. Or maybe we're looking at the other side, and it's just like GX can't win a round the second they get to 12. Ara is looking to change that. The operator with the opener. Pressure being placed on, but Ara's there again. The distraction of Cloud has helped him out massively. Can he get out? Yes, he can. And they've been fantastic in their retakes with a 2-man advantage. Make it a little more. This time, it doesn't look like it's going to go back the other way unless Cooper has one of the clutches for the ages. Not this time. GX have managed to finish their second dinner.
It was a bit of a bumpy road to get here, Tom. There were a few potholes along the way, but showing they've got the resilience, pushing through on this final map. and avoiding another comeback. 2-1, GX take their victory here today. Fanning the embers a little bit, but we've yet to see them on that full blazing inferno. Yeah. For now, promise and at least a lifeline, not going into next week 0-2. On the other side of the stage, this story, it's not looking good. For Pacific, they have to fight now. The next 3 games, it has to be a huge step up, and the opponents, they only go up in power as the weeks go on.
Yeah, I think the good thing for Pacific is it does seem like they go close with everybody. Unfortunately, close doesn't win you anything. For GX, this looks more like a starting block. There were some high highs in this series with how they were able to play, but definitely some low lows in those second halves where teams were able to come back. But those are things that you kind of look at and go, okay, if we're getting advantages and letting them slip, we can work on that. It's a little bit more worrying if you're never getting the advantage at all.
Yeah, the Giants certainly stirring, but there is so much more to be told of their story, and how it ends is up to them. With some big games coming in the next few weeks, they'll be going back to the drawing board, and hopefully we'll see the same form out of the man that's down on the stage right now. Phenomenal game from him. Let's hear from Ara.
I feel like you guys are already getting ahead of yourselves talking about weeks to come. Right now, we get to enjoy the moment of victory. Ara, you were just insane. I want to say the whole series, but map number 3 especially. Did you feel that after losing map number 2, you're like, we can't let them have any more here. No space given.
I mean, I told even the boys, like, to not worry that we got this in our hands. Like, maybe it seemed like the game slipped a bit out of our hands, but we kept calm, we kept composure, and it just turned out to be good.
We were seeing, you know, during the timeouts, Pipson was quite animated speaking to you guys. What's your reaction when he's getting there and you know the game is so close to going in your way, but ultimately doesn't?
I mean, Pipson is every time trying to help us win the game, obviously. Maybe sometimes he can be a bit angry because like we do some rounds bad, some rounds, for example, I do bad, and I know he can be a bit angry, but he's only trying to help us win the game, and he cares about us, and yeah.
I have a couple more questions in regards to map number 2. Yourself picking up the Waylay, that's something that you had played last week on Pearl as well, but it not really eventuating to anything. Of course, you guys don't get the win here again, but you played just outstanding for it. Do you not feel the effects of the Waylay nerf?
I mean, the way we use the Waylay, we use it like kind of like a jet, to be honest. Like we always, I have no refrag, for example, the ability, and it's kind of becomes a jet with a stun. So I don't really feel like it's bad or something. I feel like it's a good addition, but we still have to cook it up a bit more.
Okay, I like that though. You're like, we're not putting it out of the question by any degree there. The other question I have is, a lot of the Giant X fans out there obviously happy to get this series win along with you guys. How important did it feel though to get this win? Because we're saying it's a lot of importance for you, but did you feel that coming into today?
I mean, this win really helped us, motivate us a lot after last week when we lost against Vitality. But we kept working hard, we always keep working hard, and this is the key to success, I guess. And we will keep working hard, even with this win, and I think it motivates us more.
Okay, I love that so much, Ara. Thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations again on the win. We're going to be going into a break on the other side of it, though. We still have so much more action as we're only halfway through our day number 1 for week number 2 here at VCT EMEA.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
I was told this would be a light read. The file is the size of a major patch.
Dude, this is classic Leo. Bigger, bolder, better. I'm half expecting to get quadruple elimination at this point. Okay, so like when Plat Chat covers this, what's the dream headline?
Everything is a tournament.
That's pretty bold.
Exactly.
Told you.
I mean, think about it. Kickoff, Masters, Champions, they're all high-stake moments where every match counts. And what do they have in common? They're all tournaments. So we do more of that.
So what's changing?
Well, no more leagues, no more regular seasons, no more low-stake matches, no more several weeks-long journey to trophy lift. Instead, new tournaments. We'll call them cups. Short, high-stake competitions that replace the regular season, and each cup ends with a sick finals weekend event.
So everything is
a tournament.
Okay, and look, that all sounds awesome, but I told you to fix Tier 2.
No more Tier 2.
Leo, you can't just delete a tier.
Well, we're not deleting it. We're bringing all teams together into one single tier with open qualifiers in every region. Anyone can fight their way in, and they don't need to wait a year to do it.
Okay, so when you say regions, you mean Americas, APAC, EMEA?
Nope. Brazil qualifies out of Brazil, Japan qualifies out of Japan, Turkey qualifies out of Turkey, so on and so forth. A team win their regional qualifier, they're at a cup. A few weeks after that, they're on the biggest stages at Masters and Champions.
Wait. So theoretically, you're telling me a random 5-stack could just...
They're good enough, yes. And the further they go, the bigger the stage and the bigger they pay out. Everything matters now, and every match builds.
But like, partner teams still exist, right?
Yes, but they fight their way in like everyone else. And if they help us grow the sport with community, events, content, we support them.
Support like?
Team capsules, financial incentives, all the things. But most of the support is attached to winning games and qualifying to tournaments. So a non-partner team doing really well can make just as much, if not more.
Okay, but what about the fans?
We go to them. We go where fans are. Cups mean more events mean more cities means the VCT closer to you.
Did you practice that?
I did.
Wait, so let's make sure we got this. You want every stage to be high stakes?
Yes.
You want anyone to be able to qualify?
Yes.
You want more events in more cities?
Yes!
This could either be chaos
or the best version of the VCT we've ever had.
Exactly.
Okay.
You're gonna have this ready by next year?
Yes.
Before we continue today with our schedule and the next match, we wanted to have a guest here. I'm Kakuka alongside Mini and Seenet. first of all, thank you very much for joining us despite the loss. But we have you here for a very special topic that we wanted to discuss, because we feel like it's time that we look back and we remember the things that we are proud of. And we can say, at least I think, in Valorant, that the Turkish region and the Turkish players and the Turkish history that we have within this game have been amazing throughout the years. So let's, take a look back, right? Because obviously things did not start how they are today. First of all, Mini, we thought about the individuals of the Turkish region.
Yeah, I think with people like CNED here, I think at the start of the game, we thought about Turkish Valorant more about individuals. Would you agree with that, CNED?
Yeah, in the beginning of the, in 2020, and I think in 2021, and after that, until I think last 2 years, I will say, I think Turkish players, known as individuals,
So in your early career, you played on BBL for a little bit and then started with, was it Raise Your Edge?
Yeah, Raise Your Edge, Ria before Ascent.
I mean, Nolpenki.
And those were very international rosters. Back then, was that just because you thought that you had a better chance back then with international players?
I mean, it was in the other games, in FPS games, Turkish are not known, to be honest. They known still as an aimer, but not known as a team. So I think it's gonna be the same. So I just want to start my career in Europe. So I think I can get more experience and get better.
And just to explain to everybody that he was and is the best player in the world, because CNED, we were all there and we were there to witness it. But then we went on to the next era, right? Partnership started and Foot started being in every single world champs. At the end of the year, we showed the dominance. Before them, though, back in 2021, before you did it, when we speak about teams, the only team that we saw was SMB, Supermassive plays in that 2021 in Berlin. What do you think has changed in the narrative or maybe the ecosystem in Turkey from when we went to just having individuals to having full rosters? Being that successful.
Yeah, I think we start to, as a Turkish people, we start to, I think, maybe care about the game more, in the before, as I said, we didn't have a chance to prove ourselves. We didn't have the ecosystem can help us, basically, can show us, But in Valorant, I think, I can say, I'm one of the, I think, first Turkish players, going into the scene in Valorant. And maybe I show the people
You paved the way. You paved the way. Yeah, that's exactly
and then
what
people
you
get courage and everyone start to play. And there is good ecosystem which Turkish players can. There is region for Turkish players to show themselves and as a team, as an individual. So that's it. I think.
And then moving on, I would say, into what it is this year, right? We see Foot that got the win last week. But I think that we have to be even more excited about the new full rosters that we are seeing here, Mini.
Yeah, I think that that middle period, I think Foot were the successful team. And then I think they paved the way as a team also for teams now like BBL, who used to be BBL Pacific. We have Eternal Fire right now looking quite good, who used to be Ulf. And Foot right now, with their roster looking quite hot too. So it feels like we're in an era where it's not just players and it's not just one or two teams like Foot. It's now coming together as a whole. So do you think, CNED, it's the best era for Turkish Valorant? If you're a Turkish player right now, would you want to join a Turkish team?
You're in the reputation era.
It's hard to say.
I mean, hard for you to say in this moment.
Hard to say. I think depends on a lot of things. But until learning the English, I think maybe other languages, I don't know. And you can just start as a Turkish team and you can do whatever you want, There is, of course, big international orgs, but why not in Valorant, Turkish orgs cannot win champions, why not?
Yeah, why not? Did you see the news about next year?
Yeah,
well, one of the reasons why we're saying all of this is because Turkey will have its own region. What do you make of that?
I think it's very good. There is a lot of Turkish players which plays the game and wants to competitive and come to the arena scene, show themselves. I think it's a very good opportunity to show themselves. You can go open qualifier to champions. Why not?
We love those stories. You know who else absolutely love the stories? The teams that we have for our next matchup. So let's hear what BBL and Eternal Fire had to say ahead of today.
Leroy, you guys have such a good head-to-head record up against Eternal Fire. How do you prepare for a team like Eternal Fire?
Yeah, we don't have any special things for Eternal Fire. If we play like ourselves, we are gonna win this match. Yeah, that's it. We don't have any special prepared for Eternal Fire.
Do you feel that it's going to be an easier matchup because you have such a good head-to-head record against them? You continually are beating them?
I guess yes, we are gonna win easy. But some in the matches, if we make some little stress, maybe they are gonna take 7 or 8 rounds, maybe. Yeah, like that. I think it's gonna be easy.
Okay, and what's going to help you have an easy win against them? Specific agents or maybe a specific map?
Oh, no. We don't have any specific map or agent. We are just like family in each other. When we are family, we are gonna win easy.
Okay.
Like it. I try to
Like you just
explain
work
this.
so well together that it's just going to be easy for you. Like you don't even think about the fact it's Eternal Fire.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And that's it?
That's it. That's all I got for you.
Thank you.
Nice and easy, right? Just a little bit of like nice and easy against Eternal Fire. I'll take that one
I
for
hope
you.
so.
Thank you. All right, Echo, last week when we spoke to you, you said Eternal Fire and BBL are going to be top of the groups. Do you still stand by that? They're going to be your toughest opponent?
Yeah, actually, I stand by that. Thing. I think we are going to be top with BBL. In our first match, something bad things happened. It's fine. It happens sometimes. We are going to handle it. I think today it's going to be very different. We are going to destroy them. I can say that. Yeah.
Okay, when you say destroy, are you like we're going to come in? It's going to be 2-0.
It can be. That match can be go close, but we are going to win this match today.
Okay, I love it. And the previous head-to-head record of your Eternal Fire players and BBL, they've always won it. Are you thinking about that going into this series?
No, I don't think that. We are going to change it now.
All right, you're going to change that head-to-head record?
Yeah.
All right, perfect, Echo. That's pretty much it. Thank you. I appreciate
It's
it.
fine.
Nice and easy, see?
Yeah.
You just got to come in here, talk a little bit of shit. That's all I need from you. Well, I didn't think mine was towards that end of that lyric. I can't lie. I was definitely trying to bait them out there to really say what they needed to, and I'm just saying they enjoyed saying it right. Echo last week, he was very much all about saying, yeah, we're the top of the table with BBL, but this time around it changes. We're going to be the top dogs here in this matchup.
Yeah, and I think that Eternal Fire are going to be the top dogs in this matchup.
Do you really?
I feel like this is the time for them to finally get that, the revenge on that curse. I think they're like 5-0.
I think it's like 6-0. It's 5 and 6.
It's not looking good for Eternal
Yeah.
Fire.
So why? She's still in shock about that. Yeah.
So I think that after what I saw last week for BBL, looking shaky against Pacific.
Okay, so what are you more sold by? The fact that
Eternal Fire
did good against
and BBL. It's like the prime opportunity for this good team who almost beat Fnatic last week and should have 2-0'd them to now dominate BBL for the first time.
I really do not think that is going to be the case. Although I would love to kind of see these things, I think that we should give BBL the same grace that we would give any other team, and that I think mates, for example, are begging for. As in, we just came back for our first global. They are the new kids in the block. There was a very short time to change anything if they wanted to. They still changed things. They didn't slack. They did their homework, and now we just have to give them a couple weeks to get.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things they changed was Lover's Rock, though, and
well, that's the thing. Yeah, well, like you want to give them a couple weeks to be like, oh, you know, they just need a little bit of warming up. There's only a couple weeks in the season, in the stage.
Look, slow-mo. We got the slow-mo back. Look at stuff like this.
I see what you are trying to do, Mini.
Yeah.
I will not stand for it. Yes, you can see that he did die today. And I know that there were some Waylay moments that were just not there for Lover's Rock. But look at his numbers. I mean, he didn't do that bad because you know what? It doesn't matter what he plays. He can still shoot every single time.
Yeah, he was pretty good on Jet. But I think that anytime he's not on...
You can't disagree with me.
What do you mean?
Yeah, no, thanks. Sorry.
He was pretty good.
I was talking to her. Sorry. Go on.
Yeah, but the Waylay just wasn't hitting for me, and I think that's a big problem coming to this matchup. A guy who was dominating
Waylay's
the Euro.
nerfed, so maybe he doesn't even play it at all.
That is true.
That might be in their best interest. Am I convincing you?
So actually, the patch here, 12.06.
If he locks in Waylay right now, though, you're cooked.
I mean, I am not cooked because we have something else on BBL, and it's La Rock. I know that you might have not been surprised, but to me, seeing LaRock moving away from the duelist in at least one map and bringing back the initiator that I know it's in him, that is extra aggressive, that I know it is weird to find in this region, gives me a lot of hope for this BBL.
He played KO on the map he was dominating on Jet on.
And it's still dominated
I think
for like
that BBL's
a
win
couple.
condition is playing double duelist. I know back in the day, back in Tier 2, he loved to play initiator.
But maybe they
this
have
is
to
VCT.
limit test as well, no? Like if you stale and playing and repeating the same thing, at some point it's gonna get old, you know?
If LaRock plays Raze, that's when I'm scared. If he's playing KO,
Scared for who?
I don't
For
care.
BBL? For
Eternal Fire. Yeah. I think LaRock's is Raze. That's where I'll agree with you. But I don't want to see.
Even the KO, just how good it was last week.
Oh, production.
Yeah, but
is lovely.
it's the opportunity cost of like playing Jet.
1, 2. This is how BBL does it.
This is what he does with Jet any day of the week.
Absolutely. Did he flash himself? That's not in the clip. Yeah. He's going to get it. I can tell you.
4 or 5 down to Pacific, by the way.
Oh, this was like a 0-0-3 or something
They were
like
building
that.
the momentum there,
Had to
Minnie.
win a clutch as well. I'm
But
not buying it.
that's what kind of goes to
So you're telling me-
Kukuka's,
yeah.
you know, preface and the point there, where it's just like they have the ability to clutch up. There's going to be people on this team that's able to pull out deep agents that you might not be considering, and Eternal Fire is just not going to be ready for it.
There is a world where
Why are you
in which
I'll take your
because
side
I am
next. I'll take your side
missing. I am
next.
missing. There is a world in which BBL could pick up 5 Reynas and still win against some teams in this region.
Not against my boy Echo,
Okay.
who debuted last week and was frying. I think that this guy is gonna be so full of confidence after last week. He was dominating players like Kayak and Alpha, and BBL are gonna be fine.
I will give you that. I will give you that for Echo. I will give you that for Fabian, because I was very surprised in the way that they were going up against one of the biggest names in our region. And in many of the Breeze round, they showed no respect. Yeah, absolutely. And in so many of these occasions, they capitalized on all of the mistakes that Fnatic were making. And that is no easy task for any team, let alone this one.
Exactly.
Yeah, I am agreeing in one. The rest still stands, and especially history repeating itself.
Yeah. I mean, I just think this is the moment for them to finally do it. If there's going to be a moment, it's right now where BBL...
When we put the stage and everything.
Well, we're coming back from Santiago, like you said, a little bit rusty. Yoru not looking great.
Because you also have to weigh in the opponents that they had last week, right? The fact that they both are sitting on opposite ends of the group standings, yeah, we factor that in. But BBL are the people that should be winning. Eternal Fire were the underdogs, so a loss for them isn't surprising. The way that it happened was because they pushed it all the way to a map 3, and now it is this, are they going to meet at the exact point where BBL's down and Eternal Fire are going up? And this is the intersection where it's like, we're not actually going to see history repeat itself. Like, there is going to be a new story written with new Eternal Fire players.
I think I'm actually, I agree with her. I actually, she sold it better than you and I did.
I would take your side eventually, Minnie.
Thank you.
I like it. I know that for narrative is good, but how about I sell you this? BBL having a slow start on week 1, and then we go into week 2, things are a little bit more polished, and they start dominating the region. Would you like to see that team in a global event? Is that the team? Because we will send 3 teams.
That's not my preference for a global event. It was who's going to win today.
Yeah, but I'm telling you that if you look at the bigger picture of like who we are as the MEA, what we're expecting of our teams and of our region, you need to think about the globals, because at the end of the day, at some point, I guess, maybe we will win something again. So when that happens...
This region's so hard done by, guys.
I just want to send a team that I'm like, oh yeah, I've seen them going down, I've seen them back up, I've seen them when the meta favored them and when it did not.
I agree with everything you just said, but that doesn't change the outcome of today's game.
Would you still believe in BBL if they were to lose today? I'm so sorry.
If they were to what, sorry?
If they were to lose today against Eternal Fire on like a 0-2 fashion, do not even get 12 rounds in total.
Maybe this stage, I wouldn't believe for them to make London, but I think I wouldn't write off their year, of course.
See, you're telling me your London stakes for BBL rely on this match?
Not rely, but like I'm gonna...
That's what you said. That's what I heard.
you're going to say this will tip the scales.
It would tip the scales.
If Mini continues to believe in them in week 3 and 4 and 5, and when we get further down, this is it. This is where they make or break for themselves. And it kind of starts off with a skirmish. As much as some players might not want to say, like, yeah, it's all about whether we win the skirmish, whether we really care about it or not. There is something to be said to at least having a bit of warm-up, maybe having a little bit of a fun. So we had LaRock there go into the skirmish for himself. Who did he end up going up against?
Fabian, I believe.
Okay.
So
that TV is too far away from me. I can't see.
Yeah, it's very far. It's very far. But I think that
it was Neki.
Sorry, Neki.
Yes, Neki.
Yeah, LaRock should be favored in this matchup with Neki.
In the skirmish? Now we're down to the yes.
But
you gotta bring it all the way down.
He can shoot.
Neki ain't our guy who's supposed to be out there fragging. He's rounding up the troops.
He's just having fun. Look at him.
He's
like,
also a Vibes merchant. Yeah,
wait, didn't he just lose as well?
He did. No, LaRock won.
Oh, never mind.
That's
I was going to jump on that quick.
That's the world we live in. BBL win.
LaRock is, he's pretty good, to be fair. He is pretty good.
But not as good as all of Eternal Fire. Mini, you're standing by.
Yeah, they're very good too. They're better.
Do you think that they're on?
Do you want me to give you, sorry.
No, yeah, you go.
No, I was going to say, do you want to, no, I will save it for later. I'll save it for later.
I thought you were just about to like show that.
Oh my god, maps, guys! Guys, maps! It's a possibility, everybody! It is a possibility. Oh my god, Eternal Fire, you're so good. We're so gonna go to map 3. We are so gonna go to the first Fracture of EMEA. That's where I want to end up today.
Dude, okay, how did we get to Fracture?
By one team winning Pro and the other one winning Split.
No,
sorry.
That's not what she
I know.
So last week, both teams banned Fracture, and we presumed it was going to be a game of chicken. A game of chicken on who's not going to ban it. And the interesting thing is that they just played chicken to the end, and then surprise Fracture at the end. So it might be the messiest Fracture game we've ever seen.
Was the one being like, oh, you're still going to leave the Fracture open? Let me see what you got.
Yeah. So it might be a messy game of Fracture, but
I want to see it so bad. You have no idea.
I just want to... Sorry, like the TV's so far away.
what are you looking for?
I'm too blind and there's too many lights.
What info are you looking for?
BBL,
Bind and Haven bans.
Yeah. So for BBL, that is a map that they've been banning in the past and they've not been incredibly comfortable in. For Eternal Fire, I think that also, because of what we saw last week, it makes sense. It's a very good map for BBL as well.
Both teams coming in with good vetoes here. I like the chicken on the Fracture, and I like the fact that they're just banning their opponent's best map, essentially.
Gosh, I hope we get to it because, like I said, you guys have been, at least Kukuru's been hyping up so much, and the fact that it truly
I hope that it delivers, Go.
Dude,
if we get
there, please, like, it just needs to, because the game of chicken that you're also talking about there, Mini, it's like, how often are you willing to do this? Yeah, we're in the earlier stages of stage 1, so maybe if you're going to experiment at any point, it's this, but is that also some part of maybe BBL just getting too big for their bridges here, and it's like that could also be their undoing to want to play a game of chicken against a new Eternal Fire?
It's not like they're not going to have anything prepared. Like,
Sure,
they're going to be able to play this map. It's just interesting that last week they thought it was literally their worst map, or at least matchup-wise was a very, very weak map for them. And then this week they're just like, yeah, we'll just see what happens. I do think a game of Fracture in the early stages where we're still figuring it out in this new meta will benefit Eternal Fire more as the team that I was going to say is technically the underdog here, but...
Just because you're the underdog doesn't mean you can't win.
Yeah, they're 100% going to win.
Listen,
Absolutely.
they both went Ascension the way that they had to, and thank God that we managed to get both teams so we can get the final conclusion. We can say that this one counts as 10. So whomever wins today is the ultimate winner.
Yeah, this is like golden goal.
Yeah?
Last goal wins.
This is
me doing you a favor.
This is me doing you a favor just for today.
Just for today.
It doesn't matter what those other records are. If you win this one, yeah, you're on. That's it. It's going to be everything for you there. Do you truly, I know that you're all batting for Eternal Fire there, but is there a specific player? Because last week it felt like Echo was showing up in a lot of different ways, whether it was in interviews or in the server himself. Is he the other one that you're going to be relying on, Mini, a bit more here in the series?
I think Izzy is someone who I'm very interested by. Like, I was very excited for Sop to be on this team and then is now on foot, but now Izzy coming in, I think that he deserves VCT. I think he's a very good player. I'm surprised I've not seen him here before, and I think it's down to him to start kind of matching Echo and doing those things with him.
I mean, we were speaking about all the Turkish history that we've had, all the players. Izzy was one of the players who went to with a full roster, a Turkish roster, to go into a global event. That was many years ago, but you know, he still has it and he's going to prove it today.
Well, look, it's the Turkish Derby is what I'm going to coin it here, and we're going to jump on down with Mitch and one of the players to see just how they're feeling before they walk out on stage.
What's up, guys? I'm standing here with Kreven. He's about to walk in the tunnel, but I got some questions to ask you before we send you onto that stage. First, I faced off against you in a death match, and you destroyed me, man. I want to know, when are we going to see you do this skirmish? Like, how do you decide who does it?
Like, Laruk is an animal, so like he needs to go. Like, that's not my game. Laruk wants to play skirmish, so we let him go. He's the animal.
Let me tell you, you're a little bit of an animal yourself, though, on the deathmatch servers. So I want
Well, you guys at home might not have heard it, but my right eardrum has been blown out by Kukuka cheering for BBL coming out onto stage.
Yeah. I am the crowd today.
That's it. That's all we need there. Now, did you feel that they needed that little extra bit, or are you just adding a cherry on top of that confidence?
All I'll say is that in global events, I go onto the stage and I scream to see if actually the white noise is loud enough so you can hear it. So that is how much I'm going to be cheering for them today. Now, actually, like, all jokes aside and everything, I really like the fact that we are getting this matchup, this derby, this moment in the competition, because I do agree with you, Minnie. This is a very good moment for Eternal Fire to show up to the challenge and finally get a different result than in history.
Yeah, I agree. I think that like having the matchup early means that, you know, that Santiago run and coming back and not having necessarily all the time in the world to do things. Eternal Fire being able to do things in the background. This is essentially the point in which they are at the most advantaged.
We don't.
Just listening to them there. It feels like Eternal Fire are done with their huddle well before BBL there. They just want to get into it. Do you have any, I don't know if predictions is the right word, but... Okay.
I think they scream.
Dude,
next time I'm going to ask to join in.
I think you fired them up there.
Listen,
all I'm gonna
I
say.
think that next time I'm going to try and join in. My Turkish, definitely not there yet. But we were taking a look also at the map veto, and we were speaking about Pearl. One thing that kind of piqued my eye during Clash was the fact that we saw Eternal Fire playing Pearl and playing Veto. And I feel like today the Veto was just not enough in one Pearl. I would love to see it again. I would love to see some of the wackiness.
Well, that was some of the stuff that they were trying in that clash was Echo on the Chamber and the Veto. And I was very excited for maybe some Chamber and maybe even some Veto. But it doesn't seem like they went for that approach last week. So I wouldn't be surprised if he is just in...
Yeah, but we've seen
Gel, but
yeah, but what I mean is, like, we've seen most of the teams have been, bar the teams that are playing double duelists everywhere. Most of the other teams are like testing here and there, like, oh, this map double duelist, and this one, no, we're going to put an extra sentinel, an extra initiator, and I think it's also working fine. I think that it's a possibility. Can I not be excited for something?
Of course you can, because that was literally what I was going to ask you guys about. Like, when we see those maps, we've had our teams pick their preferences there, but are there going to be those new agents? The one that you guys were surprised about in our previous series was Waylay going on West Side. Is there that potential for a new combo on any of these players and agents?
I would be surprised to see a Waylay here. I honestly think
not just Waylay.
I will be so happy not to see her.
We might be reverting to a bit of Jet. Turkish Jet.
I'd be super happy to see Jet, especially with
these teams.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
Izzy lovers rock Jet. Can we get it?
Oh, Fabian, you remember when you were seeing, who do you want to see step up? For me, it was Fabian, because I really, really think that against Fnatic, he was on a different level. Like, I remember him taking the most insane duels just to know he was going to win it, and he's gone on the Phoenix.
Yeah, historically he plays that second initiator, and Eternal Fire don't usually play double duelist. But
I literally want, you're like, I don't want to see it.
I think that this is a great win condition for their style. Like, they like to play aggressive, they like that death ball.
Yeah.
And I think that it makes them able to play with that pace. On BBL's side, yeah, still playing the Waylay, which was something that I wasn't too impressed with last week, and hopefully Lovers Rock can have a resurgence.
Listen.
Your argument was that he wasn't going to play Waylay.
Yeah, it was.
Your argument
so now
was also...
I am in shambles. So listen, it's going to be LaRock. It's going to be. It's going to be LaRock. Yeah, I trust LaRock.
All right, I love it. We trust LaRock. We'll like it. Maybe Fabian coming out with the chamber. That seems to be something you're both enjoying there. Everyone at home is going to get to enjoy some Valorant right now as we're heading on into our second series of the day with a little bit of a special. Gonna let them introduce themselves.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, we're back, but this time we've brought some backup of our own.
I've spawned in.
Two board versus
Yeah, I
one.
was gonna say.
Finally, a majority. Let's go.
Is that why you've got that razor over there? Okay, well listen, I'm excited to kick this one off because this is a battle we've seen many times. At least the players very familiar with each other, but BBL never lose. I mean, have we got any reason to believe it will be different here today, boys?
I mean, I would put an asterisk on that. Again, a comment made last week was kind of like around, for me personally, being a little disappointed. We come into this now. For me, BBL have to go back to the form we saw at kickoff. It's as simple as that. Lovers Rock being the big outlier in that equation for me. We've got to get him back online. Again, it's there to look smooth in terms of transition into this kind of, I hate saying new meta, we keep saying that, but it all rides on him in my eyes.
I think on the other side as well, Eternal Fire looked very good. Like up against Fnatic, super aggressive, and right off the bat, right on cue, you're going to see this double duelist of Fabian and Izzy looking to try and put the pressure onto that attack side, and they're going to do this throughout every round of every map. They are going to keep pressing them.
Oh, aggression pays off, at least for now. Players stuck up close after the fight, but the flash is enough to deter any re-aggression from BBL, and they will be sent with Lovers Rock already out of the round. Seems towards this B site. A nice early fight, but one that doesn't go the way of BBL, and the man that you were looking at, Lovers Rock, the one to fall. It's only a pistol, but it is going to be something that, it's a massive adjustment going from the Yoru as buffed and strong as he was to the current meta, where you don't have anyone like that.
Such a big change for BBL in particular.
Yes, yeah. There's a couple teams, like I think Mates are also in that bracket, that they had so much success off of it, that now you have to prove you have that extra layer. And there's at least a return. Bringing it back to a 4v4.
Houdini unable to disappear anymore, but they have been able to take down one on the other side. The firefights continue. Echo looking to try and re-aggress back into that corner. Instead, though, it's Izzy to find one, leaving Loiter alone. Normally very good in these clutch scenarios, but does he expect the flank? And now being revealed, it's only going to make it that little bit tougher. If he had the spike, if he had the time, he'd be able to go back, but he just has to walk into the crosshairs, and Eternal Fire have their start.
Great cleanup here. Honestly, BBL able to get themselves into a position to actually pressure towards backside. Fortunately, even the reveal here should feel like a freebie. To be a man down earlier on, Izzy's just able to counterbalance this so well.
I want to see as well, though, is like something that I find really interesting is the way that BBL like to play against some of the top teams is the way that Eternal Fire like to play against them. So it's probably why they're quite good at dealing with it, but it makes it feel quite weird watching it the other way around.
I think certainly as well, bigger picture-wise, you look at a new, I don't want to say inexperienced, but a newer team right now having a familiar matchup. Hold that thought for a second. Izzy. A ton of pressure here. Fabian's actually going to find a bit. Neki to double down. Fabian again.
Down A.
Okay, they dealt with it.
Yeah.
They dealt with it. So what were you saying?
Oh, well, as I was saying, here to come into this matchup in particular with the history we have, this should be one for me that BBL just, like I said, total reset.
Orders was like, I sense it. I sense it. They're going for a knife in round 2. It's an in-zone flawless.
Well, there's that familiar aspect we're talking about.
The crowd gave it away.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Quiet down, guys.
Guys, come on.
Jeez. But it is, I think one of the other topics that typically with a team like Eternal Fire you talk about is the amount of experience they have on the stage. But honestly, with their first showing there, what they're showing last week, I really don't feel like it's affected them. Like they were looking really good on the stage, and I think they did run out of steam towards the end of the series, but all in all, those first two maps, they looked incredibly solid and not a single shake to be seen.
One of my major worries, though, is getting in their own heads. Like, we saw Echo go, like, we're better than Fnatic, they're bad, Vitality
Some of the
bad.
delusion.
But it's like, BBL, no, I think they're still #1. It's like, well, no, come on, you gotta go full cocky. And well, speaking of that, Lovers Rock has found another opening death with a dive over the top. Echo is in a bit of trouble, but I'm looking at that judge. Oh, he's not found anyone, they've left.
They're bailed out. And it's not like they have a ton of space either. It is currently being filled in by Kraven, who's walking up on mid, and they've got the right read, and that side of the map is wide open.
Spectre, yeah.
Moving through slowly. That will allow Eternal Fire to fill back in that space. It's all a question of how much control can Kraven hold on to. They're splitting up now into the 3v4, leaving Rose behind to try to catch this play out of door or play that late flank. They need to do a damn good job of holding the line then when the retake comes in. Buy him time.
Four looking to try wrap back in. Only going to be the one trading off.
Concealment.
And Rose didn't find anyone, so he's got that long rotation back. Luckily, it means they can clear all of that flank and loiter up top. He's going to be able to keep things in an advantage only for the moment, though. Leaving two standing versus Rose. He's been phenomenal in these clutch situations. The problem, though, yeah, he's got to use the dart. No, it's too late. Way too late. He thought that he was being faked out by the tap, but not faked out at all.
Well, he got him.
That would have been cool 15 seconds
got him in
ago.
the
Yeah,
end.
it would have been fantastic a little earlier on. You see, not even considering the dart at the timing you would expect it, right?
Yeah.
Confirm the first tap, get them off that initial half diffuse, maybe even isolate a play outside that smoke, but really bizarre. Rose, somebody who's traditionally very cool under pressure. Yeah, questions being asked from the coach booth for sure. Total misplay in my eyes.
And you talk about getting in their heads for BBL. That's one that if it wasn't affecting them there, that's going to be in the back of their minds now for a little while. It's put them down to a low buy. We're coming in with a judge. An SMG, some pistols, oh my goodness, and well, there was an opportunity for the judge there, but it has fires right back, same weaponry, different result, and now Echo's there for the range fight that, yes, Rose will win, but
Rose ran out of that corner with a shock dart. He was just trying to kill the guy in the corner, ran out with his bow and arrow, swapped his gun, still gets the kill.
Way more keen to use utility this time.
Yeah.
Lessons being learned. We love to see
on the
that.
Fly.
Either that or he is on a 15-second delay.
And the last shot by Onaz, a triple for the judge, and even an upgrade for him as well.
How's he survived the whole round, by the way?
Yeah.
He was the guy in the corner close.
Still on the same judge, I feel like. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me to see a very early timeout here being called. It's something just not clicking. They're not scaling up very well at all off the waylay. Once more, another concern we saw previously, LaRock not really able to capitalize on that sort of pressure, which was a recurring theme last week.
What's going on? Afrofire's having a good time.
What was that?
Oh, well, we've got a musical bunch, it's safe to say.
But a timeout right away. At 4-0 down. BBL, I mean, you cannot even scratch your head at why they're calling a timeout. There's been a lot of little mistakes there early on. And I think it's very important now to steady that ship before it gets way out of control. But for Eternal Fire, they've got to be chuffed with this start.
I kind of wanted to bring it back to last week, though, Mike. It's like with the way that we saw BBL play, it got a little bit close. Do you think there was a level of cockiness? Because that's something I'm asking here.
For me, it's a similar thing. It's like if you talk this game, you have to back it up. You have to be squeaky clean in my eyes. And I don't necessarily think that, like, I don't think they were tested. I thought they were really lazy in the series last week, where almost a little complacent in terms of the approach here. Yeah, we're going to be fine walking into this, and it was like, oh crap! Actually, we're losing anti-ecos. We can't find comfortable entries to site. Relying on loiter a lot in the mid round and the late round to actually find value in terms of kills and numbers, and that's just not the recipe that we saw early on from BBL that worked for them. It was all about structure. It was all about obviously fragging on top of that, but that's what they really struggle with here. Fabian gets a freebie.
Look at this
again, Lloyd is on the corner in Astral form.
They were so focused on the players further back, but indeed, way more defenders there than was expected. Now you've seen the majority of their force on B long, pushed up. The response naturally cover this ground towards A, close in that distance. That means pressure's on Neki.
Though. That's the thing, he's got his Nightfall ready to go. Puts him in position that he can at least delay this take or just set them up for a wonderful retake. It might be a little bit too late though.
Bold investment to put it a little early here when bodies aren't in position, but still catches one.
Oh, anything more would have to be a miracle, but it's now going to look towards that run it back.
Where's the spike going?
First player in. Yeah, spike yet to be planted. And actually, this run it back is going to get nothing. They're just hiding. They're waiting.
I mean, Eternal Fire aren't feeling the pressure. They've got them boxed in. Echo gets one for free. And now, yeah, they'll bail out, but what are you going to do over there? You can't plant the spike there. Fighting back out leaves Rose low and now down in the ground in the dirt. And that's where the hopes of BBL rest. A timeout and nothing looking better afterwards. Eternal Fire 5-0 up, and well, this isn't the vibe I was expecting starting it out. Sure, I think Eternal Fire can trade blows with BBL. They can step into this ring without fear, but dominance?
Do you know what it is?
That wasn't on the cards.
LaRock's waiting for someone to stand up. Because that's what he said, right? He's like, don't stand up
Don't
against
stand
me.
up. They're planted. They're planted. Actually, I thought Fabian was going to get up.
Like, oh, wait, no.
Wait. Oh, no, I
know
forgot.
this one. It's been a quiet start for LaRock as well, so we're waiting to see that double duelist, that individual brilliance that did feel a little bit more reliant. And then
Echo's
you've just
swinging with an op, man.
Yeah, you got your Cypher op player kicking things off.
He's not going to go through this, surely. The stun will stop him, slow him, but the ult still follows through. Fabian and Izzy, they found two. It's Rose trying to carry this mantle forward for the squad. Already a man down, and from bad to worse. Loida, you talked about it, Mike, relying on him in the mid-round. Well, he will not pull anybody back into this fight. Rose needs an ace, or it's going to be a 6-0 start for the squad that you would think should be easy pickings, historically have been. Nice shot by Rose. He's starting to believe.
I'm not yet. Another one, maybe? Wow.
The jump-off timing was a little bit close. That made me nervous, but Orda's quick enough. And I think it is also just you look at these two teams, and Eternal Fire will come into this game going like, this is a nemesis. This is a team that we want to beat more than anyone else.
We've got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Like, we come out week one, we probably surprised a few people in terms of the result, right? Or at least testing. But here, it's like, what have we got to lose? Let's keep on pushing this.
I don't know. I think that would annoy me more than standing up if I just look across the stage and bro's just emoting on me from his chair.
Well, 6-0 start. 7th round for BBL sees pistols in play. And I mean, in terms of the beginnings we were hoping for, it's certainly not it, but you expect BBL to have at least the fact that they're falling flat on their face like this, that's what's most shocking. If everything was coming down to clutches, then you say, fair enough. We've seen the individuals on Eternal Fire are definitely up there, but as you said, Mike, structure has been how BBL have found their way here, and off the back of a very strong Yoru, like playing to the strengths of the meta. That is missing right now. Odes has just tanked the slow, and he almost got away with one. The weapon retrieved the judge, but a chance to use it right there.
Okay.
That's a big pick.
That's just one. Echo's going to go forward again. We catch him. Caught out here. Lloyd's able to shut him down. Just Fabian and Izzy left now. Op in hand for Izzy.
I've witnessed a few of these rounds today, but I didn't expect to see it in this game. They've also had so many ultimates available for them in this one, but it's not really looking like it's going to make a difference. Hunter's Fury sat there. Overdrive, if needed, from LaRock, but you're kind of looking at Izzy now, like, and unless someone gives him an angle, this is going to be so difficult.
Please don't give him
just
an angle.
trying to defend versus the taps. A chance for LaRock to just basically run in, and he's gone past one of the players. It's starting to get a little bit dangerous. Missing things out, but the grab wall still in place. Rose, I think he knows he's got the Hunter's Fury, so Izzy's just looking to try and hunt him down. Will do just that. The last man alive, but that time is seemingly too far gone, even still too close for comfort, but it is a round for BBL.
I mean, you can at least give them the caveat that for the weaker weapons, sure, it can spiral in the post plant and so on like that, but you really wanted to think this would be the dominant round for them, the resurgence, the bounce back, but they almost got diffed by Izzy.
Where is he? Where do you go? Any call out?
Okay.
No, but he's standing. He's allowed to stand up. Is the
I'm just more, is that the round you stand up in?
Still seated, yeah.
You think Izzy's going to look at just stand up and go, oh yeah, he got me. Like, he just almost decimated the whole roster.
It's been a rough start for Kraven and Lovers Rock as well. Kraven, you normally kind of expect him to be finding that space on the extremities while these sort of faster plays are coming through, but at the moment...
Oh my God, Loiter again caught. Great catch from Izzy.
The last one was Echo doing that.
Yeah,
Now they've got Izzy doing it as well. Seems whoever has the AWP is going to be aggressive. Laurent wants to try and turn the tide. The first kill immediately. Wow! Okay! A crazy shot coming out of Izzy! And now Echo as well! What is this team made of?
Everything landing for Eternal Fire here. Getting the spam in, but Izzy does so well.
My up doesn't work like that. And ooh, it's not pretty from Rose, but again,
They're up!
And now they lose every round.
Now
from
it's,
it.
now it's 13-7.
You've activated my trap card. This is ridiculous, though. And again, we talk about confidence for the Eternal Fire squad coming in with a dominant start. Oh! And you can see the mental, even in the coaching booth, is crumbling here for BBL.
And what's concerning is that first time out was almost the crack of the whip, right?
Yeah.
And it's not taking effect at all.
Well, it was what they lost the round afterwards. Finally get back on the low buy and right back to losing ways, which is just going to hurt that loss bonus and put BBL in a spot where, again, it's a mixed bag buy. This is where they've looked best, I suppose.
I think that the scariest thing for me is this is BBL's map choice.
Yeah.
The next map is the one that, well, Olf was winning with stand-ins versus like Liquid, so...
And the struggle versus Pacificon.
Yeah. If anything, maybe the series is starting to flip, but it's a long, long way to go. Okay.
Thank God he's out of there.
An attempt made. Kraven will take down the ult Hunter's Fury with an opportunity, but the spike's been dropped on the desk, and actually the Hunter's Fury's found next to nothing. Now Fabian already looking to retake space. They've even got the planted. Well, one man standing. Guess who it is?
Oh, well, he gets two out of that situation. Hey, not bad, but...
Not bad.
That was hilarious from Fabian. The wall goes down. He just looks at the floor, throws a flash, and his body's left when he looks up. It's like a magic trick.
Yeah.
Thanos snapped them, but another timeout, round 10. We haven't even gotten to the second half. And BBL, the squad who are favorites, the squad who went to a Masters, the squad who, by the way, always defeat these guys, have called their second timeout.
Well, just to come to that, and again, obviously in terms of life cycle here, it's problem solving on the fly is something BBL haven't really been tested on, right? Series by series, sure, a few closer ones in Santiago, but not like this. This is an absolute shutout. So in terms of coming up with some sort of solution, these are the ones you're sort of worried about in terms of the situation.
I think the story can be told if you were watching BBL before and you haven't seen them in this meta, you haven't seen them in this stage. You just have to know that Rose currently has 11 kills and Lovers Rock has 1. And I think that kind of... I don't think I've ever seen that happen before.
The better way to put it is Rose has 11 kills and the rest of the team
has
10.
10 total. Yeah, yeah. Like, that's not great.
That was the meme at Ascension was like, this guy's only calling and everyone else kills everyone.
Yes.
And he kind of just watches like, good job, boys.
He's your god be your exist.
Dealer.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this is a different face altogether and not a good looking one.
I mean, the vibes are going to be awful right now.
Well, we've seen the replays in the coaching booth. I mean, I think they can hear him from the stage even with the noise cancelling.
The stand up and point now with 1 round win does feel a little bit more silly.
Can we get a replay of that?
Stop, though. They're not going to stop.
They could lose this map 32.
And they'll still be up, yeah.
Well, we'll get him in the next one. I do like that about them, though. I love the...
Part of the charm, for sure. Yeah.
The aggro flair that they have, but it's not looking good. And on the other side of things, Eternal Fire, this group may have just become interesting, because from this point onwards, I was like, oh, well, maybe it's going to be 3 teams battling for the top, 3 teams battling for the bottom.
It wouldn't be EMEA without a mess for
course.
qualification.
Yeah, it has to be
when we come
confusing.
into week 3, effectively.
Someone trying to do all the math behind the scenes, just like, it's not possible. There's 4 million different things that can happen.
Oh, a minute left on the clock. BBL being cautious on the way through. Dive in from Lover's Rock, but he's met by a stun. Dodges it at least, but he won't dodge that shot from Izzy. Put to bed. The grab while keeping LaRock out as he swings in. It's a bit of a messy fight for both, but he'll get there in the end, and so will Loida. That space taken towards the B site, and now they can pounce on it. Only one player here. It's Ordaz, a rifle, and he's completely surrounded. This is definitely pointing towards BBL finding their second.
Need to be mistakes.
Barring something crazy, right?
Yeah, we
haven't seen that so far.
They've seen him though. They know where he is. He's revealed. It's a solo fight though. Again, LaRock a little bit ahead of the curve, but Rose is there to trade things out. It's a tough one to turn things back, but honestly, Izzy's been using that sniper like a shotgun.
Well, yeah. If he can find one for free here, but everybody tucked on the side of BBL.
Did they stay tucked though?
The cam's being destroyed. Kreven might want to go lookabouts now, and if he does, it's going to be the op waiting for him. Shoulder peeking the angle for now. Just spotting that they're not close on the side, ready for the long players, and there it is, a good catch by Kreven that leaves Izzy in what should be an impossible situation. With an op and a 1v3 time against him. He's just got to get out and save that. Oh! He's got other ideas.
What? That about sums up the approach to this series in general, to be quite honest with you.
Oh, I thought I understood what was going on there when he went backwards, but...
yeah, I think we've got to upgrade from quite aggressive to ridiculously aggressive.
Yeah, never back down.
Never what? The best part is he goes... On your feet? No. He gets the shorty out, fires one shot, and then goes, I'll go again. Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, that's when they're back.
Yeah. We're not there yet.
Not quite, understandably.
Lover's Rock 1 and 10, man. I can't help but keep looking after every round. And again, it's another round previously where they struggle on that first initial step in terms of finding an engagement, but they fall totally short. Miss from Izzy. Oh, okay. Good for the second, because Loiter's still walking forward on that.
He decided, I don't need cover.
How could he have known there was an op there?
That's true. That's a good point, actually. They always say you should always re-peek ops. There's a good chance they missed the second time.
That could have been a decoy.
I mean, also, Izzy double swinging out the smoke. Okay.
It is a little aggressive, but who's surprised after the last round? Now stuck behind the box. That's spam.
Izzy's here, by the way.
Has he not been hit? He hasn't been hit. Finally, a shot lands, and Fabian fires right back. A triple for the man who was dead to rights. And now Kreven, he's got the whole squad to take down BBL, falling way behind. And this is their map pick. We said it already, but as the rounds go on, it's becoming increasingly hard to believe. Can we check with our graphics department? Are we sure? What's happening?
Another clean round. But also, I just love where you see Izzy get both of his kills. They're on polar opposite sides of the map. It's almost like he's playing that Yoru and is able to TP over. He was working as a support system as well for Fabian, but Fabian did not need it. And again, you go into this game after everything we've saw through kickoff, through Masters, and go, okay, we got a double duelist, LaRock and Lover's Rock. One of them has a combined 6 kills. The other double duelist has a combined 25, and it's Izzy and Fabian. Would you have seen that coming in a million years?
In a series that they're pitching as like, this is just, this is hard team diff. This is history diff.
Map. Yeah. Whew. What a wild ride so far. The first half coming to an end. Eternal Fire ahead.
Lover's Rock has the rifle, Rose has the pistol. Just saying.
Well, by how much will they lead? Lover's Rock is taken. A bit of space towards the backside, and Eternal Fire left this wide open. That's almost what makes me worried. Do BBL overextend? Do they give them the fight? Because Izzy is very much hoping they will. And the ult there for Fabian. Lots of utility in least.
So much gets played up on it.
He's still got the kill! What?
He's come out with 2 off the ult that was only halfway when he started moving. LaRock is going to be able to survive on 1 kill alone, and now it's all down to Kreven. 1v4. He's not even got 4 kills in the series. Fabian is pulling off a madness.
I think I didn't wake up this morning. I think this whole day's been a dream.
Are we dreaming?
That's the only way I can rationalize what I'm seeing. And look at that.
Look at him.
You would be, wouldn't you? 10-2 at the halftime. A frankly ridiculous performance from Eternal Fire. And it's the C's, it's Rose caught in the hot hands. That's what leads to this pure chaos on the server. And you can see Eternal Fire, they are using this energy to their advantage. They're getting in BBL's face. All that's left to do is see how the second half plays out. Well, it looks like we might have pulled you in for a quick shift here, Hypok. That half, unexpectedly dominant. And not even that, it's the team that's unexpected. For Eternal Fire to be leading is already an eyebrow raise, but by this margin, by this much, and with the way the rounds went, I feel like this is a head scratch.
Yeah, and obviously this being BBL's map pick, the concerns, I'm already thinking map 2, right? They struggled last, what, it was an 8-4 first half last week versus Pacific, and the inability to close out some of the rounds in the second half, now they're being dictated to in map 1. Split now becomes, yeah.
Also,
exactly.
The biggest thing for me, Phoenix, normally way better on the attack.
Especially when it's in the hands of the Swiss Army knife that is Fabian.
Yeah.
Jack of all trades and master of a few, seemingly.
That's the cool thing about this roster, though, is like we came into the year going like Echo and Sop, Echo and Sop, Echo and Sop, and then Sop goes to another team, you go, ooh, is it going to work out? And Fabian's been unreal. Like even when they were playing with stand-ins, this guy was like putting up crazy numbers.
Yeah.
Now they got a full squad together. It's exciting. Put it away.
Go, go, go.
He's not having
it. Dwelling on that Yuto, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yep.
That one dart he didn't use.
It's not having to be said he didn't use his arrows. Okay, Kraven. They're going to keep going as well. Big crunch towards Art. Love to see it. Bit of confidence in play with Echo all alone. The pistol will be there for BBL. Any port in the storm.
Back on his feet.
And they are screaming.
Even Rose was up for a second there.
He rose up, indeed.
Fair play. You stick to your guns. I'll also say as well, obviously Lovers Rock, one of the worst stuff we've ever seen from him. Going into the defense with a waylay, way easier for him. He can pull out that sniper. He can still go pushing.
Down
in a similar vein.
One
obviously
enemy
can't
remaining.
go back anywhere near as far. But I think there's a very good chance that he's going to have a way better second half. Or at least I hope so.
Fabian lapping it up as well.
Well, you would be. At this point, you know, it feels like they've got some bark in them still, but not much bite when it comes to the real rounds, the rifles in play. This, I think it goes without saying, but Mike, after the game we've just seen, I will say...
They love a season.
They need to win the round with the pistols, and he's caught wallbang by a classic. Echo at least trades out here.
It's like you try to slide, you get swung.
Pulled him back in and he gets spammed.
I think he's trying to slide into a corner that's not, but he's spammed on that angle.
Well, that's a start, at least. And it's a nice usage of utility when you don't have the rifles to really take the fights. Granted, it was a classic wallbang, but it's nice to set yourselves up for wallbang success there. But they would need a what a timing style round to have any chance here. Now that they come to basically open combat with much better armed opponents.
Down A.
Kraven in his element.
Nice.
Give him his setup.
Not sure about that one.
Okay. Okay.
I'm
that
getting worried.
is already way more damage, but
He's still alive.
Shot dart out. That one did land, and well, Rose has got the job done. That was not clean though.
Well, it came up against 5. Was there a single pistol upgraded? 5 classics, right?
No, 5 classics.
And it's a 2v1 in the end where he gets a rifle.
damage done, and Fabian's going to come in now, just 1 point away from an ultimate here in the first buy, which is a terrifying prospect.
It's not that impactful.
Yeah.
Him having a second life and being able to run in and just shoot
2 chances to run it down in the same round. Nah.
First rifle round as well. Yeah,
I love this, by the way. I love this. I actually love this.
One of them seems a little bit more frustrated than the other. The other seems to just be
Fabian's
smiling through it. I love it.
Oh,
It's the best counter.
Oh, early aggression from BBL. 4 players taking A main. Eternal Fire. I don't think they heard too much of that. Like, you'll know that they've taken control, but not that there's the entire force of the defensive side over there. So they're still just sat back waiting, hoping to catch aggression, but wrong place, wrong time. It's curious if BBL don't keep deep control here. What do you think about it? Like, look at this position they've fallen back to. There was 4 players early to take A main, and now they're right back on site.
Yeah, the paranoia of having effectively somebody anchoring with a ghost, and then Rose obviously here as well. Necky's found Previn here.
Yeah.
Look at where that's happened as well, all the way deep on the B site.
Great stun.
That's decent, but I don't think it caught the players further back, so swinging into the blender. And to be fair to Eternal Fire, we've talked about this squad as like this aggression machine, just constant pushing all the way through. This was a great round. Just played it nice and slow. I don't think I've ever seen a Phoenix ult go through there.
Did you catch that there where Echo gets the kill on Lover's Rock and he fired a few more bullets than I think he needed to.
He was just checking.
Just double check, yeah. He went prone. He could have prone, so just double, yeah. Better safe than sorry. Nice shot. But still so much more work to be done for Loida. He's going to need to get into a 1v1 for me to believe. And Eternal Fire immediately, mostly back off. Echo stepped into the site now. He's feeling confident, and he should be. A 3K for Echo, an 11th round for Eternal Fire. And, well, we don't see it, but he is spamming all of his bullets into the spike.
He's not spamming the spike. Like, he's just spamming random things at this point.
Like, that's where the camera's going to go, right? So he knows they can see.
Oh, the running back literally tried to go through the little hole into the spawn. It's the most insane place I've ever seen anyone use that ult.
Just to fizzle out.
But again, for Fabian, it's like, you're going to get that ult back so quickly. At least 1 orb is normally fairly easy to
another one here,
contain.
he's halfway back.
Yeah. And with how he's playing, probably have it by next round, if not this one.
Well, Rose's financial struggles continue. Bucky in hand for him, rifles elsewhere. Only the neural theft available here for BBL. Good catch here potentially with Struck Dart. But again, Echo just gets onto the angle. And check it again, another.
Oh, double tap, just in case. For Eternal Fire.
It's so easy to forget that this is his second game in the league.
Yeah.
And the first one was against Fnatic, and he was arguably one of, if not the best player in there.
He was fantastic.
So, ridiculous. Other than maybe Alfia. Alfia had a pretty good day.
But even then, like, there was promise in that game from Eternal Fire, especially the first 2 maps.
Probably should have won.
Yeah,
Other than
could have been 2-0, yeah. But when it comes to this match, it still didn't make me confident enough that I'd say, like, oh, they've got a good shot at taking it against BBL. It felt like maybe catching their opponents in a bad day last week, but this is completely, making me completely rethink it. Again, if this was their map, I'd still be like, well, obviously they came in super ready, but BBL came in confident in this matchup, confident in this map, and I'm seeing no reason for that confidence to exist. Nice stuff from Kraven to find one, but they're still behind. They need a big play, and Lloyd is going to try to be that playmaker. He's found himself a double, and now they're right back in the game.
Big win to post here, especially with 3 people staying alive. Able to stabilize potentially for another couple of rounds here. Issue being the money on the other side, and there's a very, very small margin of already being on 11 rounds. But looking at that, I mean, 1 away from the divide for BBL. That's about it in terms of positives to build upon.
But
That's the thing. Like, I think the Kreven step up already on this defensive side has been massive. Like, I think he was on 3 kills in that first half. The second they've been walking into that A site, he has been performing incredibly well. And I want to see if that can continue, but I don't want to put parity to the last series, but we've obviously seen the same maps. It just feels like it's already too far gone. Like, I'm looking at Eternal Fire and going, is there going to be one of those moments where Fabian just pops off and gets a couple of kills?
Yeah,
he's been feeling it the whole game, so I don't see why not.
I certainly agree, especially with, I guess in terms of BBL's ability to even slow down Eternal Fire. So in some of these rounds, like I said, they are just being dictated to.
It's interesting that the timeout's even called here. I feel like most coaches will give that little bit more slack to the team to try to pull themselves back in with this kind of a lead. And
yeah, you're not worried just yet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But getting it out early, probably the next one's going to be kept. And then if we end up at like 11-9, it's like, all right, last chance, boys. That gap's about to close. But really, I'm not feeling worried from what we've seen so far. Like, even in the previous round, BBL played it well on backside. They were patient. They had Loida come through the smoke at the right time. Well used Star for the stun, and he ends up finding 2 and then finishing it with a 3rd. That's fair, but is that going to happen every round from what we've seen so far? Absolutely not. And the idea that Eternal Fire would bounce right back is in the forefront of my mind. This round, they come in as favorites, and it's going to be BBL to have to prove otherwise, even with those weaknesses. Hell, they did it with Classics.
They've done it with everything so far. I'm looking at Izzy with the judge as well. That's enough to strike fear. An early presence, actually on both sides of the map. The Cam is going to give Echo's position away, so it's not like he's going to manage to sneak through like he has before, but Izzy's got a lot of ground.
Oh my
God. Connecting onto Rose there. 11 HP.
That's
don't
a lot of...
Yeah, don't know how much damage done there, but I feel like they almost feeling good at it. Fabian's got all the way back through again.
Oh, the jump up. Oh, we were almost cursed by it last time. This time he's been caught. That's unlucky. The solid find by Loiter at least. There's still the low HP Rose. And it just feels like the amount of space that Eternal Fire are able to get, but also, at least in a couple of moments in this round, it felt like it wasn't known and had to be found.
Bring them down.
Look at the push-up. BBL have taken full control of B-Long, and the spike is just walking right through the space that's left wide open. They rotated through their own spawn. They're now rotating through the attacker spawn, all to try to deal with this A play where Echo is. And now the spike goes down. They have to kill Echo. They have... Hello!
What?
He was there! They knew he was there! Well, okay, that's a throw. Fine, and now another one. Advantage to the attacker side through massive misplays, and BBL, now they've got to brawl their way back in. At least Laroc's there for the first.
Oh, now that judge becomes ever more deadly. Okay, no, they might just stick it right in front of their nose. Somebody needs to get on this! How has that happened? It's just the same as what we saw earlier with just thinking that they had more time. And while they killed them all, but seconds after that clock is gone, BBL have really snuck that one out of nowhere.
I mean, again, what's being communicated here? One other side of the divide here knows Izzy can't run this down. I mean, he could create some sort of a distraction, but I'm curious as to what the plan was exactly there.
So like after a round like that, you might pop your first timeout. Like that's more what I'd think. That was messy.
Get lower by from Eternal Fire, sure, but one that they arguably were in a situation to potentially convert.
Pacey here. This is coming through straight away off the back of the running back. They take that orb immediately. This is something that should have been expected by BBL, seeing he's one away, passive positions, and Kreven just about gets away with that one. But he's kind of confined. I like this though. Regression, but they've gone past Izzy. We've seen that one before. He's been able to dodge and dive past the squad, and he continues his push! He had to take his gun out of his back pocket, then somehow still hits the shot. Lovers Rock's nightmare continues. Now Loiter has to clutch. That might have just been his moment. He was given opportunities.
Izzy is going crazy, man. The number of times he's able to slip into just weird positions that just totally unexpected here. Absolutely runs away with this one.
Did they buff Neon with a dimensional drift? Can he just turn invisible in the middle of rounds?
The 3v2 there, you know the op is towards Flowers, and he goes, you know what? Screw it.
This is the thing as well. Look at what he's able to do on the back of Fabian popping the ult, right? In terms of talking about this composition, he takes all the space alongside him and then can backstab just like that. Beautifully done.
An oversight from BBL.
The C's again.
The C's Molly! He's done it again! Fabian! Absolutely decimating these guys with free utility. And a little help from his friend. That is disgusting.
I don't even know if we can get this stat, but what's the most Phoenix mollies we've had in a game? It has to be this one. It has to be.
Another. Now he's stunned. Now he's got to be dead to rights. Surely. Up close. Oh my God!
He comes out of it smelling of roses. It's only one left. The Garden's about to eat them all, only leaving Loiter. Fortify, there's no way. Like, even just look at his position. The spike down. They're going to be guarding every position. Of course, Fabian's pushing. Of course, he's going to push him. Why wouldn't he? 21 and 11. An incredible performance from Eternal Fire.
Well, let me tell you, BBL on their feet, packing up their gear pretty soon if this keeps up. Unreal showing from Eternal Fire. They have come in with dominance on map 1. BBL's choice. Looking to set history straight on the big stage. Let's send this down to the sideline interview where Nat is standing by with Audas.
I don't even know where to start, Audas. You might have to explain it to me. This isn't your map pick. This was BBL's, and you guys come in the first half, 10 rounds, and it feels like it just didn't really stop from there. What did you guys have for breakfast or for dinner?
We didn't eat too much, but we know they will pick Pearl, and we train Pearl so much this week. I mean, we train all maps, all 3 maps. I think we're gonna win this time.
So you think, like, with this veto, you were ready for, this was the perfect veto for you, starting off with Pearl?
Yeah, it's perfect for us. I think we're gonna easily win.
Okay, 2-up.
Yeah, 2-0.
All right, love it. 2-0, that confidence there, that practice coming out. You guys having a phenomenal map number 1. We'll see if it does continue, if that 2-0 happens just after this break.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get that quick.
Okay, I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice. We're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat.
Pearl was your map pick. What went wrong here? We stress out probably. Our game plan was not good for this match against Phoenix especially. They prepared good and our duelists didn't start well and that's why we lost basically.
A bit of a solemn vibe in the BBL camp right now, with notably the fact that their map pick not going the way they wanted, but also I would say just the first half all in all, and some of the keys, Kukuku, you thought would have benefited BBL, were not really there, and
I mean, a solemn coach booth, but not a solemn coach here right now. I'm feeling very happy about
What was the last time? Well, doesn't matter.
Wait, what?
No, I'm not gonna go that route. I'm gonna go a different one. I did say,
The high
and I think
road.
we were all a little bit when we saw Lovers Rock on the Waylay after it, and after seeing the numbers, we shall double down on it was not a good idea. But overall, I think that Eternal Fire was incredibly quick to show. I think that it is crazy to see that both player and coach from the opposing team came to the same conclusion, as in we were so well prepared, and I think the numbers speak for themselves.
Yeah, Fabian was someone actually that you highlighted here, 22 and 11. He had a phenomenal game on this Phoenix.
Yeah.
Actually, coming into this year, I was not sure what they would actually go for compositionally-wise. Like, they played a lot of Breach in the past, and now him being able to pick up this duelist and play Phoenix has been extremely good.
And I do wonder, where we're hearing the BBL coaches themselves say we weren't ready for the Phoenix, I now then question, what was it about this Phoenix that caught them so off guard? Why weren't they able to prepare in any...
Well, the fact that every single piece of his utility was damaging there. Like our casters were having the time of their lives, and you can see that at some point also BBL is trying to fake it till you make it a little bit. Like they get around, they stand up, being like, oh, momentum back on our... No. I think that the Fabian was incredibly aggressive. This Death Bowl thing that they were doing on other maps on the attack now shined from the defense on Pearl.
Yeah, I think one thing to note is that on the defense is where we saw them come out of the gates fighting, and it was a very dynamic defense in which they were doing this kind of Death Ball-y style. They were stacking areas and getting those opening picks consistently. And I think it's a really good way to play the Phoenix specifically, because you don't have that Euro anymore. You're going to have to take some risks with your game plan because you don't have that automatic TP. So I think stacking up a little bit more is a really good way to
Guys, I'm
fill the gap of the Euro. Sorry, yeah, we're distracted right now.
If this was like healthy banter, we're completely ignoring what you're seeing on the screen right now, just because of course we are here on the stage and we can see Echo just throwing some shade. I don't know if it's friendly or not.
Towards BBL?
BBL, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was
just heard a lot of laughs.
It sounded like he made a joke and they were all laughing.
Oh, it's because he was looking across the stage. Sorry, I wanted to start something. Definitely.
Oh, wait,
never happened before.
I think
players.
I think it just distracted from the fact of watching your team getting absolutely decimated in all those clips.
No, see, Mini, this is where you get it all wrong. What did I want today?
Love is fracture.
Exactly.
Oh
exactly.
My gosh, bro, you're so
Ulterior
400 IQ.
Listen, they needed to warm up. Split is always a good and fun map. Lovers Rock didn't find his settings. Listen.
He's playing Waylay on Split probably.
Yeah, this probably hints to the fact that he might be playing the Waylay on Split. But seriously, for Eternal Fire, I think it says a lot about them that they're able to make that style work from the defense, and then you also have the coach on the other side and be like, yep, that was definitely too much. So as we highlighted at the beginning of the day, we love to see the Phoenix here.
Yeah, loving the Phoenix. I'm loving what is happening over in Eternal Fire. Like, genuinely, whatever happened at the end of that map 1 is enough for them to just carry on into map 2. Like, I don't have questions. There's other teams that I might have that question for. For them, it's not there at all. Instead, I have to look at the other side of the stage of what's happening with BBL and wonder, where are they going to reset? We're talking about Lovers Rock not showing up, LaRock not showing up either.
Yeah, the vibe on stage right now is BBL are literally silent. It
Why
looks
do you
like
show me this? You want to hurt me?
Oh yeah, here we go. Here's some more.
He pied. Lovers Rock pied.
Those were your 2-player highlights, wasn't it? LaRock and Lovers Rock.
Well, these were going to be Kakuka's 2-player highlights pre-series.
Listen. Credit where it's due. Not only Fabian was impeccable, I think Easy as well. He played so good in this death ball. And yeah, as you were saying that they were laughing amongst with each other, and I think that is the case. But not a lot of laughter on the side of BBL. And I love, Nat, that you're bringing this perspective onto the desk, because the BBL that we've seen at the beginning of the year is like, oh my God, they're going to overtake the region. Is the new guard, the youngster, the this and that. But what you've been seeing this past 2 weeks is a team that is struggling to find himself.
I really think that they're getting in their own head about the Turkish derby here completely. Like, I used to coach a guy called Alfier, very good Turkish player that we will know and love, and I think that there were sometimes moments in which like that Turkish derby really got into even his head, you know?
Wow.
So I think it means a lot to these players.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely that pride on the line for themselves. Also coming in.
Jet race! Listen, this composition we have seen 1,000 times. This works. Guys, I don't even have anything for BBL. I just want to see Fracture. Do it for me, please.
I mean, I said in the pre-match that if we saw LaRock playing Raze, I think we might be cooked on the Eternal Fire side. I think that is his actual best agent. What, sorry?
How much do you want to see Fracture?
I think we're going to see Fracture in the competitions. I think Lovers Rock is on Comfort. I think LaRock's on his best agent, his sleeper best agent. They're pretty good at split, but it's still a fiery double dual split matchup.
Do you know what he's great at? Phoenix. I think that is the next thing for BBL. But let's focus on, as we're saying, this is for the side of BBL, a composition that we've seen so many times, especially with the synergy that these two duelists have with each other. Let's hope that it is enough. And for the side of Eternal Fire, now is that the momentum is on their side. And we were saying it, like, they're giggling, they're having a good time right now before we jump into it. And Fabian and Izzy are doing an amazing job.
Well, map 1, maybe you could chalk it up to the fact that Eternal Fire caught BBL off guard. Maybe they were resting on their laurels a bit there, but they brought the firepower to map number 2. They want to make this series go the distance. They're not going to roll over easily, but we're going to see exactly just how our second map is going to play out with our new TriCast over there with Tom, Mitch, as well as Mike.
Yeah, very happy we could steal you here today, Mike, for a barn burner.
You're not missing Lauren at all, right?
No, well, not now. No, after that one, for sure.
Well, listen, do you see a third map on the horizon to bounce back from BBL on their opponent's map pick, Mike?
I'm happy to see the comp change just because of some of the glaring issues we did see last week. And again, that's not throwing shade to Pacific at all, but for me, it was more about BBL really missing the mark on split previously. Sure, we've got the comfort factor here, but you are just coming out of a map 1 where you've just been absolutely spanked.
I don't think it's even throwing shade to Pacific. Yeah, when realistically, they're one of the few teams that have made no changes and they were bottom of the table last stage. It seems pretty reasonable to assume better from a team that was, you know, making pretty impressive runs on the global stage. Now, 0-0. We're back to square footing. And for BBL, a chance to correct what just happened and a chance to stop history from having a bit of a hiccup. This is the squad that they always beat it, and now that it arguably matters most, struggling, at least on map number 1. Their choice to bounce back on split already. We're seeing the plant down, and Eternal Fire having this late play from Audaz with a lot of distraction on ramp on site. They're drawing the defender's eyes, and that's opening the door for Audaz. It looks like his team are doing okay in holding the line for now. Audaz strikes, Kraven falls, and now they have to speed up on that defense, cover that ground, and get onto the spike, which is wide open, planted for heaven. Huge fight for Rose, though.
It's gone the other way. It gives an opportunity, but they're just sticking the defusal. I don't think they've got it as well. Yeah. It looked like that was a done deal. I was about to say I thought I was finally going to see a successful post plant, but it's not happening. It doesn't exist. Not today.
I mean, they're here at the perfect time as well. Audaz able to get back through vents at the time. They haven't even come out of rafters yet. So everything lining up here perfectly, but BBL, I mean, Loiter in particular, able to survive bizarre exchange on elbow.
He was like, right, yep, I'm going to do everything.
I think that's the important thing too, though, the fact that Audaz had that flank, had that play, and had a star on the spike.
Yeah.
He was that first condition to slow them down, to buy more time, and to nullify the smoke that was in play. And he gets picked by Rose, and now the round is in complete disarray.
It looked like Eternal Fire were going to have their dream first map and their dream start.
No more
Echo thought he'd thread the needle. That's something that I think after the last map especially, they're going to be considering a lot. Because he was happy to just push the boundaries on what we even consider a lurk.
We have to find, I mean, Izzy, Shorty in hand, but 45 HP now. Both Kreven and Lover's Rock able to hold down the fort for the time being. Slight readjustment here on the side of Eternal Fire. But again, how do they scale out a main here? If you look at what's left in terms of abilities, Util, Fabian with a paint shell able to force somebody off an angle for sure, but Paranoia laying in wait.
And even the smoke there to start. It's already a tough fight to take with the top being watched by Kreven, but the Paranoia that would be fired through, it's a death sentence if you push on through. But instead, they're moving back. Whether this is still to play towards B, especially with the spot from Izzy, I think that's probably what we're looking at. Now we've seen Audaz tuck in the corner. Yeah, they're going to go up here, but they're going straight into a judge. Lover's Rock with a chance to tally up some kills here on the Jet with a 3-piece to start. Not bad from Audaz, but okay, that got a little shaky towards the end there, but 4 players alive and the weapon safe.
And what's crucial here, especially now coming into the bonus here for BBL, is the ability to continue slowing things down. Again, the biggest scoreline deficit that BBL probably struggled with this year versus G2. Back in Santiago, just an inability to adjust, able to really be decisive in some of these earlier rounds, crucial for BBL's success here on Split.
I think for Eternal Fire as well, it's going to be wanting to get that momentum back. Because that was the good thing about the last map, is they never lost it. Like, they just kept hammering home all of those early advantages, kept winning these seemingly impossible rounds. So they never had any of that doubt. Never had to worry about, well, okay, LaRock stood up for 1 round, but he sat down for the rest. It's going to be difficult to keep that going, and you can already see, at least from Lover's Rock, that confidence hasn't gone anywhere. He's getting around the edge of all of their utility and potentially going to pincer them here.
Spike made it across as well. Another late lurk coming through mid here. Timing a little off this time around, but still unnoted. The Prowler missed him on ramp as well.
Oh, he just dove in. The dash from Lover's Rock with the judge. Okay, there's Neki down and an upgraded rifle for him to play with. The flank, though, still going to be a problem if they can delay that push just a little bit. There's Fabian striking with Loida down. Kreven falls, and Lover's Rock with the recovered rifle, all that remains. The question of damage comes into play now. It's unlikely he wins the round, but the first already falling. Okay, now we're starting to believe. In he goes. Dash ready and online and gets towards the site, but cannot force a fight. The patience from Eternal Fire on display. And they'll get out with 2 alive, but good damage all in all.
That reposition's really nice. It's just to have that double peek at the end of the round, make sure that any chance of victory. But again, I always find this, I think it is a Turkish Jet thing, but it just seems like any player, like Zenith's always the one that springs to mind. You put them back on the Jet, and it didn't matter what happened on the last match. It's like instant reset,
like, oh,
I'm fine now.
I
I have a dash that isn't even that good anymore, but it's fine. I flash back to my youth when I could just farm everybody with right-click knives.
Back in my day.
And for them, that doesn't mean quite as much.
No.
That was like last week. Back in my day, Echo, it was a month ago when he wasn't allowed to play in the league.
Lover's Rock in a good spot with that operator, but a Viper wall can rob him of info, so they send the dog through. He'll push up and take a main control. That is a linchpin bit of map control for this side. And with the wall, having that little gap on the right, you won't be taking the information out of his hands. Now they can back off, start to reinforce the B side of the map. And for a moment, it looked like Eternal Fire would force the issue in heaven. They'd have a favorable fight. They'd drag rotations, but instead they are walking back into the stacked side of the map. Well, most of them at least. Neki.
Trying to fake on the back of this.
Oh, there we go.
Well, him being forced back here is crucial, actually.
They're intentionally making noise as well. Towards vents, they did it. They did the same at the boom bot. They're trying to sell fakes. Spike's gone in. Spike's gone in alone, in fact. First player through was Echo. There was nobody else behind him. They've delivered the spike to their opponents, but then they're fighting off the back to almost retrieve it. It's made things a little bit easier off the back of the fake because
30 seconds
well, if
left.
you see the spike, you know where they're going.
Plant's not good for Neki either. He needs to win this duel.
Straight it all. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Lovers Rock can't TP anymore, but they can still hit those op shots just the same. Krevin finding himself a solid start to this map as well, and a third on the board for BBL. This is looking like a much healthier map for them, at least to start. It is the attack side on split for Eternal Fire. We have to remember it's their pick, but good signs of recovery.
First ult cycle here going to be crucial in terms of maybe a pace change. You're going to have to be aware of the fact that Showstopper on the brink here for Fabian. Izzy, just 2 points away as well. Do we have the Blade Storm for Lovers Rock, TP for Loiter as well. Again, this next buy round to follow this. Again, if BBL win it out there, they're going to be on a streak. Be able to apply further pressure in terms of the scoreline alongside the economy.
Go, go, go.
Well, like you said, it's pretty much all economy. They'll have the credits, they'll have the ults.
Yep.
Go into the next round potentially with a showstopper. Viper's Pit won't be far away. Sure, the same can be said for the other side, but they're going to want probably a kill or two. And so far, I feel like there's been a moment or two where Echo is being caught. Like the last round where he walks through with the spike when no one else has gone, that was uncharacteristic, but I want to see if this becomes a trend of them dealing with him.
Neki's found Lovers Rock though. He's still trying to go forwards here into the waiting arms. Loiter, good for one, but Ordaz trades it out.
Still has some promise in this round. Okay. Ordaz really leading the team here in terms of the fragging department. Blast Pack buys Fabian at least a moment, and unfortunately he's going to be caught on the way out. Now that Showstopper fired in and found on Ordaz. A good attempt in an otherwise weak round, but still the victory's there for BBL.
Well, throwing investment in here just to secure though is key for me.
Like breaks our storyline.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, still with the Blade Storm for sure, but don't allow this to spiral out of control. 4-1 the scoreline now for BBL. But is he now an op of his own to maybe challenge Lovers Rock on some of these early angles?
It is worth noting as well, though, versus Pacific, defensive side BBL, score-wise, was decent.
Yeah, 8-4 the first half, I believe, yeah.
Attack.
Yeah.
They got the job done in the end, but it wasn't great, so...
Like I said, lazy.
And then the last time we saw this match play was very good on the attack by their opponents, but thus far hasn't been the case. Early trades, early aggression once again, but this time Echo does strike, and a missed shot from Lovers Rock gives him a double. That's the Echo we know and love. Look at where the spike is, but...
They're not interested in planting right now at all.
I was going to say, the position there could have been dangerous.
Well, now they need to be.
And now Krevin's like, on this rotation, I haven't seen the spike, I'm going to go all the way back to B.
He's going to get ahead of him.
It's a really smart rotation by Krevin.
Timing.
Oh, he needs his rifle out, and he's caught! Neki! Prowler in hand! And he runs right back to A. I mean, even then, you think that that player, if he's behind him in mid, he doubles back, he goes vents, he gets the A site. Instead, Fabian was in main. That rotate way too long, and he decides to fill in the space.
Plenty of time to find a comfortable plant here as well.
30 seconds left.
Only problem, really, now for BBL. When this plant comes down, Fabian not only has the whole world to wander, but a showstopper. And as soon as you tap that spike, you're in big, big trouble.
So much ground to cover here as well.
He almost can't do it too quietly, because otherwise that clock is going to tick. Fabian. Oh, he's out in the open.
Did he get spotted?
I don't think he has any idea of where his opponent currently is. Time is going to be everything. He looks away, but he got him. It looked like that hit the wall.
I thought it was below.
I think that was just enough.
It's like only his head poking out there to take the splash damage. I mean, a miracle outcome. But Fabian, again, he's just so antsy in this situation. Yeah, it's literally barely his head poking out.
I like the body drop down as if like...
Yeah, thank God. I mean, thank God he's able to land that.
Oh, man, when he...
I like the frustration from the coaching staff when realistically they should have had no hope in hell in that round.
Yeah. No, very well played in the end, or up to that point. A very lucky set of circumstances leading to that showstopper finding a kill. But Eternal Fire closed the gap now. 2 rounds between them. Bladestorm online for Lover's Rock. A terrifying prospect, full buy-in if they need it. Viper's Pit is there to work with. It will be the Viper pressured early on. Kreven forced back and being hunted by the Prowler. Wall goes up, but so too does the Viper's Pit. Looking to reinforce the B side. It's a bit of a panic ult as well. Doesn't fully cover that back. Sight, good spray by Fabian. He's found the first, and now the Judge looking to invade as Rose gets one up top, but everybody's falling. The pieces return Viper ult as well, and a shot from LaRock inside it. Almost brought them back into favor, but he's immediately caught by Izzy.
That looks so sketch when there's still 3 members inside that first pit that gets dropped. Able to overcome that pressure with pace, to be honest with you. Just wanted to get ahead of the rotation, even here with Fabian going a little further back. Gets caught off guard by Rose, but beautiful execution here from Eternal Fire. This is just running rampant with the Judge here. Somebody dap him up, somebody.
Oh, I like the fact that off the pace he plays, it did just look like everything from BBL was just panic. It's like, just throw everything. Well, not a bad start to this round either.
Well, look at the situation we just had not long ago. Obviously, a lesser purchase here, but look at the ults for BBL. Everything invested now. Got the Seekers back. In that initial exchange, LaRock does catch Izzy here.
He's waking up.
That's the one rifle, so they try to go elsewhere, and, well, Rose had a chance. It's hard to aim looking up, and it's hard to shoot back with your knife out, but LaRock's able to at least land Echo. A 1 versus 3. Look, I wouldn't put it past him. Definitely time for Eternal Fire to still play a tight game. Good dodge on the stun. Pull's not going to catch him, but the spam does damage, and that's going to be an easy closer. 4-4. The attack side really starting to heat up.
You're talking about how crucial that early momentum is. See now, 3 rounds in a row to tie things up. Eternal Fire doing everything right in my book. Again, that crucial, not necessarily swing round, but in terms of the old cycle, like I said, the finances could have really spiraled out of control. So, great position to be in here. Well, feels like the home stretch this first half of Split.
It feels like one of those moments where, like, in a movie where the first punch gets landed on a villain and you see that first drop of blood. I feel like that was the last map for Eternal Fire. It's like, wait a minute. Maybe we can just beat these guys. And it happened like the early rounds of this, you start to get a little bit scared. And then you watch how Izzy played that Judge round and you go, well, this man, obviously he would have tasted defeats, but it wasn't under the banner of Ulf. Like he's always been on this Eternal Fire or in the past Supermassive Blaze roster, and he never had any fear. And I think you're seeing that come through with this team of youngsters. Like he is not the guy that's come in at like 18 years old. He's, I think, 25, I believe, which, well, when you look at the rest of us, is still quite young.
The voice of reason, yeah.
But it's almost just that voice of confidence. It's like, all right, you guys do your thing. I'm sliding in with the Judge. I don't care who these guys are. It doesn't matter.
Confidence, it's definitely been a confidence builder for Eternal Fire. Like, against some of the other teams, any of the other teams, to be honest, I feel like they have a better chance of coming in with a strength in the mental game. But up against this squad, they're kryptonite in the past. This is where I expected, sure, we talked about it at the start, BBL, perhaps some mind games there, like getting in their own heads, but I'd expect that from Eternal Fire as well, especially if they start losing. But they've shown it here on this map, where BBL do show some strength early on, that they can still battle back, and in the previous, there was no need to. It had felt dominant from the get-go. 4-4, and, well, the orb is going to block Lover's Rock out. That's an annoying orb thrown out by the attackers. We saw this earlier on as well in the previous split, but not to the same effect with that big operator denied the early fight. He's going in. He's going in. He is fully sending it. Caught off for the rest of his teammates, and well, the trades will come slowly, if at all. Kreven doubles up. And Eternal Fire may reconsider this push unless Echo can land something, and it's a disaster. He's still alive! He's still alive!
Still killing people.
Well, the crazy thing there is, again, it feels a little bit disjointed. Like, you have two players start running back in B main,
and then
on
B main,
Echo just dives in, and so then the other two go with him. It's like, if that's all at the same time, I don't think Kreven kills everyone, but you give him isolated fights on an anchor on a site, well, there's not many players I'd want more
They
than
didn't even
Kreven.
catch it there, actually. Echo besting Lovers Rock on the way up through mid, so they know about him. At that point, the B main players have to come forward and pressure here. Slight miscalculation on the way in. Give BBL a round in response here. Back in the lead. Necessarily back in control though.
Oh dear.
Speaking of,
dodged. Nicely done.
That showstopper not as effective.
He took 0 damage.
Yeah, 0.
He did now though.
He's taking a lot of damage there.
So he definitely knew there was two players on the other side of that smoke.
Yep.
And look at where his teammates are, by the way. It's not like there was any real chance at help.
Rose could get caught in spawn here.
Rose is waiting. Nicely done. Good read on the play. The spray a little shaky, but he gets there in the end, and the numbers still favored to BBL. They're the ones that don't have to make a move here. But the double flank attempt, this is a big danger. Audaz is waiting, watching. They don't have utility to cover their back. Instead, they need guns to do it. But now, looking towards heaven, thinking that flank hasn't come through yet. I guess it isn't on the way, but they are about to find out the hard way if there's still players on that ramp. Audaz turned. He spotted them just in time, but now it's an op set up on the other side. What a shot by Neki. Audaz, well, he's already bypassed the op, or the op has bypassed him, catching Fabian, looking back for more as Audaz creeps down. They haven't spotted him. A star going to be sent out to the grab well, can buy them time, and he takes down Kreven. Low HP on the side as well. A chance for Audaz, but the spams is what it comes down to. And Loida steps in to save Lovers Rock any trouble. 6 for BBL. Damn nice try, though.
Come so close to converting that. Again, it's strange to see the commitment here in B main. Talked about previously Echo being caught off guard. Here just feeding into that, desperate to find impact or value so early on in the round as well.
We didn't even see him.
Yeah, no, we just get the voiceover.
The scream just through the replay. It's crazy. But it's going to be the timeout taken. A couple of rounds broken back, but again, I feel like a couple of rounds where, yeah, there's been moments where you go, okay, that was risky. Those were things that could have easily gone back in the other way if a player had survived a little bit longer. I think it was a good spot out from Audaz, and he's been their best player so far. But as we know, it's the same for Eternal Fire as it is for BBL. If BBL get rolling, if you get the likes of Larocque, Kreven, Loiter performing as they are right now, this game can very quickly spiral, and that's why you're going to see the very calm Afro on Fire take a pause.
Yeah, absolutely. I think probably that's leaning into the comfort factors we were discussing in terms of this composition. Slight tweak here on split, and I think it's landing, well, much better than map 1 for sure.
For sure, yeah. It will be interesting to see, though, if that fixes the problems in the second half. I do think this is the old school double dive.
Yeah.
So it should be comfortable. It was the one that they probably ran for longer when we were looking back at Split, but it is a very different ball game to having that Yoru TP to backside, give you that extra space to, I'm going to jet dash in.
The issue for me, again, comes around Lovers Rock and certainly in terms of the other changes we've seen, their ability to really get that timing, that synergy down. Here it's a lot more traditional. So the timing should be a little tighter. That's certainly what I'm looking forward to in the second half. Really the biggest question for me. And again, in terms of damage control.
I feel like all of these rounds have been close. Like, I feel like every single time there's been a low buy for Eternal Fire, it's come down to a kill or two. So I'm looking to see if BBL are growing into this game or if it's going to be the same story.
Only time will tell. BBL being surrounded here. Ramp already taken. Plenty of players spotted, but not hit. That op, oh my goodness, it's an awkward escape
can't get out.
for Lovers Rock, but somehow he makes it out of there unscathed. Now, Flash goes through, no follow-up, and caught a few. Those bullets. Well, we're down to the last, and the ult's going to be popped. But the op waiting on the other side. There's the shot, but it doesn't land either. That could have brought them back to equal footing instead. Eternal Fire, they're still breathing deep into this round until they get the op. 1, 2, not a third, surely not a third! They fight him 1 by 1. Finally the rocket sent in, but it doesn't take him down. The plant to be found. No nade, no showstopper. Possibly no chance if he's going to swing into Lover's Rock. He missed a shot early, but nothing since. And it will be LaRock to close it out.
Crazy back and forth here. A little awkward in terms of when contact, well, the engagement finally happens in heaven. Eternal Fire just not able to do enough damage early on here. Lover's Rock just shining. Again, as soon as Ordaz is down this angle, it's just a death sentence for Eternal Fire.
But they post on it 3 different times.
And again, nobody's really scaling forward on that. If he gets the one short, somebody else can get onto a deeper angle, maybe scale up onto site, but that looked like a tick.
I think just,
That was a tick, not a cross.
That was an angry tick. That was a tick of don't do that again.
Make him dance.
7-4. BBL looking back 3 rounds in a row.
Go get him.
The lead at the half guaranteed, but as we sort of mentioned earlier, as the second half, well, the attack half in their match versus Pacific where they struggled, whether or not Eternal Fire still have enough left in the tank to keep this one going. A pacey hit, but are they going to check? No, they're not. This is not the man you want to leave on his own with plenty of space to play with, even delaying them a little more. Neki is not long for this world.
Spike down.
And Echo, well, he's been the first man to dive in most.
Poison orb emitting.
I don't think they're going to run past that angle and not check it.
I would be surprised if they go anywhere near the angle in the first place, let alone running past it.
Lorik's going to push it, watch. Everyone else won't, but he's at some point.
He's already got 3. I mean, you might as well.
Exactly.
You know, we're finishing round 12, but get the ult orb, you know? Carry through for the next half. If he gets anything done here, I will be shocked and astounded. If he wins the round, again, I think we just end the game there. But for BBL, this has been a half of recovery for them. A phenomenal round from LaRock to close out that one. But 8-4, is it enough?
Women will what want.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well won't break. Vamos!
Well, Mike, how are you feeling about it? 8-4 as we swap sides for BBL. Definitely a better showing than last map. Do you
like
think they've got enough? Sorry?
Feeling like deja vu.
Deja vu?
Yeah.
I see. Well, do you think it's enough to bring us all the way to map 3?
Yeah, certainly feeling like this still might go to Fracture. Again,
I hope so.
Similar sort of discussion. I'm not. Similar sort of discussion to the start of the first half. These opening stretch of 3 rounds, absolutely crucial in terms of setting the tone. Now with Eternal Fire have an opportunity to chip away BBL's ability to really get things going and tightened up on the attack. That's really going to define this half.
Yeah. It doesn't help as well that Eternal Fire have a 22.2% win rate in pistols.
That's not good.
We keep airing that.
It's getting worse.
Yeah, it keeps going down.
It gets worse each time.
It's not a pretty sign. Well, early on, aggression from BBL. At least that's what they want Eternal Fire to think. Presence towards B main. The rotations have come through, but Fabian, second guessing it for a moment, but he decides to commit. They'll sit on the B site with 4. And now, yes, we saw this on the last map. Neki isolated in a number of rounds.
Good luck,
but he
Neki.
always makes them pay for the space they're taking. Can LaRock apply that same price to the defense? No, he can't. Fabian shuts him down. And now even if Neki falls, the advantage is there in the retake. But I have a feeling Neki's got a bit more of a fight left in him. With one already down, it's 3 for the man who was all alone.
On an island here, catches a freebie through the wall. What a hold from him. Again, absolutely crucial. The catch here in spawn, an in-zone flawless here on the pistol, on the back of heroics here from Neki.
Yeah, those pistol odds are not looking so great right now. The stats sometimes do lie. But a big round for them overall. As you can see, he stood up though. That's a dangerous game to play. LaRock won't like that.
Honestly, with my eyes closed, that could have been Yedeje. He's got the energy.
I'll find you.
I love it.
I don't know. I think he needs to level up a little bit. Yeah, I have to turn my volume down when it's.
Yeah, it's very true. There wasn't enough peaking on the microphone, actually. Not enough general noise. Well, pistols for BBL, nothing but classics, unless my eyes deceive me. And this should be a fairly easy conversion.
Spike down mid.
Fairly easy indeed. 2 left, and well, a chance for them to hold on to everything. Keep in mind, Eternal Fire did invest decently into this round, so they really want to keep as many alive as possible. For now, that looks like it might be all of them. Well, okay. Maybe not how I want to see that weapon used, but it works.
Trying to be sneaky. But it's another in-zone flawless. Not a bad start to the defensive side, but if you're a BBL fan, probably not how you hope this will continue. This is where the rifles come in, but I always find with this sort of double dive, there's definitely a higher risk of it going wrong. You're going to have to play a little bit more contact. You're going to rely a lot on Rose as well.
Like I said, in where BBL struggled, particularly in week 1, and obviously what we saw in Santiago is the synergy around these two duelists here for BBL. With the comp change, sure, back to comfort, but fragging isn't everything, especially in this scenario now, with the way that Eternal Fire have approached this series today. Op in hand already for Izzy.
It's such a
that could
weird
be a curveball.
An operator in one player, a judge on another. And yeah, you're taking more aggressive angles because you're thinking, I have the weapon advantage here. It's a patient position from Loiter on the other side. And in fact, never mind. Ordaz is just going to wide swing and wreck him with the
There might be somebody in B main, by the way. Oh, all right.
I'll check.
I'll sort it.
I'll find out. Got him in his back pocket. Okay, nice shutdown onto Fabian, but it looks like still the intention, well, will be feigned towards the B site. You can see Kraven was waiting outside A, and now he's grouping back up. For BBL, they've been pretty good at pushing and pulling this map. They had all of Eternal Fire bar Neki on the B site when it came to the pistol. Didn't convert to a round win, but they've been good at the control. Now, they've been spotted, but LaRock uses that to his advantage. A solid wall
They
bang.
don't know about the
But
operator,
Izzy with
though.
the op. He's going to get a deep play caught by Kraven.
Don't need to.
He didn't
What a
get to
shot.
fire a bullet. You spend that many credits, and you don't even get to shoot.
Spike planted.
Oh, wow, Lovers Rock says, thank you very much. That's the fastest I think he's moved back into B main ever. It's a bonus, so they're going to go for this. They're going to try and do some damage. Neki's done well. That looked like an angle that he shouldn't have been winning. And Lovers Rock has just been tagged low. Snakebite goes deep, though they don't realize how close Rose is. And now for Neki, half HP, still not even knowing where at least one of these players lies. He knew where Rose was, but Kraven was the knife in the back.
Not a bad attempt, but this is a costly round. Yeah, it's a bonus, but without even one rifle saved, you've invested in the op.
Yeah, costly, and you hand the operator over, so almost a double-edged sword here.
One enemy remaining.
For Eternal Fire. And somehow, somewhere, I don't know where they've scraped that from, but I'm seeing another operator in the hands of Izzy.
Have they managed
Well,
that?
it's because Echo's still playing
Yeah,
the judge.
it's still playing the judge,
It's
yeah.
literally the sacrificial judge player.
Glass cannon.
He's going to be missing his orb, though, for mid, for that control, which has been so important. It just is generally on this map with your Viper. So important to have it locked down.
What did it cost? Everything.
He has to make it worth it. That's Izzy's job. Now, someone's broken that reveal. You know there's at least one there, and thankfully he doesn't go in peeking like Aw does.
When there's an operator on the other side, I feel like a glass cannon op really loses a lot of its value. It's like, you know that they're going to play slower. You know that they're going to have players posted on angles. So the risk factor just goes up massively.
You hold the right angle, though, you can drop that up. At least for now, Izzy is watching the fall back. The barrel's being spotted. I shouldn't even know that's an operator at this point. And there it is! Izzy more than ready for the peak. Thanks to that info found by Fabian, and it looks like the attackers move towards the B site now.
You rat.
Directing themselves over here as BBL find a double, but Echo still up close with the judge. Patience pays off. What is he doing? He's gotten two. Stabilizing nicely, but the spike seems destined to go down on B.
Still got an 8 here for Fabian.
Fabian, the plant as well.
Left.
No.
I think maybe. If you want to get LaRock closer to the ultimate, but no. Fabian on that flank. I think he's here quicker than maybe they expected him to be. The steps. The timing couldn't be better for Fabian. And now it leaves just Kreven. He's been good in these scenarios. If they push him together, though, it's going to be tough. He still expects players to be coming from other angles, just hiding in the corner. They've not checked it. They don't expect anybody to be here. So close. And now running through with the shorty in hand. But he thinks it's a fake. He thinks it's a fake. And now gets it all the way to half.
He's going to check
this. Back on the angle. There was no way that Neki should have come out of that alive. But just the bait. He didn't think that he would even get it close to there.
If that orb was
I think maybe he thinks
closer.
the spike is just inside the orb, but can't check then. He has to drop it, has to reset. That is crazy that Neki's able to close out that round.
And a big blow to BBL. Fighting back like that for Eternal Fire. And look, the economy looking decent on that defensive side. You certainly cannot say the same on the attack. This is going to be the gap closing yet again. Looking jumpable for Eternal Fire, and they can catch right back up to a squad that no doubt thought today would be a 2-0. He's got a judge. He's jiggle peeking with the judge. He's going through. He's going through. No, he doesn't. He doesn't keep pushing. He falls back. It's falling. It's
gonna fade.
Oh!
He didn't even get a kill. He didn't even get a kill. LaRock gets it instead. Oh my! Already a manic start, and then the showstopper and the paranoia solid. Even still, Ordaz gets one, but surely the rest of the team are too far out this round. Maybe not. Neki's gonna go running in. He's trying to get ahead of it. The shot's not connected. Kills one. For Neki, and even has to seize. Looks to use the Nightfall. Doesn't even realize he caught a player. And there's still one on this corner, another for Neki. Leaves it all onto the man with a judge, and he's still going for it. But the defuse is underway. He needs to move, he needs to run, and he's not in the right position at all. Neki's gonna win it alone.
That is one of the most bonkers rounds I've seen in a long time. Neki just going nuclear. Nah, this is just insane.
Oh my God. That adjustment onto the player on pillar. Loida.
Nice, that's
it kind of feels like he faced a cheater.
Guys sound.
Comms.
9-8, a round they should have won from the get-go. They had a better buy, but BBL, they battled their way into that one, and then they fell at the final hurdle. Neki standing in their way, and now one round between them. Look, at the start of the round, you tell me it comes that close, you lose all your weapons, I'm not going to be thrilled. But the way that he gets there, that's momentum.
Oh, Lovers Rock has an operator.
He's got another.
Neki is pumped up. He's meant to be that sort of calmer leader on this team. It doesn't seem to be the case here, but one comes the other way at least. Rose. Not the gun of choice, and the thing is they've made this a close-range battle versus shotguns, but it seems to be working out anyway. Echo is genuinely... if this was my rank game, I'd say he was trolling.
Yeah. Well, somehow, some way, we're here. It's a 9 apiece.
Hey, welcome to the show today, brother.
There was a chance.
Welcome to the show.
5 rounds in the opening 6 of the second half. Will be a timeout from BBL, understandably so. And in a really solid position now. I mean, on the other side, BBL do have a pit and a TP available, but Eternal Fire firmly in control.
the thing about this half those has been weirder than any of the others because like it feels like they're getting to the position where you expect BBL to be fine. Like they're getting through the chokes. They're getting into the site. In the round before last, they got into a post plant. They had a sniper holding an angle. They had another guy ready to swing off that contact.
4v2 post plant?
Yeah,
4v2.
They'd stolen some weapons after a man rushed them with a judge down mid and got nothing.
Yeah.
And then they get wrecked by one guy just swinging. And the worst thing is the swing off the second peak was fine. He just hit an insane shot through the wall. Like it's
you
they're
can't
losing
criticize,
aim battles.
You can't criticize Rose in that situation. He's on the angle so quickly. Neki just absolutely snaps on him.
And the same for Loida. Directly afterwards, Loida goes, oh, it's cool, bro, I'll trade you. And somehow Neki just magnetizes his crosshair to the guy's head. That was madness. 9-9. Neck and neck. BBL, the historic victor. For God's sake. The historic victor in this battle. And they are on the verge of not just losing, but being trounced. A 2-0. Eternal Fire with all the momentum. Aggressive play by Lovers Rock early gets onto B, and in fact the whole team does. They have just wrestled this out of Eternal Fire's hands. Do they keep going though? And look for a second as they get towards the spawn. But they would keep on pressing, but with the Viper's pit up, there's no need. Huge advantage, right? It has to be. And there we go. Echo down 2.
Where was everyone else? Echo was so far ahead of the curve. He's fighting from rafters. Like, I don't think he's let go of W key the whole game. He's been watching PaperX demos, but now walking into a pit. Yeah.
Yeah, give this up.
I don't like. There's been moments with the judge that have been insane, but that was just like if we I don't know if we could freeze frame on the map where he was, where everyone else on the team was. It's like they were setting up to move in, and Echo's like, "Wait, we haven't gone yet."
I was about to say, by the way, talking of deja vu. Yeah, the second half of Split previously started exactly the same fashion, a 5-1 response to get to this same scoreline. BBL able to stabilize previously, able to now find this response. Still, the buy protected, divide available, and op still in hand for Izzy. Lovers Rock one away from the Blade Storm, but now completely off kilter in terms of this ult cycle.
I do really like the approach in the last round as well, to just go that much more direct. You could see Eternal Fire were caught off guard by the pace. They didn't have players on site, and as you said, trying to fight there super early was Echo. I think they didn't have a response, and then when they tried to contain those players a little bit, maybe even spam them through the pit, harass them somewhat, they end up getting put in the dirt. And
he's playing Hangman.
Okay, yeah.
Nope, it's not an L.
It is a good time to expand this time out. The gap so close. We're right hot on the heels of BBL, but the attacker economy sitting pretty. It's going to have to be consistent buy rounds going the way of Eternal Fire. They don't have that same runway to work with, so we need to see them take flight right away. A good time for the pause. This will be the last one of regulation. Of course, they do get timeouts back when we hit OT.
You can't be saying regulation.
It is 10-9, my brother.
Do not.
10-9. Did you see the last game? I'm expecting OTs.
Yeah, you're lucky that the word he's using is regulation, not something far. We were traumatized from that first series, but this one's been exciting. There you go. Eternal
if you
Fire
needed a reminder.
0-6.
Yeah.
Is that Eternal Fire the org or Ulf?
Well, roster, I guess. Yeah.
I would assume so.
Can't say that word.
Come on, Tom. Well, double digits found by the attack side. Still a big save from Eternal Fire. Op is still going to be online, but it's being spotted right away. They even try to spam him and nade him out of position after. Moving towards the A site. Now the Op is mid. Let's fill in the space elsewhere, and very favored in these fights if the Op can post up. Not going to repeat that surely. Fabian at least gets a nade through and a chance to damage those players on the way in. What is Neki doing? He dives on top. Kreven's caught off guard. Fabian should be dead to rights, but he makes it out. The double blast pack's working somehow. And now the Op setup contains them on that site. Lost with no port in sight and the storm brewing inside screens. Eternal Fire, they even go for this all together. The Op just holding up in heaven for now, but the smoke. And they're splitting up and looking for clues. It's risky, but it works out with Echo's double. I'm not sure I like that though. when you're in a 4v2 to see Echo swinging out through that smoke. It felt like, oh, we're given equalizing opportunities.
Not Neki being like, I'm single-handedly winning rounds. I'm swinging out here. Cool. That's
I mean, it worked so well on B.
At this point, to find Kreven like that.
To be fair, I think every single one of their kills up until the 4v2 was one player swinging and taking a fight.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, I suppose.
At least, I will say, maybe, because this might be because of the pause, Echo did at least go at the same time as the rest of the team.
Which is true,
Which is an improvement to where we were last round.
Different direction, but the timing was perfect.
Yeah.
That's all we wanted.
Even if he died, at least they're not all just looking at him on his own.
So they're like, well, I guess we saved now. Got no space. Double digits for both.
Look at the position they're going to be in, though, in terms of the ults now.
Yep.
Eternal Fire reaping the rewards massively in terms of the last few rounds. Operator noted here. Lovers Rock will show his hand. No! He doesn't drop. He doesn't know they've scaled up there.
He shift walked backwards. That's a huge mistake. And now the punishment in for BBL, the man advantage. Neki! What is that? What?
Is he just on a 360?
No.
Oh. He's playing SSX while Loiter. He's trying to escape. No, there's another player in the vent!
Spike down mid.
There's the second guy down there! Fabian went back for more. It's a 2v2. The other two players are so far away. We get a breather. We get to calm down for a second.
Spike planted.
I feel like this is how the Joker is, man. I'm losing my mind, man. Just the only response left is to giggle at the madness. A late play by Kreven. He checks main, and just as he turns his back, they start filling in that space. Slow and patient return from Eternal Fire, but the op now trained in just in time on that position. Great.
Last player standing.
Pick, and he went for more. He went for more. Why did he go for more? And now Kreven stepping into the angle. Oh, no! He's gonna get it!
No.
Oh, it's so badly played!
What is this round, man? What is this round? First off, show me what happened with LaRock there. Neki just gets absolutely snapped on.
Our replay team are going to be busy this round.
Well, then there's this.
Yeah. They lose the first player, and the second player goes into the vent.
Oh, okay, it's a crazy shot, but what the hell was he doing peeking?
Yeah, walk it off.
What in the world?
We saw that earlier. Walk it off.
Now look at the money on they've been able to scrape buys together, but look at it, it's going to come at the worst time if they. Oh my God! And look at the ults again.
I can't believe at this vital hour, all timeouts used. Coach is probably smashing the button on the side of BBL. Echo's done it again. They bypassed the utility. This keeps happening.
They've got
BBL think the space is free. Now as they turn back towards the vents, they have no idea who's waiting for them. Echo lands the double. The vents. Well, it's theirs, but hold on, Kreven. Kreven snuck up through heaven, and Echo is now about to get backstabbed. What are these rounds? A 2v3, BBL still behind, but with a chance to split this defense. They're moving towards B. The only man there is Izzy with an op, and he's taking a very, very passive stance. They can get the plant from here. They still have the numbers to fight off against.
Well, it seems like there's always a traitor in the vents. People should be more aware of that, but going into the 2v3 scenario, Rose one away from a Seekers. Kreven gets aggressive. A chance for the 1v1, but there's another man coming rounding the corner and can't isolate the fight. Leaves it on to Rose. Another chance at a clutch. First shot goes crazy. Seekers, but he's being rounded on. And Fabian quicker on that trigger. A 12 for Eternal Fire. We've said it. 6 consecutive defeats in the Tier 2 versus this team. The time they face in the Tier 1 could be the first victory they have.
What was the key to success today? Don't let history repeat itself.
Yeah? The next one should be for BBL, don't go vent.
Yeah. I am just blown away.
I can't believe it.
With how Eternal Fire are playing, and look at the player react. Look at that.
What a difference.
Stun locked, man.
Night and day. But that's the thing, when you're the team that
It's
stands up, that
Villanarc's
screams,
style.
that, yeah, that clip right there.
That smile.
How do you handle...
That's where the trouble began.
How do you handle the losses? And it's not just the losses. In this matchup, it's got to sting more than ever. The team that they've always beaten, and now it matters most, and they're crumbling.
He doesn't die.
That didn't kill him! In goes the nade. That surely will finish him off, but no, he's still alive. Is he still got the off? And he ends up taking one down for it. Another for Izzy. A dead man walking, and they sent BBL to the grave.
I can't believe what we've just witnessed. If there's anything to give context to that week 1 performance for Eternal Fire, this is absolutely it.
After that game last week, people started to question whether or not Fnatic were in form. That was what was asked. Are Fnatic playing well?
Throw that out the window.
Yeah, I think the narrative needs to change. No, Fnatic did well to temper that storm because BBL didn't even start to temper it. They've been defeated 2-0 by an opponent that they always had their number of. This team has leveled up into the league and then leveled up while in the league. It turns out the stand-ins they had in kickoff were a courtesy to everyone else, because now they sit up there 1-1 alongside the BBL squad that just came back from a Masters.
Well, I mean, if you're SUP looking at this team, maybe you start to think you made the wrong call. There's going to be a lot of pressure on other teams to match up to what these boys have done down there. Underestimated for sure, but they delivered in a historic matchup, flipping the tables when it matters the most on the biggest stage that these two teams have played against each other on. It was Eternal Fire to right the wrongs of history.
What we're talking about with qualification, expected outcomes, who was contesting for what now. I mean, this is, it's fantastic to see, but EMEA, history does repeat itself. Nothing guaranteed.
No.
There's always a curveball.
There is absolutely nothing that is certain, and oh, it's been a day, hasn't it, Mitch?
Yeah, thanks for having me out.
Good to have you, brother. Anytime. Maybe we'll do it again sometime, but for now, that's all the time that we have, folks. Up here on the caster desk. Of course, the post plant is coming to you with Neki and Echo right now.
We've gone 3 from the caster room up there. Now we've got 3 on our couch here. 2 of them winners from this series, Neki and Echo. Congratulations. The energy coming up, you guys. Are you shaking a lot of adrenaline right now, Neki?
Yeah, of course,
yeah. Dude, you guys were screaming. Like, I'm used to a lot of FPS players popping off and stuff, but this felt like it was another level for you both.
Yeah. Like, we had ambition, so we have to beat them on this stage. Okay?
Can I ask? Because of course, like, we have no audience today, but we are here. We were sitting here waiting for you, but we could hear you from all across the studio. Everything that Berlin was hearing tonight was you guys. Can I ask, like, especially at the end, what you guys were shouting? Because it sounded so passionate. I don't know if it's something negative, but I kind of wanted to know.
We was fighting on Turkish league, so we was playing finals with them on the Turkish league, and we are losing. We was losing
like all of the finals.
Yeah, all of the finals, and we got experience now, and we can win easily like this.
Yeah, but what were you saying? Is it safe to say? Like, would you say it in English when you were screaming at them?
Sit down or something.
It just seemed very passionate. I was like, it looked so personal. I was like, I feel like I was missing out.
Maybe sometimes bad words, but
I was gonna say, that feels like, yeah, that feels like the PG version of sitting down there.
Sit down, be calm, quiet.
Well, I mean, that was the thing, right? Last week when BBL won, LaRock specifically said if a team's going to stand up against them, they have to know that they're going to lose. But you guys had full confidence. You like, I do have to ask, because you're saying you had ambitions to beat them, but you had no stress at all about claiming things of we're going to 2-0 them, we're going to stand up against them, we're going to shout things at them. That didn't affect you at all?
No, actually no. Because like they had winner mentality, you know, and someone need to break it. And we know, like, we have that power. We can try, we can beat them, and we beat them on the stage, you know.
Yeah.
I'm getting hard to talk right now.
It's all good, I understand. Maybe we could talk about something that you guys are more familiar with. In this series, what changed so much that you could change history, essentially, that you felt like such a new squad coming up against BBL?
Yeah.
Actually, we are feeling more comfortable. That's why the series goes more easy than others. I can say that, yeah. We have no scare. Yeah, that's that.
No fear.
By the way,
No fear.
did you remember what did I say?
You
Before
did.
the match?
Yes, you did.
I said we are going to destroy them, and we destroyed them.
Dude, it was a whole nother level. I was like, okay, this is an Echo thing. You know, he wants to come in, he wants to prove everyone he's top dog. But bro, you did it today.
Yeah.
Honestly, you guys were
Because I
amazing.
trust my
Yeah.
teammates, that's why.
We are just trusting each other every time.
I love it. I love it.
How is Easy integrating the team? Because it really looks like you were all coming out them, and I think especially map 1, he was insane.
Actually, in the arcade, very great, because we are like we are chilling in giving us like brain dead, so we are getting funny so easily. That's it. I can say that. Yeah.
That's good.
I got to speak to Ordaz between map 1 and 2, and he was saying this was essentially a perfect map veto for you guys. Is it true that you were only prepping for these 3 maps, or were you actually expecting something different to happen in the veto?
We trained these maps on the week, last week. We just trained for them. We just do tactics for them. We showed, I think.
Well, and so this was an extra level of prep that you did specifically for BBL?
What?
Is this an extra level of prep you did specifically?
No, actually not, because like I wasn't playing with my team because of my age, and Easy came last, so we couldn't practice that much.
Yeah.
But you can see, like, we can beat easily, you know?
Yeah, I mean, last week you guys were so close to beating Fnatic.
We are practicing on stage.
Don't say that, you're going to scare other teams. You're going to make them feel bad. Kuku, did you have anything you wanted to ask?
Yes, I do want to ask, did you guys have you seen the news about what's happening next year?
Yeah, I saw it. I think
You
it's
excited for Turkey to have to be their own region again?
It's very great.
We like them.
Yeah, is there any names, any teams, any shoutouts? Because you know, kind of seem like you're going to be the top dogs in the region. I'm just overreacting, of course.
Like that.
But is there any? I feel like there's like this big disconnection between tier 1 and tier 2 that we sometimes get to break. But I feel like there's so much talent in Turkey that I kind of like wanted to ask you, if you have them, if not, it's fine. Any names of players that you've left behind, of that you've encountered in your way, that you are excited for them when it comes to next year? Or you're just thinking about yourselves?
I don't know.
Really?
Yeah.
That's impressive. No one.
Well, maybe we could think like not as long term as next year, but maybe next week. You guys are coming up against another tough opponent. Like on paper, people thought that maybe by week 4 you would be an 0-3 team, right? Because you guys started off going up against Fnatic. You've just now beaten BBL. Next week for you guys, it's going to be coming up against Vitality. I'm not even going to wait until the pre-match to ask you, Echo, like, are you going to drop some knowledge bombs on us right now about what's going to happen next week for you?
Actually, we are going to show the same like energy, and then we are going to play like this day. So I think we can beat them. I trust my teammates. Yeah.
Anything else that you guys want to say out there? Because it feels like some people, you know, maybe underestimated you. Echo said it many times, but Neki, are you in the same confidence of your guys going to be?
I am the same confident beating Echo.
I love it. I love it. We're going to have a look at our standings here. Thank you guys so much. It's been a pleasure to get to just chat and have a talk about it there. But we can see our stage 1 standings now that we've been seeing teams play a couple more series for themselves. You got, like we said, Vitality and Fnatic still there, having to play their second series. Now BBL 1-1, Giant X 1-1, Eternal Fire, and Pacific there now too. Do you guys want to make, while you're still on the couch, make bold claims how the 2 teams that are going to be eliminated out of the group, out of your group?
After this match.
Yeah, after this map. I feel like you're on top of the world.
Bet, I think BBL couldn't make playoff, maybe.
What?
Yeah, I can say that.
You can say that. I mean, you just did.
Because if I don't know.
Do you want to give your reason for it?
They had winner mentality, so they're so mad after this match. I think they will like go.
You reckon it's broken?
Wait,
They're kind of broken.
Did you guys like take advantage of that during map 2? Like, is that something that you could feel? Because it seemed like when you were loud, you were incredibly loud. So I feel like if they were already, I feel like we saw some serious faces. Like, yeah, the celebrations were there, but I think you kind of were in their heads.
Like.
No.
No.
So you're not because they've also spoken about it, where stress has come up as a factor for them multiple times. You guys clearly aren't feeling it for this series. Did you have stress last week when you came up against Fnatic? Because we didn't get to talk to you.
For me, by the way, it was like I was more comfortable in that Fnatic match. Today, I had I was nervous, you know, because we tried to beat them like before, but we couldn't make it. But you see. Yeah, you see.
I was gonna say, yeah, I was even like I love it when players come out here, you know, come swinging like you have Echo and you've just said it out there. You think that Fnatic aren't in a good shape, that the top of the team, top of the groups would have been you and BBL. But tomorrow, Fnatic and Vitality are playing. Do you guys want to put your predictions out for... You're practically a part of the desk now, right?
Yeah.
I need to know, what's your analytical player mind gonna tell me about a Fnatic Vitality series?
Vitality will win.
Yeah, Vitality will win, I guess.
2-1, 2-0?
I don't know.
I think.
Oh, okay, 2-0. You same Echo?
I think 2-1.
Okay,
2-1.
Giving Fnatic a little bit more grace period there.
So I was actually kind of sad, and I will say I was rooting against you on map 2 because I really wanted to see Fracture. Right?
I'm so sad. I'm so sad.
You're sad too? I'm so sad too! I'm happy I'm not sad alone.
You were going to win anyway, so I'm so sad for you.
But it was so exciting, right? Because last week it was ban first wave from both of you guys, so it really looked like you were playing cat and mouse. Are you surprised that we have not seen Fracture in EMEA just yet?
No, I'm not surprised.
Why is that?
Every team has like great maps, so they're I think grinding that map. After these 2 maps goes out, I think, I don't know, like they're not working that much, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
And you are?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah. Okay.
As you see.
I'll sit and wait. Week 3 Fracture, let's go.
You're gonna have to wait a whole nother week.
I'm gonna need a jersey next week, guys. Support you.
That's the thing. You got Kakuga all excited for a Fracture, and then you guys just didn't even take it to a map number 3.
Yeah.
Do you think it gets more stressful when you go to a map 3, or do you guys have the mentality of like one map at a time?
Because we made a lot of mistakes and we knew it, so probably map 3 will goes more easy if you play that.
Nikki, you're kind of laughing. Do you agree?
Yeah. Actually, Split is our great map.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, but we made a lot of mistakes.
Yeah.
That's why that happened actually.
Okay, well, as someone who doesn't know, you know, the mistakes, the ins and outs, like what do you see as a mistake? Like, what are the things that you need to clean up as a team?
Like
micro stuff?
Yeah, micro stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
I can say micro stuff, and maybe communication sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it feels like you're already a team that's kind of unstoppable at the moment, but apparently a little bit of micro cleanup, a little bit of communications, and you guys are definitely going to be on your ways to potentially even London. Who knows? You guys have put yourself in a great position. I'm going to thank you both so much for joining me, Kakuga. It's been amazing as well. It's also been amazing to have day number 1 of week 2 with you guys. I'm going to say goodbye for now and enjoy the Razor end of day highlights to set you off for a day number 2 tomorrow.
Stellar round already. Oh, it's so close. The shots don't land yet, but in the end, it seemed inevitable.
They got lucky. They got lucky. It was garage smoke, huh?
Yeah. A little bit more difficult for Seven in the backline. In fact, it's semi-been checked, but the trades have worked. Even still, though, Seven comes alive again already. Maybe on for his second ace of the game. He can manage to take it home. He's in the right place at the right time.
Nice!
taking the first. West side down. Now a 4 versus 2 thanks to his FT. Lurking out on that veto. Gets caught off. 20 HP left. D is done for. It's already, but 20 HP left. D is done for. The last man standing. He tries to find the final player, but the final player finds it. Strong start if ever we've seen one, especially with Hampus on the corner for them. Hubert manages to land one, seen it on another, and there he manages to land one, seen it on another, and there he is. We saw coming out for the fight, finding one, and now the dash out, made it up into heaven. Wonderful work from Ara, and again, success for GX in dominant fashion. On the board.
If he had the spike, if he had the time, he'd be able to go back, but he just has to walk into the crosshairs. Judge. Too late, way too late.
Weapons, sure it can spot.
Basically run in and it's starting to get a little bit dangerous. It's seemingly too far gone.
He's got other ideas.
Most Phoenix volleys we've had in the game. It has to be this round. The spike down. They're going to be guarding every particular corner. Of course he's going to push. Of course he's going to push.
He needs to run. He's not in the right position. Pretty soon, if this keeps up, unreal showing from Eternal Fire.
Temper that storm, because BBL didn't even start to temper it. They've been defeated 2-0 by an opponent that they always had their number of. This team has leveled up into the league and then leveled up while in the league. It turns out the stand-ins they had in kickoff were a courtesy to everyone else.
Up to what these boys have done down there, underestimated for sure, but they delivered in a historic matchup, flipping.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤 소미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain 오미 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임